Hey guys, how's it going? I hope you enjoyed this video. This is about 5 years of work, and I compiled most of my Vader videos, some of the top ones that I hope you'll enjoy, into a 4-hour supercut. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this video. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Hey everyone, today's tale takes us back to the turbulent and dark period following the aftermath of Order 66, where the Jedi Purge was moving into its second stage of extermination, and the Empire was actively hunting for any Jedi surviving who had escaped the Emperor's wrath. This brings us to a human knight of the former order named Gira. He felt it was his duty to serve the light, and though he had managed to persist after the fall of the Jedi and the Republic, it wasn't for himself. He viewed his life as unimportant compared to ensuring the future of the light and the Jedi. He had been charged with one last task before the fall: to protect a group of Padawans, perhaps the last ones left in the galaxy. A duty he swore to carry out, for as long as there was still good in the galaxy, there was still hope. While traveling aboard a ship whose commander was aiding Gira with finding a safe location for the Padawans, the Empire caught up to them. Though the ship's commander tried to evade them, they were eventually captured and boarded by Imperial stormtroopers. But Gira was not going to fail and called upon the Force and his training to take on the enemy. However, no matter how many of them the Jedi Knight is able to repel, more keep coming, and he witnesses some of his own falling to the stormtroopers' blasters. But the Padawans are Gira's duty. He will die to make sure no more of them become victims to the Empire. The noble Jedi Knight will do anything for their safety, so Gira contacts the ship's commander via his comlink and tells him that he has been able to hold the Imperials back, but only for a few minutes. He orders the commander to get the remaining Padawans to the escape ship. However, the commander tells the Jedi that he is needed in the southern airlock. Wasting no time, Gira rushes to their aid. He has the last of the Padawan learners in the Republic, but Vader is here, and he can sense his darkness. The Sith has come to finish them off. He just needs time to get the last survivors to safety, to an escape vessel, but Vader will be coming soon to do his duty, and they're almost out of time. Gira makes his way to the southern airlock and is supposed to see several stormtroopers outside of it. Quickly, using his lightsaber skills and force powers, he takes the troopers out. Immediately after, over the comlink, he reprimands the commander for not warning him that they were there. The commander apologizes. They must have moved, he tells the Jedi. He also got word that Vader has boarded the ship and is 700 meters from Gira. Taking in the news, he doesn't panic. He is a Jedi after all. Instead, he thinks to himself that at last he can do his duty, and that's all that really matters. A Jedi Knight is one who serves. As Gira investigates the area, he notices some of the dead Republic troopers on the ground. They've been shot in the back, so he asks the commander if he is manning the security cams. The commander confirms that he is. Then the Jedi questions why the commander didn't warn the Republic crew, but before he could get an answer, he barely managed to dodge an ambush from Vader himself. The two warriors engage in lightsaber battle. Though Gira fights with courage and conviction, the battle is very one-sided in the Sith Lord's favor. Vader is just so much stronger, more ruthless and relentless than Gira. The brave Jedi begins to feel his calm give way to panic. Vader mocks him, tells the outmatched Jedi that he can feel the fear, the hate. Gira is close to the dark side now. He then force pushes him aside as if Gira was nothing to him. But then, the Sith Lord makes an unexpected offer. If Gira joins him, he will let the Jedi live. Outraged, he refuses and charges right back at Vader. But inside himself, Gira knows that he's tempted. Vader cannot be beaten. Why die now, never knowing if his sacrifice was worth something? Fighting back, buying time, Gira knows his own life is nothing anymore. As he begins to draw on the dark side, he manages to land a kick across Vader's helmet, but his foot is immediately caught in the Sith's mechanical grip, and Vader swings him aside as if he was made of air. Gira yells at the Dark Lord. It doesn't matter what Vader does to him, he only cares for his charges. Live or die. Gira himself doesn't matter. He gets up, lightsaber ready, and states to Vader, "Understand this, traitor. I will fight you." And he charges bravely, but is again tossed aside like he's nothing. And again he gets up and attacks, but Vader easily counters his moves and elbows the Jedi in the back, causing Gira to drop his lightsaber. Vader then hurls him back with the Force one last time, where Gira is defeated and he knows it. But Vader once more offers to spare his life. Holding his crimson blade at the fallen Jedi, he tells him that his master has use for all Join them, and Vader will spare the Padawans. Gira stares death in the face. This is his duty. He can feel the darkness within him seethe quietly. He could achieve his goal, still alive, perhaps able to fight the dark side from within. But he thinks Vader is lying, to which Vader tells the Jedi what use is a lie to him now. Surrender and Vader will withdraw his troops. Now Gira wants the Padawans to live more than life itself. He wants this more than anything. It is his sole purpose to live, which is ironic as he's facing death. Now even his corruption is nothing compared to his duty, so Gira demands that Vader swear it. Swear he is telling the truth, and Gira will join him. Vader obliges and swears. Hearing those words, the darkness swells within him. While thinking of his students, his charges, Gira loses something of his essential self forever and says, "I will join you." Vader grabs his outreached hand and pulls him up. Feeling the cold despair settle into his bones, Gira knows that he will never again escape the fear and anger, never receive one moment's peace. Vader directs his attention to a group of monitors, which shows the Padawan's escape vessel rocket to safety. Gira prays that somehow, some way, it was a price worth paying. Even though Gira has turned to the dark side, he knows that now the Padawans are safe. His first most important duty is done. The commander then contacts him through his comlink again and asks to speak to Lord Vader. Vader inquires the commander about whether the explosives that have been set on the escape vessel were charged, which the commander confirmed. In utter despair, Gira doesn't understand why Vader is doing this. He had sworn to serve him. In exchange, Vader had promised to spare the Padawans. The Sith Lord reveals that Gira's commander swore allegiance once he saw the Jedi Knight would fail to repel Vader's forces. Unlike Gira, the commander put no price on his service, which is how Vader was able to ambush the Jedi with such ease. Vader's promise is nothing weighed against his duty to his master. Feeling his body tighten, Gira watches in horror as the escape ship is destroyed. And he knows that now that he's sworn to the dark side, he will feel this way forever. This is his destiny. Failure of duty, failure of self. He gave himself to the darkness for nothing. He broke faith with his duty for nothing. Gira wants to know why Vader had decided to break his will rather than kill him. The Sith Lord tells him because it was easier this way, because his master prefers to possess rather than destroy. But Gira served only to save his students. That is impure service and unworthy of Vader's master. The Sith continues that it was also because that he has more than killed Gira. Vader has broken him. A Jedi, an enemy. Whatever Gira does when he leaves here will serve Vader's master. Gira has done his duty to him, and with that, the Dark Lord of the Sith departs the ship, alone with his own thoughts. Gira knows he has failed the Padawans. Vader and his master don't need his service. He has no duty. There's nothing to serve. He's finished. He picks up his lightsaber and decides he will embrace his failure and serve nothing at all. And with that final thought, the Jedi Knight Gira ignites his saber into his own chest, killing himself once and for all. So something I take away from this comic in particular is that we get a bit of an insight on the dark side itself, in the fact that it's almost like a virus. It takes hold of you and you'll never be the same again, which is what Yoda told Luke. Something that I found interesting as well in this was that once Gira did summon the dark side a little bit, he was able to actually land a blow on Vader, which is something he wasn't able to do in the light side. So in my opinion, I do feel the dark side maybe isn't stronger, but I think it gets you to your potential faster, but it's short-lived because your oversight is just immense, like Anakin's was in Maul. And that's why they lost. They're just very narrow-minded, not in the sense of their overall ideologies and where they stand in the universe, but in the sense that they can only see the rage of what is making them so enraged. Case in point, Sidious, when he was attacking Luke, couldn't see that Vader was going to betray him. And Sidious is the all-knowing. He could have sensed that easily, but he wasn't able to because he was engulfed with the rage and hatred that was protruding from his very pores as he was killing Luke. And once Vader threw him in the air over his head, he wasn't able to do anything else but fire lightning because he couldn't think properly. He was just so engulfed with his own rage once again at Vader's betrayal now that he didn't think of anything at that point, just firing more lightning. That, and it was also, reflecting back on himself and Vader and everywhere around the room. So that's something I definitely take from this, in the sense that the dark side isn't necessarily more powerful, but in a sense, it kind of is, because it gets you to your potential much faster, but in the end, your path is short-lived. Hey everyone, how are you all doing? Welcome back to another episode. Now normally I like to bring these comics to life in full fashion like I always do. However, in this one, we're gonna just run through the basics of what the story is in part 5 of this issue, because I really want to talk about the ending of this one, as it really has the juiciest parts, and then it ends. So, let's get right to it. Now, if you guys don't remember, I've covered a few of these from this issue, Star Wars, and this one is number 5. It takes place right after episode 5, when Vader reveals to Luke that he is his father. Let's get a little synopsis of what's going on. Luke Skywalker recently lost his lightsaber in a duel with Darth Vader. The Dark Lord revealed that he was actually Luke's father, the former Jedi Anakin Skywalker. Luke fled instead of joining his father and turning to the dark side of the Force. Luke is more determined than ever to become a Jedi, despite the shocking revelation. He has embarked on a quest to find a figure who has appeared to him in several visions through the Force. This mysterious woman may be a Jedi, and may hold the secrets to shaping Luke's destiny. We start the comic with Vader scouring the galaxy for Luke. And you can imagine this is exactly what Vader would do at this time. He enters a cantina and finds this kid who looks like Luke, but is just impersonating him.
Yeah, I can take that job. Fly you there, no problem. I mean, I am Luke Skywalker. I'm the best pilot in the galaxy. Just ask RD here. She was right there with me handling my targeting computer for that last run, right?
You claimed the name Skywalker.
No, I didn't. I was just trying to get some work. I'm not my name.
It does not matter. By tomorrow, no one will remember you ever lived.
Vader discards of the trash trying to impersonate his son and carrying on his last name, as all Skywalkers die, including Anakin. Vader gets mad at the lieutenant for leading him to false leads and says he has business on Vendaxa, and that's the last of him that we see. Well, pretty much, except in his flashback. Luke arrives at the planet Sorelia. Now, the reason Luke is at this planet is because he had a Force vision of a woman who was calling out to him, and finally, he's going there. The planet is a great place for fishing. It's a hub for that, actually. Luke comes across a fisherman, and he asks her just straight out, bluntly, "Are you a Jedi?" And the most heady thing she could do, instead of just saying no, she blasts out of there on her ship. Luke and R2 track her down, they go through some bumps and bruises along the way, and we even get Luke saying that he loves sand. I ever tell you how much I love sand, so it's canon. Luke is really not like his father in that sense. The Force leads him to a bit of a booby-trapped cave, eventually landing in a cell, which starts to fill up with water. Luke reaches out, feels the Force, when he sees the woman is over him.
What are you trying to do, boy? You think you've got enough of the Force in you to hold back the sea? Do or do not. There is no...
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Why are you here? What do you want from me? I already told you. The Force sent me a vision. I saw you. You were calling to me. I don't mean you any harm. I'm training to be a Jedi. Like you. I'm no Jedi, boy, and in my book, anyone who wants to be is a fool. She hits the secret button within the stone wall, and the water starts to deplete, saving Luke. You're strong in the Force, stronger than me, I think. But I do have one thing I'm pretty good at. I can read people, tell when they're lying, and you are telling the truth. You're not one of the hunters, you're just a poor, deluded kid. My name is Verla. She kind of antagonizes Luke by saying that, hey, so you're in the Jedi business, eh? What happened? You basically just made a rock wiggle once and now you think you found destiny? She goes on to call him a sucker, which kind of shows you that I guess there are a lot of Force-sensitive people out there in the galaxy, but they're just not really strong. And just because you can make something wiggle or tremble or move or tip over doesn't mean that you're ready to become a Jedi or that you even can be. And this is where things get really interesting in the comic that I really wanted to focus on. Luke asks, what do you mean? Who are the hunters? Wow, you're really in over your head. No pun intended. Someone told you all the good stuff about the Jedi. Bright warriors of peace and justice, but they skipped all the bad. You ever wonder why there aren't more Jedi around? If it's so great, wouldn't more people want to do it? I'm guessing whoever taught you about the Force didn't mention the Inquisitors, or the Purge. The Purge, asks Luke. You don't know anything, do you? I already didn't think you should walk the Jedi path. Now I know you shouldn't. She goes on to explain Order 66. And this is really the first time in canon that Luke hears about Order 66 and gets some visions about it, if she's able to transfer these visions to his head, or what he can see through the Force or feel through the Force, or whatever it may be, however it works. At the end of the Clone Wars, when Emperor Palpatine took power, he declared the entire Jedi Order to be traitors. He issued Order 66. and most of the Jedi died that very day. Not just full knights either. Padawans, younglings, that was the purge. Order 66 still stands. Jedi are to be killed on sight, even people who might be Jedi. People like me. That's why I ran when you first saw me. The Empire sent out powerful Force users, dark side adepts, to hunt down any Jedi survivors. They were called the Inquisitorius, but their boss, he was worse than any of them. And he's still out there. The monster of monsters. Pure, true, evil Darth Vader. Now this is a pretty cool image. This makes you wonder if all of these bodies that Vader is towering upon and standing on, if they're actually Jedi or if they're just bodies, they're just rebels or whoever. You know what I would really like to see for them to segue to and make a comic after this one, because we've gotten, of course, Luke's story after The Empire Strikes Back and before Return of the Jedi, which we're covering right now, and we've gotten Vader after Revenge of the Sith. I would really like to see Vader hunting down more of the Jedi during the Empire, so during the original trilogy, if he did anything like that. As Verla says, Order 66 is still very much alive to this day, and this day is during the Empire, or after the Empire Strikes Back. So there really is no expiration to Order 66 as long as Palps is in charge. Let's continue. Luke obviously gets a reaction out of this, and she starts to read his mind and feel his thoughts through the Force. She starts to freak out completely. She begins to get these visions of Luke's hand being cut off, of Vader saying, "I am your father." She realizes that he is Darth Vader's son, yells it out, and Luke says, "No, it's a lie, I know it's a..." Which tells me that either he's trying to lie to her, or he truly believes that it's impossible, that there's no way Vader is his father, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's the case. I think he's just lying to her, because in Empire Strikes Back, at the end, when he's already rescued by Leia, he has a Force connection with his father, where his father, Vader, calls out to Luke, and he springs up and says, "Father." And then, of course, he shrivels back and hopes Ben can hear him, and it says, "Ben, why didn't you tell me?" Luke starts to drown in the water, and that's the end of the issue. We'll have to wait for the next one. This one's really exciting for many reasons. We've had so many different stories and legends, some even being R2 showing holograms of Anakin and Padme, and things that have happened during Order 66, finding out through third parties and this and that. But finally, we see it here for ourselves, that this is the first time Luke gets to learn about Order 66 from this mysterious, I assume, survivor of Order 66, Verla. If you recall, in a previous video I made on Count Dooku becoming a vampire, and if you haven't seen that, please check it out in the link below. I mentioned a story about some rebels that had crash-landed on Mustafar and had no choice but to enter Vader's castle. The story of these rebels was told in 5 issues. I'll go over the last one, as that's where Vader finally shows up. This takes place sometime between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. A ragtag group of rebels who were on a fact-finding mission in the Outer Rim are attacked by TIE fighters and crash-land on Mustafar. Surrounded by the uninhabitable environment of the lava planet, their only option for refuge is to journey to the only sign of civilization, the ominous dark castle in the distance. They have no idea what to expect and don't know who resides within. So basically, most of the previous issues offer their trek across the lava planet, facing the various dangers along the way, and then finally making their way inside the castle, which is today's issue. This is where they find immense horrors inside, which soon leaves them to be separated. Now, stranded in this deadly fortress, the rebel leader, Commander Lena Graf, is trying to find her companions, when she almost runs into Skrit, a small alien insectoid and a technician in her crew. He just witnessed their bodyguard droid, Gi-3, be lifted up into the air and torn apart. He thinks the castle is haunted by ghosts. Lena thinks that that's nonsense, but when they are interrupted by Venier, Darth Vader's servant and caretaker, who we saw a glimpse of in Rogue One, he tells them that it was his master that destroyed their droid bodyguard and killed another member of their party, named Hud. Essentially, he goes on to tell them how screwed they are. The rebel commander doesn't care so easily, though. She has faced real monsters before, Renzo the Hutt, and even Tarkin. She doesn't believe Venier's master will be any different. She is, of course, incredibly wrong. That's when behind her she hears the voice of another droid of hers named Crater. He is composed of a combination of different droids droids put together, and one of her oldest friends. Turning to look, Lena discovers only the upper torso, head, and left arm remains of her friend. Holding him back is a dark helmeted man with a respirator and black cloak. Lena tries to shoot Vader, but he force pushes the remains of Crater right into her and then puts her in a force choke. But even though Crater is missing most of his body, he is still partially functional and manages with his remaining arm to shove Venier into Vader's outstretched arm, breaking the Dark Lord's hold on Lena. Not wasting a moment, she and Skrit get out of there. They bolt into a room filled with ancient droids. As Vader approaches, she quickly hacks them and has the droids attack the Sith Lord, while she and Skrit continue to run away and come to a hangar bay. Lena tells the little insectoid technician to find them a ship. She is going back for Crater, as she considers the droid family. The ships are guarded by Vader's troops. As Lena heads back towards where they came from, Skrit spots a Kubaza beetle larva. Because of a previous experience the rebels had with the creature from Star Wars Adventures Tales from Vader's Castle number 2, page 4, he knows its mother cannot be far behind. So he picks up the larva and it starts squealing for its mother, as he hoped. He then tosses the little grub at Vader's troops, just as the mother bursts in. She is a ferocious and gigantic creature. As she attacks the troops, Skrit takes advantage of his distraction and looks for a ship. Meanwhile, Lena finds Crater lying on the floor where they left him. She pulls off his head and takes it with her, but Vader has just finished the last of the ancient droids and grabs her in the Force again, when suddenly a massive explosion tears the wall next to Vader. It's Skrit. He has commandeered an AT-ST and is firing volleys at the Dark Lord. Distracted by this new threat, Vader heads out to the hangar bay as Lena gets away with Crater. The Sith lifts the AT-ST into the air with the Force, then hurls it out of the hangar down into the lava river below. As the terrain transport is melting away in the river, Skrit hangs on to any remaining surface that he can cling to. Expecting to be immolated at any moment, Lena shows up at the last minute in a TIE fighter and rescues him, and they leave the planet. She recalls this experience years later, but I'll leave it with her words. Congratulated ourselves that we had done the impossible. We had escaped the clutches of Darth Vader himself. But looking back, I can't help but wonder, was it all part of his plan? Did the Dark Lord allow us to escape so we would tell others what happened on the lava stream world? So we would spread fear throughout the galaxy, fear of his castle, fear of his name, and maybe it worked. Because even after all these years, tales of Darth Vader still chill the blood and always will. What are your thoughts on this? Is she right? Did Vader allow them to leave? I think, if Vader really wanted to, he would have just pulled the ship back to him and that would have been the end of that. How about the castle itself? Do you think it's haunted? Not much of its secrets were revealed in these comics, so I'm hoping that we get to know more in either a future film, maybe episode 9, where Kylo could go back to it, or, a TV show, or more books and comics to come. But it would be cool to explore it in a film. My hopes are that we'll see it in episode 9. Or if there's going to be an episode 10, who knows? Hey guys, this video will cover not only Vader's first thoughts as he was lifted onto the metal table to see Sidious for the first time within his new suit, but primarily how he wanted to kill Palpatine right then and there, and his thoughts, of course, as his master tells him that he killed Padme. Let's begin. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker forever. The first dawn of light in your universe brings pain. The light burns you. It will always burn you. Part of you will always lie upon black glass sand beside a lake of fire, while flames chew upon your flesh. You can hear yourself breathing. It comes hard and harsh, and it scrapes nerves already raw, but you cannot stop it. You can never stop it. You cannot even slow it down. You don't even have lungs anymore. Mechanisms hardwired into your chest breathe for you. They will pump oxygen into your bloodstream forever.
Lord Vader, can you hear me?
And you can't, not in the way you once did. Sensors in your head that prisons your head trickle meaning directly into your brain. You open your scorched pale eyes, optical sensors integrate light and shadow into a hideous simulacrum of the world around you. Or perhaps the simulacrum is perfect, and it is the world that is hideous.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she alright?
You try to say, but another voice speaks for you, out from the vocabulary that serves you for burned away lips and tongue and throat.
I'm sorry, Lord Vader. I'm afraid in your anger, you killed her.
This burns hotter than the lava had.
No, it's impossible.
You loved her. You will always love her. You could never will her death. Never. But you remember. You remember all of it. You remember the dragon that you brought Vader forth from your heart to slay. You remember the cold venom in Vader's blood. You remember the furnace of Vader's fury and the black hatred of seizing her throat to silence her lying mouth. And there is one blazing moment in which you will finally understand that there was no dragon, that there was no Vader,
that there was only you, only Anakin Skywalker. That it was all you, is you, only you. You did it. You did it. You killed her. You killed her because finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself. It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you will ever have. And you rage and scream and you reach out through the Force to crush the shadow who has destroyed you, but you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You are like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf. You can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so with all your world-destroying fury, it is only droids around you that implode, and equipment, and the table on which you are strapped shatters, and in the end, you cannot touch the shadow. In the end, you do not even want to. In the end, the shadow is all you have left. Because the shadow understands you, the shadow forgives you, the shadow gathers you unto itself. And within your furnace heart, you burn in your own flame. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker. Forever. This is possibly one of the most important passages about Darth Vader, as it really shows his stance on the dark side after he sees what it has turned him into. We are able to read these thoughts of his as this was still when he was more Anakin Skywalker than Darth Vader, compared to when time passes. When he speaks of the shadow, he means Palpatine, as this was also conveyed during Palpatine's fight with Mace Windu, and this is why he becomes so loyal to him over the years while hating him for what he did, wishing he could reach out and kill Palpatine, but alas, he knows he is only now half the man he used to be, unable to quench his thirst for power as he set out to achieve, limited to the depressing and incapacitating life he has drawn for himself. The past about his furnace heart, burning in his own flame, is a metaphor for why he remains within the dark side of the Force for as long as he did. Since he always feels this pain for killing Padme and turning the galaxy into this nightmare, ironically, the pain and sorrow of that is what spins the wheel of its continuity. It's a vicious cycle of evil until Luke finally makes him realize who he really is, and he snaps out of the dark spell. What do you think of Vader's powers after he was put into the suit? Could he have taken Sidious, do you think, like he wanted to? What about Padme's death? Do you think Palpatine had something to do with it? I always wondered if he was using Force strain or not.
Darth Vader, originally born Anakin Skywalker, the fallen Jedi. In this video, we won't examine so much as Vader's powers, his suit mechanics, or his lightsaber. Rather, we will examine his own perception of himself and the galaxy. Welcome to this episode of Star Wars Theory. I hope everyone's having a good day. We know how Vader was viewed by the galaxy, a tyrant, machine, warlord, god, possibly, but I think an even better question is, how did he view himself? In this video, we'll take all evidence we have from the book, The Rise of Darth Vader, comics, and the movies. Let's begin. Vader was complex, borderline schizophrenic, impulsive, short-tempered, introverted, and ultimately severely depressed. Anakin's turn to the dark side of the Force was for many reasons, which I'll cover in another video. His main concern was to save his wife, Padme, from dying. The obsession to control death of those he loved was an ability he transfixed over for years after the death of his mother.
Someday I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I promise you. I will even learn to stop people from dying.
At the sign of her supposed betrayal to his reasons for turning to the dark side in order to explore deeper, darker forbidden paths to power, he choked Padme, inducing heartbreak and inevitably causing her unwillingness to live. After his mistake in the fight against Obi-Wan, he suffered a physical and mental transformation into a half-man, half-machine being that we know as Darth Vader. Having failed to become a Jedi Master, failed to learn the secrets to stop those he cared about from dying, lost to Obi-Wan Kenobi, indirectly killed his wife, and now had to spend the rest of his existence as a cyborg entombed in a black suit, Vader was extremely depressed. In the novel I mentioned at the beginning of this video by James Luceno, a narrative on Vader reads, Padme was dead, and Obi-Wan was running for his life, as stripped of everything as Vader was, without friends, family, purpose. Clenching his right hand, he cursed the Force. What had it ever provided him but pain? Torturing him with the foresight, with visions he was unable to prevent, leading him to believe that he had great power when he was little more than its servant. Now, Vader loathed himself to the point that he never ate solid food. Well, because it was more convenient, but also mainly because the food itself made him feel too human. He felt this was a pleasure reserved for good people, for human beings of good heart. So instead, his suit offered him vile-tasting nutrients through tubes, wires, and oral paste to substitute his need to eat real food. This was one way he tortured himself for killing Padme.
You brought him here to kill me!
During a mission on the planet Atoa, he tried to kill himself. During the now non-canon comic where Vader fought the apparition of Darth Maul, Vader ended up putting his lightsaber through his own abdomen as a means to get to Maul himself. And when asked what could possess him to hate something so much, he proclaimed himself. All these things show us just how much he really hated his existence and regretted what he did to Anakin and his previous life, to his friends and Jedi Masters. His view of the galaxy was very different, however. It was quite skewed from a rebel's perspective. He felt the Empire was the only way the galaxy could attain peace, justifying his actions and those of the Empire as necessary to accomplish this. In the book Rise of Darth Vader by James Luceno, Palpatine tells Vader, if not for us, the galaxy would have never been restored to order. Now you must embrace the sacrifices you made to bring this about, and revel in the fact that you have fulfilled your destiny. It can all be yours, my young apprentice. Anything you wish. His thoughts of this were as follows, and I quote, Palpatine's machinations and Anakin's defection to the Sith has been the essential to bringing peace to the galaxy, essential to placing power in the hands of those resourceful enough to use it properly, in order to save the galaxy's myriad species from themselves, to end the incompetence of the Senate, to dissolve the bloated, entitled Jedi Order, whose masters were blind to the decay they had fostered. As we can see, to Vader, he thought the galaxy was free this way, just as he had told Obi-Wan. He had brought
Peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
And those who were against him.
Then you're my enemy.
When it came to his thoughts about killing people, he told Dengar that he didn't enjoy it at all, unlike his master, Darth Sidious, who marveled at the fact of killing someone new. To conclude our analysis of Vader's image of himself, at the end of Return of the Jedi on the Battle of Endor, he also strongly believed that he was irredeemable when Luke tries to bring him back.
I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate.
It is too late for me, son.
However, inevitably, all it took was Luke to prevent himself from fighting back against Vader and killing his father, to finally bring Anakin back to the light.
Hey everyone, so I'm pretty sure by now you guys have heard of the new Vader Immortal virtual reality game, which looks pretty cool. I've actually ordered an Oculus Quest, so I'll be doing some live streams where I can play the game fully, and you can kind of watch me be an idiot stumbling around with my my headset on while you see the gameplay. Anyways, enough about that. In today's video, we're going to cover something pretty interesting. So now, the game itself was written by David S. Goyer, the co-writer of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. So you know right there it's going to be pretty solid, at least if you like those movies. There are a bunch of new stuff that this game introduces, which I'll be sure to talk about and, play and do all that later. But now, before I actually go over all of this in my first gameplay of it on a live stream with you guys, I want to highlight something that obviously has been leaked throughout the internet, even though I haven't played the game yet. And that is that Vader actually kind of talks to Padme in the game, apparently, and we're going to be finding more about this once I do play it with you. So first, let's understand the context of what's going on. This is an episode 1 of the entire game, and it's a little difficult to tell exactly when this game is happening in the canon timeline, but we do know for sure that it takes place between Revenge of the Sith and Rogue One, and it's shortly after the events of the other VR game, Secrets of the Empire. Beyond that, it may be during the time of the Vader comic when Vader is trying to resurrect Padme, but we'll have to wait and see for sure. But there's one thing that we do know for sure: it takes place after Shards of the Past. If you haven't seen my videos about all of those comics, check them out, and hopefully they'll blow your mind. In the gameplay, we play as a smuggler who Vader pulls out of hyperspace and holds as a prisoner on his castle on Mustafar. As we travel through the air ducts of Vader's castle, we see Vader in a chamber overlooking the lava fields. Spying on him in the game, we learn that Vader is trying to achieve immortality, so nothing new really. But it's here that Vader dismisses his servant and kneels before a portal. Now, I can only assume that it's the same portal he was creating in the comics with Darth Momin to be able to resurrect Padme, but its design appears different. So we may need to wait to find out if it's actually the same thing or if it's something different and the game is taking place later, which I'm pretty sure it does. As he kneels, Vader takes off his helmet and we hear not the deep voice of Vader, but the soft and unaffected voice of Anakin Skywalker. "Padme," he says, The portal flickers, and from within, we hear the soft, angelic voice of Padme. "Something wonderful has happened, Annie. I'm pregnant." The voice stops and the portal shuts. Vader shudders in anger and tries to regain connection. The castle shakes, rocks break, and the air ducts close, blocking our view from what has just happened. So, was Vader actually talking with Padme, or was it a flashback, or something like the portal that moment opened in the comics? Without a doubt, they are words that Padme says to Anakin in Episode 3, so it seems to be a flashback, but the bigger question is, why is it that we're hearing them? He could have heard anything from Padme, like, "I truly deeply love you," or "I don't know you anymore," or any other line. Was Vader controlling which of Padme's words to hear, or was the Force itself bringing those words about her being pregnant to him? I think hearing those words not only reminds him of the love he had for Padme, but also produced a guilt unlike any other thing Padme could have said, which is why Vader struggled so hard to keep the portal open. Beyond that, I wonder if Padme's pregnancy and the children will come into play in the later episodes. Will Vader learn through the Force that his children did survive? Also, what caused the portal to shut? Is Vader fighting against the will of the Force to make this connection with Padme? Or is it something else related to Mustafar and where Vader's castle is built? Will he actually be able to communicate with Padme's spirit? Again, check out my other videos about the Vader comics if you haven't already, and you will learn a world, or a galaxy of things that you didn't really know before. What do you guys think? Is there a significance behind why Vader heard this line? Will Vader get to actually talk with Padme in later episodes, or is it all just some sort of dream? What do you guys think about the game in general?
Two of the most powerful Sith Lords of their time, and arguably over the last millennia. Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine ruled the galaxy with an iron fist, taking nothing but yes as an answer from all. Palpatine was noted as the best lightsaber duelist of all ages, having mastered all 7 forms of lightsaber combat. He was versed with literally every style there was. Just to let you know a bit more about his personality, he thought lightsabers were a joke. He mainly used them as a tool, and when he didn't need them, he hung them from his robes or in his sleeve to mock the Jedi. Equipped with the arsenal of never falling to be bested by an opponent who used a form that he didn't, as he would just switch to a more superior form of that form and use it in conjunction with his unrivaled Force abilities to inevitably annihilate his prey. When he didn't use his lightsaber, however, this was when he was the most dangerous. He would use his gifted Force abilities, namely telekinesis, Force illusion, and of course, Force lightning. However, in the comics, he did have one more power that many aren't aware of, and that is that he could bend space and time and create a wormhole to throw people or even starships into. A video on this power can be made at a later time. It's also debated that Palpatine faked his loss to Windu, although personally I believe Windu's ability to use Vapod in his fighting variant of Form 7 allowed him to have an advantage over Sidious. That's also explained in another video of my How Did They Lose series. Sidious was also the only Force user in the galaxy to give Yoda a run for his money. While the duel ended in a stalemate due to their surroundings, Yoda did admit to failing, forcing him to retreat. Darth Vader. Formerly known as Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, the gifted Jedi who possessed the most midichlorians ever recorded, even more than Master Yoda. Now, if we were to compare Anakin without losing his limbs, then it's a no-brainer here. Anakin was the strongest and most gifted Force user, period. However, he did lose a big chunk of his ties to the Force along with his severed limbs. It is documented by Lucas that Vader's power level was diminished by nearly 40% after their duel on Mustafar. I've stated this in my other videos as well, but something I really enjoy about Star Wars is that their strength isn't relative to one's physical stature or size, rather merely limited by their ability to further their consciousness. With the loss of Vader's limbs, he was forced to start from square one. His knowledge of the Force was vast and wide. However, his body was limited. This would force him to meditate harder on his abilities and powers in order to overcome his handicap, thus increasing his overall knowledge of the Force. Now let's move on to his suit. In Legends, the suit is designed by the Emperor to be uncomfortable and painful, causing Vader to be in a constant state of irritation and rage. This gives him more raw power through the rage created for him. Here's a quote from the novels explaining how Vader in the suit was now more powerful than before. The armor separated him from the galaxy, from everyone, made him singular, freed him from the needs of the flesh, the concerns of the body that once had plagued him, and allowed him to focus solely on his relationship to the Force. So as we can see, not only did the suit kind of act like a shield, but it also helped him tie his strengths to the Force much stronger. We also must note that Vader did lose everything,
This caused eternal suffering, which, as we know, fuels the dark side stronger. I'm also going to add one last piece from a Legends comic, written by Dark Horse before Disney took over. It was a duel between him and Darth Maul, where he pierces himself through the abdomen to kill Darth Maul behind him. When asked by the dying Maul what he hated enough to be able to destroy him and summon more dark side powers, Vader replies, "Myself." This shows Vader's character and psyche as completely self-loathing, which means he literally will stop at nothing as pain itself fuels him for what he did to Padme. So, if we put Vader against Palpatine, sometime at his peak just before A New Hope, before he receives his new suit that makes him slower, and he fought Palpatine in a do-or-die situation, assuming Palpatine reveals to him how he killed Padme, or something that would trigger Vader enough, then I would say Vader would destroy him, if angered to those limits. Vader possesses a somewhat Hulk-type complex, where the more pain he receives, the angrier and therefore the more powerful he became. He would eventually reach a point of hatred and pain so deep that his lost limbs would not even be a hindrance to the Force connection, allowing him to completely kill Palpatine by crushing him with the Force or using Force fire, which Anakin actually did use on a mission with Obi-Wan when he was just a little Padawan. The drawbacks to this duel is that Palpatine was better than him, especially now that he was half a cyborg. Also, the suit Palpatine designed for Vader weakened him and was extremely sensitive to Force lightning, just in case Vader ever stepped out of line. If the suit was altered or changed, then I have to go with my original answer and say Vader would absolutely destroy him. I can do a video as well on why Palpatine lost to Darth Vader in Return of the Jedi, as there's more to it from the novel's perspective than we can speculate or see in the film. In today's episode, we will go over something from the old Dark Horse comic Star Wars Purge series, where Vader came across the last remaining Jedi after Order 66. He found them actually by accident. Filled with the hunger for revenge on Obi-Wan Kenobi, he searched far and wide for his old master who sliced him into pieces, left him to burn, and turned him into this monster. During the comic, we come to the point where a select of the remaining Jedi huddled to set their plans on destroying the Sith, and having Vader lured to this spot with the idea that Obi-Wan would be here as well. In the far distance, they see Vader walking towards them, referring to him as Death, the Emperor's mauled fist, Dooku's successor and Maul's inheritor. When Vader finally stood before them for the first time, his prosthetic legs towering over the Jedi, his anger growing more fierce as he said,
"Where is Obi-Wan Kenobi?"
Realizing this was just a trap, he exterminated the first Jedi to attack him with a swift strike through the heart. As the Jedi prepared for their deaths, they all attacked Vader at the same time. He used the Force to push Master Arana Coffee back as he countered and killed whoever stood in his way. We should remember that Vader hated the Jedi. He blamed Padme's death, his suffering, and the loss of his children on them all, instead of blaming Palpatine and himself, which was the reality. Being struck in the back, he leapt to a distance where he was advanced by Master Potkin and attacked by a Cortosis blade. Now, for those who don't know, a Cortosis blade was a rare blade made of a special metal and ore. It was used to short-circuit a lightsaber, rendering it useless for a few moments. Careless to this, Vader tossed his lightsaber aside and grabbed hold of the soon-to-be-dead Jedi, snapping her neck and taking her blade as he said,
"Since I require a weapon, I shall take yours."
Vader's dueling skills far outmatched the Jedi, which they knew, so they aimed to take down his right arm, which seemed to be expendable at this point, as it was the third time now that he had to have it replaced. Pretending to be badly hurt in order to lure them further, preying on their weakness of mercy, he said,
"I underestimated you, my masters. You have proven yourselves to be greater adversaries than I anticipated. I am at your mercy. I surrender."
Not falling for Vader's ruse, Master Arana killed his own Jedi ally. Falling to the floor, he took the lightsaber and jumped to attack him, harnessing the dark side within him, hoping to kill fire with fire. When Vader used the Force to summon his own severed hand that still grasped tightly onto the Cortosis blade, thrusting it deep into the Jedi's chest, killing him.
You started with 8, now you are 3. You are no match for the dark side of the Force. The first one who tells me where to find him lives. The rest of you die.
Hurling stones and boulders at Vader, he attempted to dodge and weave. However, the Jedi now working together began to take the upper hand. Being hit by the objects, he let out gasps of pain, rage, and frustration. The Jedi, ordering him to yield, Vader refused.
I will destroy you all. now.
When at the perfect moment, the clone troopers arrive to save him and finish the remaining Jedi, including Master Choi.
I promised you, Choi, you would know the power of the dark side of the Force. Kill them. What brings you here, Commander?
Vader returned to course into the Emperor's office, a place where it all began.
I am sorry, my master. I disobeyed.
Yes, you did, but I have made your disobedience useful. A story is now spreading that you have tracked down a nest of Jedi traitors, 50 in all, and killed them, every last one, by yourself.
But that's not true.
That does not matter. The lie will create a legend, and legend will drive any surviving Jedi deeper underground and teach any other potential enemy fear. And that is useful. You still have much to learn, my apprentice. Hate is a great ally, but you have allowed your own hate to be used against you. This fixation on Kenobi that is a part of you that is still Skywalker. You must purge it from yourself. Anakin Skywalker is dead. Only Darth Vader lives.
It will be as you command, my master.
Good. Let us get on with the serious matters regarding our empire. There is much to do.
So, as we can see, the story that took place here embellished Vader's image in the eyes of the galaxy even more, and we notice Palpatine's constant brainwashing to have Vader forget Anakin, deeming him dead, and Vader as a new entity, a new person of his own. He did this because he always feared Vader turning back to the light would be a problem, which we all saw what happened at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video. Today we're gonna go over the making of Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, whereas in yesterday's video, we went over the Return of the Jedi's making of. Now, these books go over all of the sweat and tears behind the scenes that took place to bring each of these original films to the big screen back then. And as I was going through this one, again, trying to see if I could find anything to make a video for you guys, I came across this summary of the very first draft of Episode 5. Specifically, the initial confrontation scene between Luke and Vader, which in this version is not at Cloud City, but instead on the planet that would eventually be Hoth. What struck me is that the iconic encounter is not a duel between father and son. Instead, the man that Luke faces is the one Obi-Wan Kenobi described him to be in A New Hope. This Darth Vader is not Anakin Skywalker, but in fact, the man who betrayed and murdered Luke's father. A fallen Jedi whose first name is probably Darth and who wants Luke as dead as his father. So here we go, and then we can talk about it. When the Empire's fleet closes on the ice planet, Vader talks of his recent history. Luke Skywalker disabled my fighter and sent me spinning off into space with all systems dead, even the radio. But I knew when he destroyed the Death Star, using the Force to find the target. I had much time to consider Master Skywalker while I was waiting to be rescued. He's too much like his father. Then the summary switches to describing the action. The rebels are defeated, but Luke escapes in Leia's ship. When he is separated from the others by the battle, Vader complains to a foot soldier, "He lives. Leave me, you incompetent idiot." But in his spacer, Luke is attacked telepathically by Vader. So here we go. Luke says, "What's the matter? I can't breathe." Only because R2-D2 takes over and makes the ship jump into hyperspace is Luke saved. "Goodbye, Luke Skywalker," Vader says, believing he has killed Luke. The Falcon also jumps to hyperspace to escape Imperial pursuers. R2 crash lands their ship on the Bog planet, where Luke meets Minch, who is actually Yoda. So yeah, we almost did have Grandmaster Minch instead of Grandmaster Yoda. I've mentioned the name before, and I also covered his comic, which is very Legends now. Now, while we almost got Minch instead of Yoda, this is what first drafts are for. They're trying out ideas and seeing what works and what doesn't. We know where things end up, but it's fun to explore how all these things began in George Lucas's mind. So Minch becomes Yoda and a guy named Darth Vader becomes the fallen Anakin Skywalker. In the film, Vader and Luke have their first duel on Bespin, but in this first draft, Vader attacks Luke directly at Hoth. Their fighter is closer to how it was during the Death Star trench run in Episode 4. A combat through the Force instead of a physical conflict between two lightsaber-wielding warriors. This is kind of cool. Vader attempts to force choke Luke to death across a great distance, which was probably what turned into the scene where Vader killed Admiral Ozzel after he failed him for the last time. Then R2 saves Luke by going into hyperspace, which we kind of saw in Empire when an injured Luke escapes Bespin in the Falcon at the end, and Vader communicates with his son telepathically. It was only then, when they jumped to hyperspace, that the connection was fully broken after Luke started saying, "Ben, why didn't you tell me?" So what do you guys think? If Luke and the Rebel Alliance had to face this Darth Vader, a Vader who had no relation to Luke Skywalker, would the Empire have won? Would Vader show any mercy? I mean, if he was just intending on killing the son of his old rival Anakin, with no interest in converting the young Tatooine native, but instead intended to permanently rid the Empire of the great threat the fledgling Jedi posed against him and the Emperor's power. Would he have succeeded at all? Even in this draft, at a later point not covered in this video, Vader will try to turn Luke to the dark side when he discovers that he survived. But again, let's say this Vader didn't want Luke as his apprentice. What would have happened? I'm curious to read your theories down below. Now, what will also come as a surprise to none of you who have followed the channel for a while, I personally believe Vader would have won. And sure, he is my favorite character, I guess after Qui-Gon, but that's not the reason. I believe that the moment Vader discovered Luke's true identity, from that very moment, the young Jedi had a secret protector, Anakin Skywalker. Buried deep in Vader's subconscious, the light side, that part of him that was still very much Anakin, began to awaken more and more and move against the darkness. Luke became a wedge within Anakin and Vader, much more than Padme could have been. Luke was Vader's last visceral connection to Padme. He became a priority over the interests of the Empire. In Vader's mind, it was to turn his son to the dark side, but it was truly a father's love for his son. Without that connection, Vader would have easily beaten Luke in Cloud City, as it's clear that he was holding back. In the comics, while Vader was pursuing him during the period between Episode 4 and 5, there was an occasion where he had to use the Force in secret to save his son. Without that familiar connection, Vader would have come at the young Skywalker without hesitation and would have killed him. Now, if Luke didn't leave Yoda's tutelage and trained at the exiled Grandmaster's side without interruption until Yoda became one with the Force, then a fully trained Luke Skywalker whose abilities were close to the ones that we saw in the second season finale of The Mandalorian is something that we probably would have gotten. Now, that Luke against Vader is a very different question. A Luke like that against a Vader who had truly embraced the dark side? I mean, I'm not really sure. It would be tough. It could go either way, but then again, that Luke that we saw at the end of Mando was like 5 years after Return of the Jedi, so it's really hard to say. It's a toss-up. And I'm only saying this because Vader was so limited because of his loss to Obi-Wan all those years ago. And if we're going with Legends Luke, which is what I think that Luke was at the end of Mando, it's a pretty powerful Luke. Anyways, whatever the outcome, the duel would be pretty sweet. So let me know who you got down below, Vader or Luke. Now, on an alternate theory timeline, let's say Vader did kill Luke on Cloud City or in the Emperor's throne room, or anywhere in the galaxy really. The point being, Luke is dead at Vader's hands. If that had happened, would Vader's power in the dark side have grown even stronger, perhaps strong enough to destroy the Emperor? Or would he still need to eventually find an apprentice to help him regardless? I believe that he would never be powerful enough, just as George Lucas said. He only had 80% of his power, and the Emperor was 20% more powerful than that. So it really wasn't up to Vader anymore at this point as to who he killed or what he learned in the powers of the dark side. Regardless, at this point, he just wasn't powerful enough to defeat the Emperor, and survive. That whole thing at the end, the whole way that Vader actually won, was purely because the Emperor was so focused, and it explains this in the novel, the Return of the Jedi novel. It explains that the Emperor was so focused on killing Luke, so entranced, so tunnel-visioned, that he didn't even notice or sense Vader's betrayal. And once he was in the air looking at the ceiling, it was far too late. And at that point, he was just shooting lightning everywhere, fueling his anger at this betrayal now that he recognized. And by the time he could really do anything about it, he was already flying down the shaft.
Hey guys, how are you doing today? Hope everyone's having a good day so far. I once made a video about why Darth Vader never cloned himself. The link is below. I always thought it would make for a cool story if he had. I mean, a clone of Vader with no injuries? Would he be in the light side or the dark side? How powerful could he get? What if, well, we can just keep going on and on. Before I do that, I'm going to stop myself. Now, just because Vader never cloned himself doesn't mean that he was never cloned. And this story, as you can probably tell, is from Legends. So let's begin. During the reign of the Empire, a Force-sensitive Alderaan survivor and her brother arrived at the abandoned rebel outpost on Dantooine, where they decided to lay low for a while and hide among one of the local Dantooine nomadic tribes. However, soon enough, the safety they sought came to an end when they stumbled upon the ruins of an abandoned Jedi fortress. The natives believed it to be cursed. Curious, the two siblings decided to investigate, and were shocked to find very confused and mixed up rebels who seemingly appeared to have been stranded and left behind by the Alliance. Mystified, they soon uncover within the ruins an unmanned cloning faculty run by old yet still active droids, used by the Jedi long ago. The rebels they had encountered were clones, made from hair and skin samples left behind by the real ones, when they had moved on from Dantooine. And before they knew it, the young Force-sensitive and her brother were suddenly confronted by doubles of themselves, who had been imprinted by a mysterious technique. The droids utilized this technique, which gave them their originals' actual memories and personalities. Except the process was faulty, as it was with all clones that the droids had created in the facility. They only had partial mental function, and their synchronized personalities were flawed. Therefore, every clone was unhinged and violent, and just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, a dark helmeted cloaked figure appeared. None other than Darth Vader himself. Or was it? Apparently, sometime before A New Hope, Vader had visited the ruins of the Jedi Fortress with a squad of stormtroopers, and the facility's defenses had soon ambushed them with security turrets, wiping out all of the Dark Lord's troopers and injuring Vader. Enough so that he had left some of his blood behind. Now this means they would have either had to, hit him in the chest or the abdomen or, the thighs, because that's really all that was left of him. Or of course, his face, but that's unlikely. There had been enough genetic material for the droids to follow their programming and begin the cloning process. However, because of the inherent flaw in their technique, which plagued all of their clones, Vader's clone was unable to utilize its full potential in the Force. Though presumably, as a clone, it had all of the limbs Vader lost and an uninjured body to mimic the look of Darth Vader, the cyborg, and not that of Anakin Skywalker. So, the droids built it a costume made out of the scraps lying around the abandoned rebel base that accurately matched with the great detail of Vader's armor, but with none of the functionalities. So, essentially the clone was cosplaying Vader. Literally, this is like cosplay in Star Wars. This included constructing a lightsaber, but the device that had the appearance of a lightsaber didn't actually emit a blade. It was just an imitation. It was just a hilt with a fake blade projection that simply passed through objects without causing any damage. When I say cosplay, this is literal, future cosplay. The two Alderaanians managed to escape the facility and the mad clones, but soon after, the real Darth Vader returned and to his surprise, was confronted by his own clone. But not being as powerful as the actual Sith Lord, Vader's clone ultimately fell to Vader's blade. The Dark Lord contemplated the clone's nature briefly, before he finally decided to depart the facility for good. So it makes me wonder, was Vader actually contemplating on cloning himself and trying to perfect, the clone to go back into Anakin's form? And then maybe if he learned how to do essence transfer, the power that we've learned in Legends, which Palpatine tried to do many times after Return of the Jedi,
he would be able to basically transfer himself into the new Anakin body. But of course, this is super difficult and it never happened, so that's just a theory. Now, I think this story is interesting, but also a missed opportunity. What if the cloning process didn't make Vader's clone insane, but maybe only restored part of his memory? I mean, it could have been cool if the clone thought it was Anakin, with its last memories being of events shortly before Episode 3, or maybe slightly during the beginning. Then confronting the real Darth Vader and seeing that his ultimate fate had turned into this. And for Vader, he would be facing his younger self, who is still in the light. Not in his mind, but on a battleground in the real world. This could have been a really great fight and emotional for both of them. Of course, there is a reason that we didn't get that. This all takes place in a book that was released before The Phantom Menace, so that's why it's droids and not Kaminoans who are the cloners. And probably the real reason that the writer put the clone in Vader's armor is that no one at the time knew what a young Anakin Skywalker would really look like.
It is no surprise to anyone that Anakin's lightsaber fighting style was drastically changed after his fight with Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar. The reasons for this are clear as day, however, a brief explanation wouldn't hurt. Anakin was a very talented duelist and a quick learner. He used his talents to propel him beyond many masters at the Academy, resulting in his victorious slaughter during Order 66 against the very teachers who helped to train him. After Anakin's loss to Obi-Wan, he had no organic limbs left. Replaced with very painful, clunky cybernetics, the now Darth Vader had been transformed into a slower, yet more powerful version of himself. In this video, we will examine the fighting styles of both Anakin and then Darth Vader, saving the most interesting for last, and then compare them at the end to find out whose was more powerful. Anakin used a very fluid Form 5 Demso. During his battle with Count Dooku aboard the Shadow's Hand in Episode 3, we see his attacks too overpowered for Dooku's elegant Form 2 Makashi, and eventually killing him. Demso emphasized to use an opponent's attack against them with strong blows and quick parries to cover one's vulnerable spots. While Anakin harbored mostly with Form 5, his fighting style was slightly diverse, as during his duel with Dooku in Episode 2, he employed Form 4 while wielding 2 blades for that brief amount of time, and he was also known to rarely use Qui-Gon Jinn's favorite fighting style of Ataru, which was the 4th form that relied on acrobatics and hand-to-hand combat, which we can see him use in these scenes. By the end of Episode 3, Anakin had surely mastered his dueling style with a lightsaber. However, his force powers were nothing near Vader's, seeing as how he struggled to overpower even Obi-Wan Kenobi in his scene here. And I say this in that way because Obi-Wan is actually noted to be one of the least most gifted Jedi at the Academy, but it was his mere dedication to the art that made him so powerful.
Hello there.
This leads us to enter the analysis of Vader's new fighting style. Once transformed into the mechanical Sith Lord, he had relearned everything all over again. Spending years meditating to increase his powers with the dark side, Vader developed a new variant of his lightsaber fighting style. The previously used Form 5 was now enhanced to deliver even more powerful blows and cover his flanks even better. Vader's style now incorporated elements of Form 7, Form 4, Form 3, and Makashi into his fighting style. Form 7 was used by Darth Maul, Form 4 was used by Qui-Gon Jinn, Form 3 by Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Form 2 Makashi used by Dooku. Vader became ultimately well-rounded, but if we examine these styles closely and their main practitioners, we can see why he incorporated them. Dooku used Form 2, which was why he became extremely talented at fencing, while Qui-Gon's Form 4 used lots of hand-to-hand combat. Maul was strong with acrobatics when needed, and Obi-Wan Kenobi was magnificent in Sorsu, which blocked the opponent's attacks until they tired out, which is exactly how he won against Anakin. In the book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, there is a scene where Vader fights an opponent named Roan, and through the whole fight, his enemy is analyzing Vader's fighting style. I will now read a passage from that scene for our analysis here. Roan's determination to thrust his lightsaber into the control box Vader wore on his chest had forced the Sith to adopt a more defensive style that had left his limbs vulnerable. Throughout the fight that had taken them up the room's wooden ramps, Vader had kept his crimson blade straight out in front of him, manipulating it deftly with wrists only, elbows pressed tightly to his sides. So as we can examine, Vader was constantly worried about the most vulnerable part on his body, his chest piece, that housed all the functions for his respirator and suit. This made him unbelievably cautious during battle, which is why he was always seen to look so rigid and closed when he duels. That, coupled with the fact that he couldn't raise his arms above his head anymore without excruciating pain, Vader was a completely different fighter now. However, this wasn't all that bad. Since he had this new handicap, he used the advantage to overdevelop his force powers, which is why in the books, comics, and movies, he is seen hurling objects and ripping off fixed pieces from his surroundings to hurl at his enemies. In the end, while his fighting style became more reserved and defensive at times, he was ultimately more powerful of an attacker, and his force abilities made Anakin's look like, well, a youngling's. I'll also mention one last piece of comic legends material for you all. Vader actually fought a close reincarnation of Darth Maul, and won. That should say something. In The Phantom Menace, we met Watto, the Toydarian who could stave off Jedi mind tricks and buzz around ordering his child slaves everywhere. Watto was a nasty creature, only caring about money and what others could do for him. After Anakin's freedom as a result of the Boonta Eve pod race and negotiations by Qui-Gon Jinn, Anakin was sent to become a Jedi. His time at the Jedi Temple kept him away from his mother, and in this long span of over 10 years until Episode 2, Shmi Skywalker, Anakin's mom, was sold to a moisture farmer, Clea Glar. The two eventually fell in love, or something like that, and had a family of their own. One day, during moisture farming, she was captured by sand people and brutally tortured. Anakin felt this pain like a dagger in his heart, through his premonitions and the Force. He rushed to Tatooine with Padme, and the first person he saw was Watto. He wasn't very happy to see his old master, the guy who made his life a living hell, and his mother's, I might add. Finding out where she was sold to, Anakin cautiously left Watto's shop and went to find his mother. Finding her at her last breath, she died in his arms in the Tusken hut, sending Anakin into a massive dark rage for the first time in his life, slaughtering not just the men, but the women and the children too. Anakin blamed Watto for everything. If he hadn't sold his mother, she'd still be alive today, not to mention how he treated him so poorly as a child slave. Well, wouldn't it be nice if Vader got revenge? Something I always wanted to see was Vader to go back and absolutely annihilate Watto for what he did to him as a boy. I've even carried out some of this in my fan fictions, but to my surprise, it is alluded that Vader did indeed brutally, and I mean very brutally, kill Watto. The information comes from the book Jedi vs. Sith, the Essential Guide to the Force, and it's from Vader's actual journal himself. Both Hutts and Toydarians possess varying degrees of mental strength that can make them immune to Jedi mind tricks. In an event from the year 4 ABY that has since become the stuff of legend, Luke Skywalker found himself unable to mentally persuade Jabba the Hutt to release rebel prisoners, and had to resort to a backup plan. A personal log of Darth Vader, recovered from his fortress on Vun, revealed Vader's disturbing perspective regarding Toydarians. It should be noted that Vader's disposition may have been influenced by Anakin Skywalker's relationship to Watto, the Toydarian junk dealer and slaver, who was young Anakin's master on Tatooine. Although Shmi Skywalker's recovered journal suggests that Watto was a relatively benevolent master, it is conceivable that Vader's memories of Watto were unfavorable. Furthermore, the identity of the Toydarian subject mentioned in Vader's recording remains unknown, but recordings from Tatooine preclude the possibility that it was Watto. And here is the piece from Vader's actual journal. These creatures have become such an irritation that every time I see one, I want to strike it down with my lightsaber. Be that as it may, I interviewed a Toydarian subject who showed a great amount of resistance to Force suggestion, up to the point that I created physical discomfort. I found that they can be easily intimidated by demonstration of strength, and it proved relatively simple to cause it to expire, merely by making its existence extremely painful. Ultimately, though it showed a great deal of willpower, it was no match for the power of the Force. So right there, it shows from Vader's journal that he did indeed torture a Toydarian, and records from Tatooine preclude that it was indeed Watto. This is nuts. I mean, I would definitely pay to see Vader return to Tatooine and put an end to the child slaver Watto. In the canon comics, we know Vader does indeed go back to Tatooine, and in his time there, he kills sand people and visits Jabba the Hutt. But to actually have a little side mission and kill what most likely was Watto is pretty jarring to think about. I mean, why would he be interviewing a Toydarian to begin with? Just for experimental purposes? As he says, every time he sees one, he wants to strike it down with his lightsaber. After interviewing a Toydarian, he tried to use the Force on him, but to no avail, even to the point where he made Watto feel discomfort. He killed Watto by making his existence extremely painful, so I would imagine he sliced off his wings and Force choked him, possibly even broke his bones with the Force. I mean, I don't want to get too dark in this video, but man, I can only imagine what Vader would have done to Watto, and that's maybe why we haven't seen it yet, because it's just so dark. But it does bring to my mind that we have seen him decapitate sand people, so I would imagine it's not really that much of a stretch for him to be seen or drawn in a comic doing the same thing to Watto. In The Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader comes in brief contact with C-3PO, the droid he found at Watto's junkyard all those years ago. However, why didn't he remember his creation? He was the maker, after all. Well, in the comics, which are now legends, Star Wars Tales Issue 6, Chapter Thank the Maker, he actually has a moment with his old droid friend and confuses his Imperial officers doing so. On Cloud City, the droid was brought to Vader in pieces by Lieutenant Shekel, where Vader ended up taking 3PO's head and examining it closely. The comic then goes to a flashback scene of young Anakin on Tatooine, playing around in the junkyard of Watto's workshop, where he finds all of the protocol droid's pieces. Talking about how it'll help him lift stuff and run errands, he takes the parts home and decides to put them together. Extremely excited, Anakin tells his mother how he's going to fix it up and that the droid was treated poorly in its previous life, just like how him and Shmi lived in slavery. Where she tells her son that it's now his responsibility, and unless he's prepared to care for something, he doesn't deserve it. As Vader's flashback is interrupted by a lieutenant who asks if he should instruct the technician to search its memory or have it melted, Vader continues to connect and reminisce with his droid, remembering his life before this nightmare that he unraveled for himself. Snapping out of it, he tells his crew that the droid will be returned to the Wookiee who went searching for it in the first place of the floating city. And when his men say they didn't understand, he ordered them to do as he says, in which they obviously obeyed. Vader storms out of the room to meet with Han Solo in the interrogation chamber. Hey everyone, in the Canon comic book by Marvel, Star Wars issue number 6, we finally learn how Darth Vader found out he had a son. Taking place after the events of A New Hope, during this issue, we see Luke return to Tatooine, as I mentioned in one of my recent videos, where he searches for the journal of Obi-Wan Kenobi. During his scavenge, he is bombarded by Boba Fett, who is sent to capture Luke and bring him before Vader.
You're worth bonus pay, Jedi.
The two fight against one another when Luke finally reaches for his lightsaber and knocks Boba out, retrieving Obi-Wan's chest of relics and gets out of there with R2. Upon Boba's return to the Star Destroyer to inform Vader of his failure to capture the boy, he mentions the one bit of information he gathered from the encounter. When Vader asks him if he had anything of value to tell him, Boba says, not much, just his name, Skywalker. As Boba leaves the scene to Vader's silence, we see Vader finally conclude that Luke Skywalker is indeed his son, as he trembles at the thought and connection to his past life, cracking the windows of the Star Destroyer in a fit of rage. He tried so hard to disconnect himself from Anakin Skywalker and his past life with Padme, but now that his son lived, this was the bridge to his connection back to the light. It's a commonly debated topic in Star Wars as to why Vader did or didn't sense his own son. Typically, Vader, and the Emperor for that matter, can't necessarily sense the origin of a person's family tree. However, they can easily sense their strength in the Force. In my opinion, this is one reason why Vader couldn't sense Leia, because her Force powers weren't developing like Luke's were. And also he didn't even know he had a daughter until he felt the conflict within Luke during their battle much later in Return of the Jedi.
If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will.
This was the first moment that Vader found out about his son, which makes it a little confusing in respect to the film when we see the Emperor tell Vader that he has a son.
This boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker. How is that possible? Search your feelings, Lord Vader. You will know it to be true.
It sort of ruins the continuity, but at least it's cool that we get to see this prelude to that scene now, which we can assume is later confirmed by Palpatine. So this video is a continuation from yesterday's video that you requested for me to expand on from the book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, where I mentioned during Vader's exploration of the Jedi Temple, he began to analyze his life as Anakin and the events that led up to it. mainly focusing on the raid of the temple during Order 66, the death of Mace Windu, his betrayal of the Jedi, and his reason for killing the younglings. In this video, we will go over his thoughts by reading a passage from the book as Vader thinks to himself. The scene he thinks of is on Mustafar in Episode 3, just before he saw Obi-Wan and Padme's ship. What's funny is that Vader literally gives himself a what-if scenario about Obi-Wan not showing up, which I think would be a super cool fanfiction to do if you guys wanted. You'll see what I mean in a second. This passage is interesting because we never got to really understand his inner monologue with himself as he choked Padme, or even before it as he spoke to her and the plans he had for overthrowing Sidious. Regardless, if you haven't seen yesterday's video, I'm going to start where that one left off, and I'll briefly say that Vader was sent by Sidious back to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant to search for the Sith holocrons, and during his search, he began to reminisce about everything. Here we go. Anakin's visions. More important, the Jedi would have attempted to stand in the way of the decisions he and Padme would have needed to make regarding the fate of the galaxy, beginning with the assassination of Sidious. Oh, but on Mustafar she had worked herself into a state over what he had done at the temple, so much that she hadn't heard a word he was saying. Instead, she made up her mind that he had come to care more about power than he cared for her, as if one matters without the other. And then cursed Obi-Wan had shown himself, interrupting before Anakin could explain fully everything that he had done in Palpatine's office and at the temple had all been for her sake, and for the sake of their unborn child. Had Obi-Wan not arrived, he would have persuaded her to understand. He would have made her understand, and together, they would have moved against the Sith Lord. The rasp of Vader's breathing became more audible. Flexing his artificial hands did nothing to waylay his rage, so he hunched his broad shoulders under the armor pectoral and heavy cloak, shuddering.
Why didn't she listen to me? Why didn't any of them listen to me?
His anger continued to build as he neared the temple's archives room, where he parted company with Commander Appo and his stormtroopers, as well as with the members of the Internal Security Bureau who, Vader was given to understand, had their separate mission to perform. He paused at the entrance to the library's vast and towering main hall, shaken not by memory but by memory's effect on his still healing heart and lungs. The mask's optical hemispheres imparted a murkiness to the normally well-lighted hall, which had once boasted row after row of neatly arranged and cataloged holobooks and storage discs. Blood left here still showed in maroon constellations that marred large areas of the floor and speckled some of the few still standing sculpture-topped plinths that lined both sides of the long hallway. Even if he had killed Sidious, even if he had won the war single-handedly for the Republic, the Jedi would have fought him to the bitter end. They might even have insisted on taking custody of him and Padme's child, for their offspring would have been powerful in the Force indeed, perhaps beyond measure. If only the High Council Masters hadn't been so set in their ways, so deceived by their own pride, they would have grasped that the Jedi needed to be brought down. Like the Republic itself, their order had grown stale, self-serving, corrupt. And yet, if the High Council had seen fit to recognize his power, had granted him the status of Master, perhaps he would have aided their continued existence. But to call him the Chosen One only to hold him back, to lie to him and expect him to lie for them, what had they imagined the outcome would be? Old fools. And yet, if not for the events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all. The war, the Republic, the fealty of one Jedi Knight in whom the entire Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. Vader's heart pounded in his chest, and the respirator fed his heart's needs with rapid breaths. For his own health and sanity, he realized that he would have to avoid places that whipped his anger into such a frenzy. I gotta say, the fact that Vader himself consciously thought of overthrowing Sidious once he told Padme of his plan really puts perspective on things. He never was purely evil. Sure, he had a lust for power, but I like to believe that he was merely mistaken for this whiny, power-hungry tyrant. I think if Obi-Wan never followed Padme onto the ship, then the galaxy would have been entirely different. Vader would have kept his limbs just as Anakin had, meaning he would have been able to reach his ultimate potential. Somewhere in this book it also explains how Sidious was hoping Vader would try to kill him, and then he would have created the perfect evil monster that would even betray everyone, including his master. However, once Vader turned into half-man, half-machine, Palpatine knew he had to spend his entire life awakening Vader's rage within him, so that he may one day realize who he really is. It explained that the dark side was more of a mental challenge than any feat that was physical, how it focused more on the pain of suffering than the peace and love of life. That if one can overcome the barriers of the mind, then they were truly a powerful Sith Lord. What do you all think about this? Would things have ended up different if Obi-Wan never followed Padme to Mustafar? Would Anakin have told her about his plan? Now that we know these things, we can see the movie in a whole new light because we know exactly what was going on in his head as he saw Obi-Wan. Completely enraged and forgetting about everything else, he just lashed out and choked Padme, then drew his lightsaber on Obi-Wan, and the rest is history as we know. The short-lived but epic conclusion to the 6-series saga and the fulfillment of the Jedi prophecy. Anakin Skywalker brought balance to the Force when he killed Emperor Palpatine in Return of the Jedi. Hey everyone, let's analyze how Palpatine died so easily and why he never fought back to stop Vader from throwing him over the pit in Episode 6. First, we'll cover a few visibilities, and then we'll head into the big details, using books, comics, logic, and the films to back our claims. Palpatine was known as the best duelist in the galaxy. Having mastered all 7 forms of lightsaber combat, he was versed with literally every single style and form there was. He was ruthless, arrogant, manipulative, and even more powerful when it came to the Force. I won't go into great detail about his abilities because I feel it would be just a reiteration of my last video, which discussed the power levels between Vader and Sidious, which I'll link at the end of this video as well for anyone who missed it. For decades, Palpatine planned to control Skywalker, planting his little seeds into his head every chance he got until they became so close that Palpatine was like a father to him. I'm going to read you this quote from the Revenge of the Sith novelization in Palpatine's perspective.
I have kept the secret of your marriage all these years. The slaughter at the Tusken camp you shared with me. I was there when you executed Count Dooku. And I know where you got your power to defeat him. You see, you have never needed to pretend with me the way you must with your Jedi comrades. Do you understand that you need never hide anything from me? That I accept you exactly as you are.
As we can see, Palpatine spent what seems like all of Anakin's life manipulating him into trusting him and winning him over. I'm explaining this because it will add to the evidence of the exact reasoning behind Palpatine's immobile defense. Now that we have some of the backstory, let's dive right into the reasons using not just logic, but factual evidence from the movie and mainly the novelization of The Return of the Jedi. First, we'll approach this with logic. Logically, Vader was bigger and stronger than Palpatine, clearly able to lift him up and over his head as if tossing a child. What some seem to overlook is that Vader was literally half machine. His hand, or hands at this point, were mechanical, and if you watched my Why Did Count Dooku Lose to Anakin Skywalker video, you'll remember that prosthetic robotic arms in Star Wars are immensely powerful. They're literally machine hands, capable of doing so much more than a mere human could. His grasp on Palpatine was so powerful it didn't allow him to move, while, in my opinion, it crushed his organs, pelvis, and back. Also, the lightning that Sidious was shooting at Luke continued as he was lifted into the air, falling down on him and around him, just like a fountain of electricity. Some hit Vader, but mostly hit himself. And if you've ever been shocked, you know that you're frozen until the current stops. Since he was the emitter and the receiver, it was a continuous current onto himself. Now we'll look at the novelization, which gives the most canonical and concrete evidence we have as to why he lost so easily. Remember above how I explained he spent years working on Vader's manipulation? Well, when Vader finally snapped, seeing his son, who basically said he'd rather die than turn to the dark side and kill his father,
I'll never turn to the dark side.
He felt so unbelievably betrayed that his anger actually consumed him. It overtook his consciousness, overrode his reasoning, and just turned him into a primitive animal. I'm going to quote a passage from the book now. He might still have used his powers to save himself, but his hate is now so strong his only thought is to cause Vader more pain. So the lightning continues to flicker and flash even after the body is out of sight. Palpatine's body, still spewing bolts of light, spun out of control into the void, bouncing back and forth off the sides of the shaft as he fell, disappearing at last. But then, a few seconds later, a distant explosion could be heard far down at the core. A rush of air billowed out the shaft into the throne room. So, in conclusion, we can definitely say that the dark side clouded the Emperor's judgment. And instead of thinking critically, He was too emotional and let his hatred get the better of him. If he had stopped his attack and used the Force to immobilize Vader in some way or Force propel himself away, then an epic battle would have for sure ensued. During this scene, we can see Vader looking back and forth during the torture and imminent death of his son. But what was he really thinking at this time? Hey everyone, in this video I'm going to read out the select passages I found to be insightful on Vader's thoughts and feelings during the ending scene in Return of the Jedi. It covers Vader's consciousness from the third and first-person point of view to give us all more of an understanding of who Vader was, and ultimately, his conflict with Anakin Skywalker. The books that I'll be referencing today are The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader and the novelization of The Return of the Jedi. Our video begins just after this scene here. The Emperor scowled with immeasurable displeasure. He said,
"If you will not be turned, you will be destroyed."
Still lying against the bridge railing beside the elevator shaft, Vader watched the Emperor extend his gnarled fingers and unleash blinding bolts of blue force lightning from his fingertips. The lightning struck Luke, who tried to deflect the crackling bands of energy, but was so overwhelmed that his body crumpled to the floor. No, Vader thought. No, not like this. As the Emperor continued to strike Luke with his barrage of Sith lightning, Vader struggled to his feet. One leg was broken and the other wasn't working right. Moving awkwardly, he shifted his bulk to stand beside his master. On the floor, Luke writhed in agony and was on the verge of death. As he groaned, Vader watched Luke curl into a fetal position as the Emperor hurled an even more staggering wave of lightning at his victim. Vader had no doubt that Luke was about to die. His son screamed,
Not just my son.
The Emperor unleashed another round of lightning.
Or Padme's son.
Luke screamed louder.
But my son, who loves me.
Luke's clothes began to smolder as his body involuntarily spasmed. Suddenly, Vader realized that he was no longer concerned about his personal future. He knew he could not stand by and allow the Emperor to kill Luke. And then, in a moment, something changed. Perhaps he remembered something he heard in his youth a long time ago. An ancient prophecy of the Chosen One who would bring balance to the Force. Perhaps the vague outlines of someone named Shmi and a Jedi named Qui-Gon struggled to the surface of his consciousness. The most powerful, the most repressed thought of all could have emerged from the darkness. Padme, and her undying love for someone he once knew well. And despite all the terrible, unspeakable things he'd done in his life, he suddenly realized he could not stand by and allow the Emperor to kill their son. And in that moment, he was no longer Darth Vader. He was Anakin Skywalker. At that instant, Vader sprang up and grabbed the Emperor from behind, pinning Palpatine's underarms to his torso. Weaker than he'd ever been, Vader had lain still these last few minutes, focusing his every fiber of being on this one concentrated act. The only action possible, his last if he failed. Ignoring pain, ignoring his shame and his weakness, ignoring the bone-crushing noise in his head, he focused solely and sightlessly on his will to defeat the evil embodied in the Emperor. Palpatine struggled in the grip of Vader's unfeeling embrace, his hand still shooting bolts of malign energy out in all directions. In this will, flailing the light ripped across the room, tearing into Vader. The Dark Lord fell again, electric currents crackling down over his head, over his cape, and into his heart. He held the wailing Emperor over his head, and with a final spasm of strength, hurled him into the abyss. Palpatine screamed as his body plummeted down the shaft. Still trapped within Darth Vader's armor, Anakin collapsed at the shaft's edge, but heard the explosion of dark energy that consumed the falling Emperor. Hearing his own breathing as a rasping rattle, Anakin knew that Vader's helmet respiratory apparatus was broken. Luke crawled to his father's side and pulled the Dark Lord away from the edge of the chasm to safety. Both of them lay on the floor, entwined in each other, too weak to move, too moved to speak. Darth Vader, no doubt, the most powerful and haunting figure in the galaxy. He was feared by all and favored by none. Beyond his hatred life, nothing came close except for himself and his regret for losing Padme. In the Clone Wars, we see the clones as obedient and trusting of the Jedi commanders. In Episode 3, we see the 501st Legion follow Anakin into the Jedi Temple to execute Order 66 upon Palpatine's request.
seeing Anakin as their commander of the highest order. And once Anakin transforms into Vader once and for all, the 501st Legion eventually becomes Vader's fist, and are more loyal to him now than ever. But just exactly how loyal was he to them? And what was their relationship? It's no doubt that Vader was cold to just about everyone, including his son up until his redemption. However, the way he treated his stormtroopers might surprise you. For example, in the canon novel Tarkin, Vader witnesses the failure of one of his captains and ends up giving him several more chances after this. Vader's fist was his first group of clones whom he made sure they respected, rather than just feared like the rest of his officers. This leads me to the next point. Vader hated the officers. He felt no loyalty or attachment towards them. He felt they were just a bunch of old men hungry for power between one another, which led them to making stupid decisions and losing stormtrooper lives as a result, ordering them poorly into traps, making mistakes like Ozzel did by taking them out of hyperspace prematurely, and all the rest who lacked vision, which he found disturbing. Now, while Vader was more respectful and lenient on his troops, this doesn't mean he was soft or felt their existence outweighed his. In these images, we can see that the troops wanted nothing more than Vader's trust and respect. As he speaks of receiving upgraded armor for his good leadership, he cares not much for these things. Rather, what Vader thinks of him is his most prized possession. Let's take some canon answers from the books Lords of the Sith and Tarkin. In Lords of the Sith, it explains how officers absolutely hated Vader, but the stormtroopers look up to him like a fanboy would. The second facts are from Tarkin. It reads, later, observing the rapport the Dark Lord shared with the stormtroopers who supported him, Tarkin grew more and more convinced that his suspicions were right. Vader might very well be the Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker. Tarkin met Anakin in the Clone Wars. He saw how kind and respectful he was to the clones, particularly the 501st, which is what comprised of Vader's fist. Although as time went on, the clones died out and were replaced with humans. Vader would mostly leave the discipline of regular stormtroopers to officers and squad leaders, as he saw the task beneath him. That said, on some missions to Imperial planets, his disgust at the commanders themselves is shown well. On a visit to the former separatist planet of Murkana, he almost force-choked a stormtrooper commander, but was stopped only by Grand Moff Tarkin, who had formal powers over him in that situation. While Vader's relationship was very good, possibly the best of any other worker at the Death Star, he did not let that get to their heads. His value for himself was like that of a king, and everyone else was his pawn. If the situation came down to his life over theirs, he valued himself above all. In the first issue of the new Star Wars comics by Marvel and Disney, we can see that Vader lifts his troopers in the air, slamming them together to act as a shield from oncoming sniper shots. While that is said in the Legends comic Darth Vader and the Lost Command, however, Vader is seen as protecting his troops by using himself as the shield from a bomb. So it can go both ways depending on his troops, and just how fatal the attack was on his life. There was one thing that caused him to kill anyone who saw him without a mask, though, which is what happened in this scene, where he breaks a stormtrooper's neck. Vader's connection with the 501st worked very well, because he had first-hand combat experience, and so did the troopers. He respected that. Most of them just after Revenge of the Sith were still clones at this point, and he bonded with their loyalty throughout his life and on the field. In the novelization of Rogue One, we can read Director Krennic's thoughts while he speaks to Vader on Mustafar, becoming a little more arrogant with him, thinking that Vader was a man of the sword and would appreciate the tone. He was wrong, as we saw. As for his connection with regular stormtroopers outside of the 501st, they didn't directly work with Vader. Most commands were passed down via officers, and only very rarely did Vader go to fight with stormtroopers outside of his legion. Unlike any commander, Vader actually always went headfirst into battle, with his troops following behind. This should give you some insight as to just how confident Vader was and unafraid of death he became. Are you surprised that Vader didn't punish them as easily as he did the officers? I like that he was respectful and honored his men. It shows his moral code was a bit more human-like than we sometimes see. While it's not publicly said in the movies or in the new canon comics, we will refer back to the Now Legends books titled Dark Lord and the Shadows of the Empire for our analysis in this video. We can see Vader's suit was designed not just to help him breathe and survive, as referred to by Lucas as a walking oxygen tank, but in addition, it caused him immense suffering and physical discomfort. Having touched on this a few months back in a video regarding how Vader ate, I'd like to cover this topic in more detail, analytically, and with facts.
There are two reasons why Vader's suit was purposefully designed to hurt him. In the novel The Dark Lord, it suggests that early on the suit was designed deliberately by Palpatine to be uncomfortable and painful. And in the book Shadows of the Empire, it also suggests that Vader thrived on the pain somewhat to fuel his rage. These are the topics we will touch on in today's episode of Star Wars Theory. Hey everyone, let's get right into it. Vader and Palpatine's relationship was borderline hostile. Palpatine viewed Vader as a shell of his potential after his loss to Obi-Wan on Mustafar. As a result, he did many things to torture and remind him of this failure, and the main thing he did was that he built a suit to torture him. In fact, in Legends, he was rarely seen using a bacta tank due to this very reason, and mainly retreated to his meditation chamber in his quarters. Do you all remember the scene in The Force Awakens when Kylo was banging on his wounds that Chewie dealt to him with the bowcaster? As surely no sane person would bang on a wound to the gut with that power of a weapon. More pain, whether physical or emotional, causes more anger, and more anger, as we know, leads to hatred. This swell of emotion feeds into a dark side user's abilities, and henceforth, allow one to become more powerful. Somewhat like how the Hulk gets stronger the more angry he gets, the Sith operated the same way. I feel the same is true in life. Many times if you're in pain, sometimes embracing it. In Vader's situation, his obstacle was the mental pain of everything he did to the Jedi, the younglings, and to Padme most of all.
You brought him here to kill me!
No!
It was for this reason that he was relentless when it came to working for the Empire. Keeping himself occupied allowed him not only to dwell on his emotional pains, but when he was constantly feeling a surge of pain throughout his limbs and cybernetic implants, this is what kept him connected to the dark side, always constantly pulling on to make him stronger. We can also refer back to Darth Maul. This was his tactic in order to survive being cut in half by Kenobi. The dark feeds the pain, and the pain feeds the dark. The other reason the suit was designed in such a way was because it kept him a slave to Palpatine. Some argue this is the main reason Palpatine created the suit to be this way, while others say that it was mainly to keep him in the dark side. Much like a dog with a spiked collar on a leash, one act out of line and all it took was just a little tug on his neck. This had another sub-purpose that I'd like to get into. It kept Vader from forming relationships with others. This is what Palpatine wanted, someone essentially like a cyborg. One who was as emotionally lifeless as the cybernetics, keeping him all to himself, and making Vader feel even more alone, and that Sidious was all he had. Palpatine used this controlling effect on all of his apprentices, especially Maul, whom he took as a child and conditioned like an obedient dog. While Vader was seen as a monster, cloaked and covered from head to toe in ominous black, on the inside he was a very depressed man, fueled only by the suffering he dealt to himself at the hands of his betrayal to the Jedi. Anakin always lingered within him, no matter how hard the Emperor tried to make him forget who he really was. All it took, in the end, was Luke's love and persistence to his father to bring Anakin back to the light. In the book Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader by James Luceno, I found a really interesting passage that I'd like to share with you all. In fact, I found many which I'll spread over a few videos this week that really provide all the insight and thoughts we'd expect Vader to have about the Jedi, Padme, Sidious, and his very transition into Vader as Anakin. In this book, Vader was sent back to Coruscant to visit the Jedi Temple that had been raided with the 501st Legion of clone troopers. His thoughts after he killed Mace Windu, and how he slaughtered all the Jedi, including the younglings. The scene I'm going to read a passage from in the book takes place after the events of Revenge of the Sith, where Vader is sent to Coruscant by Sidious to check on the Jedi Temple to search for some ancient Sith holocrons harbored by the Jedi. I'll give my brief thoughts on it afterwards. Here we go. Rain was rare on weather-controlled Coruscant, but every so often microclimatic storms would build in the bustling sky and sweep across the technoscape. Today's had blown in from the works and moved east with great speed, lashing the abandoned Jedi Temple with unprecedented force. Vader's enhanced hearing could pick up the sound of fat, wind-driven raindrops spattering against the temple's elegant spires and flat roof. An eerie counterpoint to the sound of his boot heels striking the adamantine floor and echoing in the darkened, deserted corridors. Sidious had sent him on a mission, ostensibly to search the archives for the Sith holocrons long rumored to have been brought to the temple centuries earlier. But Vader knew the truth.
Sidious wants to rub my massive face in the aftermath of the slaughter I spearheaded.
Though the corpses had been removed by stormtroopers and droids, most of the spilled blood washed away. Scorch marks on the walls and ceilings attested to the surprise attack. Columns lay toppled, heritage tapestries hung in shreds, rooms reeked of carnage. But evidence of a less tangible sort also existed. The temple teemed with ghosts. What might have been the wind wending into hold hallways never before penetrated sounded like the funeral keening of spirits waiting to be avenged. What might have been the resonance of the footfalls of Commander Appo's stormtroopers sounded like the beat of distant war drums. What might have been smoke fires that should have gone out weeks earlier seemed like the wraiths writhing in torment. Most of Vader's Anakin memories grew fainter by the day, but not Anakin's memories of what had happened here. They were as fresh as this morning sunrise, glimpsed from the rooftop chamber in which Vader rested. True sleep continued to lie just out of reach, an object pursued in vain in an unsettling dream. He no longer had visions, either. That ability, that double-edged ability, seemingly had been burned out of him on Mustafar. But Vader remembered being in thrall of what he had done in Palpatine's office. Watching the old man plead for his life, listening to the old man promising that only he had the power to save Padme, rushing to his defense. Sith lightning hurling an astonished Mace Windu through what had been a window. Anakin kneeling before Sidious and being dubbed Vader. Go to the Jedi Temple, Sidious had said.
I want you to go to the Jedi Temple. We will catch them off balance.
Only then will you be strong enough with the dark side to save Padme.
Only then will you be strong enough with the dark side to save Padme.
And so, he had gone to the temple, instrument of the same resolute intent that had carried Obi-Wan to Mustafar with one goal in mind, death to the enemy. In his mind's eye, Vader saw his and the 501st's march to the temple gates, their wrathful attack. The mad moments of bloodlust, the dark side unleashed in all its crimson fury. Some moments he remembered more clearly than others, pitting his blade against that of Swordmaster Sin Drelig, beheading some of the very masters who had instructed him in the ways of the Force, and, of course, his cold extermination of the younglings, and with them, the future of the Jedi Order. He had wondered beforehand, could he do it? Still new to the dark side, would he be able to call on its power to guide his hand and lightsaber? In answer, the dark side had whispered, they are orphans. They are without family or friends. There is nothing that can be done with them. They are better off, dead. So Vader, while trying to dissolve his memories as Anakin, remembers vividly exactly what he did there on that night at the temple. How he so mercilessly beheaded his old teachers and his feelings throughout. There has always been good in Vader, and that's why he returned as Anakin Skywalker in Episode 6. Because he never fully killed off Anakin within him. Although faint like a sliver of light, he was still alive and waited to return. In the book, it also mentions how Vader never wanted to turn to the dark side. I'll quote now. He had executed Sidious's command because the Jedi would never have understood Anakin's decision to sacrifice Mace and the rest in order that Padme might survive the tragic death she suffered in Anakin's visions. More important, the Jedi would have attempted to stand in the way of the decisions he and Padme would have needed to make regarding the fate of the galaxy, beginning with the assassination of Sidious. So, Anakin did in fact plan to overthrow Sidious once he learned of the new power to save his wife. Other than that, he wasn't evil. He was merely just pathetically desperate to the point of betraying everyone he knew, including killing children. As I'll explain more in tomorrow's video, which will go more in depth on his turn to the dark side in particular, we'll see how Anakin never really wanted to turn to the dark side, or kill Jedi for that matter. He was just sad and depressed. He felt that because he wasn't made a master, that the council didn't respect him, thus sparking his initial hatred for them and leading to his inevitable turn. With the mass production of clones at Palpatine's supervision, I always wondered, why didn't Darth Vader just clone himself, or at least his lost limbs? At the end of Anakin's duel with Obi-Wan, which left him badly beaten and burned, Palpatine's major concern was that Vader would never live up to his full potential. I have a very long video on all of Vader's injuries and what was going on through his mind as he was being put together. I'll link it at the end of this one, but for those who haven't seen it, I can briefly say here that Vader was in immense physical pain from the time of his surgery to the end of his life. Palpatine chose for him to receive the most unfitting and uncomfortable mechanics to date for their time. As we can note, Grievous had a much more advanced technology. This was for two reasons. The first being because he wanted Vader to feel pain, which, as the Sith code goes, through pain, I gained strength, which is exactly what hindered him, yet increased his powers exponentially, as it was his desire to break free and be his old self which drove him to new levels of power. The second reason was to punish him for his failure against Obi-Wan. The pain from the mechanical limbs would constantly dig into his skin, irritate his stumps, and disallowed him from raising his arms anywhere near over his head, due to their poor design, which was a precautionary movement as well in case Vader ever tried to overthrow Palpatine. Literally. Now, if Vader had been given Grievous's equivalent parts, then he surely would have been an entirely different authority altogether.
Fine addition to my collection.
However, it is unknown if Vader would still have been as powerful and short-tempered as he was if he didn't feel the physical pains his broken body and torture suit brought him. Now that we know these two reasons, there is no way Palpatine would have allowed for the pain to subside by being replaced with normal limbs. An entirely cloned Vader itself was a bad idea, because he would have been at his maximum power, or at least the closest to, and then could have killed Sidious, even as he admits to Yoda in Revenge of the Sith.
Darth Vader will become more powerful than either of us.
Also, if Vader had his limbs cloned and his lungs fixed through cell replication therapy, how is Palpatine to know that Vader won't still be in pain? Perhaps mentally from losing Padme, but physically, he'll feel pretty much normal. And no Sith ever conquered off the feeling of normal. It was always vengeance, hate, suffering, and evil that led them to the dark side's forbidden talents. This is why Vader killed the younglings and obliterated the temple. He had to do unforgivable things in order to seal his darkness, just like Kylo Ren did with Han. Now that we see these reasons Palpatine had for forbidding Vader to clone himself or reconstruct his body with organic tissue, this leads to the other main reason. Mechanical limbs were overall better than organic tissue. The only drawback was that it severed the Force connection to a certain percentage, meaning they couldn't perform certain feats like Sith lightning. However, when it came to tissue versus robotic limbs, the robotic limbs always won, hands down. They were stronger, more durable, could withstand all temperatures, and were replaceable. The only problem is if you had a vengeful master that wanted you to suffer for essentially failing the Empire, and put you into this painful suit. The next and last point I'd like to make is from the game Force Unleashed. For those who haven't played it, it's an awesome game. However, for those who have, remember how many times Vader tried to clone Galen Marek? Many of the clones came out with the Force connection issues until one was perfect. The same would happen with him as a whole if he were cloned, or if he regrew organic limbs and organs. The Force sensitivity, or also known as midichlorians basically, had to be on a 1-to-1 scale of the rest of his body's capabilities. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have worked right. Also, with cloning, sometimes the host body rejects the new tissue, so the process may be lengthy and difficult to get right. I do imagine if Vader cloned himself, it would be really epic. Just imagine an overly powerful young Anakin returning with some scars still on his face and body, but for the most part, he was reborn, with new limbs and body parts, or an entirely cloned Anakin altogether. I wonder if he'd go rogue and turn on the Emperor and the original Darth Vader, or maybe he'd stay in the light, go to Tatooine and find Obi-Wan. It'd make for an interesting spin-off, maybe a cool fanfiction of what if Darth Vader did clone himself. In Rogue One, we see Darth Vader having red-tinted lenses for what feels like the first time. Why is this? Apart from his suit being much more new and high-tech looking compared to his one in the original trilogy, it can be said that it's merely just time that has allowed for Vader's suit to progress over the years of filmmaking. However, if we want to analyze a bit more than the cop-out answer, it can be traced back to A New Hope during a scene between Tarkin, Vader, and Leia, where we catch a glimpse of David Prowse's eyes under the mask, and it appeared to look a little red. The lenses in the original trilogy had a dark brown tint to avoid this very reason, so the actor's eyes wouldn't show. This was later replaced when we finally get a glimpse of what Anakin sees through the mask in Episode 3, when he's put together as half man, half machine. It's also been enhanced more red to, and this is purely my speculation here, add a Terminator-esque look, as if he's made to kill, which he is, and it definitely works. Now I'd also like to touch up on the topic about David Prowse's eyes. They found that dark red and dark brown helped catch the light and not let for his eyes to show as much, which clearly worked well. But then obviously as technology improved in the filming industry, then that wasn't really a problem. As for continuity's sake, yeah, it looks slightly off if we compare it to the original trilogy, such as in The Empire Strikes Back, but we also have to remember that Vader has different suits. In fact, General Grievous himself had an entire array of different parts that he would put onto his body, as seen in the Clone Wars show.
There are also some other in-universe theories, such as when Vader dueled Ahsoka and she slashed his face, he merely replaced the lens instead of replacing the entire mask. Now this lens could have been a darker tinted red or a different style of red as technology advanced. The theories can go on. Also, if we look closely at a few different scenes from The Empire Strikes Back and the original trilogy, we can actually see a red tinge as well. However, it's not as prominent as they've made it in the newer movies, and I suppose that's to add a bit more of a malevolent and dark, vicious feel, like he's a predator almost. The theories could go on, and I'd love to hear some of yours. However, I hope this real answer will suffice for those who always wondered. Also, as for Vader's voice being different in Rogue One, it's simply just because James Earl is getting up there in age, and his voice is definitely changing a bit as he gets older.
Join me.
Force choke, one of the most popular and underrated attacks in Star Wars, no, movie history. The ability to choke to death your enemy with merely a thought of constricting their trachea is a power only the most evil would be able to conjure. Darth Vader was masterful in this ability, to say the least. So just how far can he, or anyone strong in the dark side of the Force, choke someone? The answers will be mixed with canon and legends to provide us with all the well-rounded numbers that we need. Darth Vader can be seen force choking Ozzel, who's on the Executor while Vader sits in his chamber. We've seen in Season 6, Episode 10 of The Clone Wars that Palpatine, who was on Coruscant, force choked Dooku, who was in his headquarters on Raxus Prime. The distance here is estimated to be about 31,000 light years away. Now, if this is possible, then why doesn't Vader just reach out with the Force to choke Obi-Wan, sometime after Order 66 and before A New Hope? The answer is because the Force just doesn't work like that, at least not to our knowledge thus far. Force users can't just reach out and think of someone they want dead and just Force choke them. There has to be more spatial awareness and connection to the person's exact location. Visually speaking, of course. However, we have seen Palpatine force choke the Shadow Collective guard standing near the door before opening it to confront his former apprentice, Darth Maul, and his brother, Savage Opress. I do believe that this ability can be done in close proximity, especially to a very powerful Force user such as Palpatine. I think if Star Wars canon were to include the ability of choking someone anywhere in the galaxy by mere thought, then it would create a cluster of issues and theories where we could question literally every moment, like why didn't Obi-Wan choke Anakin before he knew he was on Mustafar, or why didn't Palpatine choke Obi-Wan to death at any point, letting Anakin search for a new mentor eventually, and making his turn a lot more solidified and debatably easier. So while there isn't a numerical answer as to how far a Force user can choke someone, Darth Vader was powerful enough to Force choke Ozzel through space just by looking at him on the telecom. So as it stands right now, we could say that Palpatine could Force choke someone 31,000 light years away, approximately, so Vader could do about the same. While there isn't anything in the comics or in the movies to help us solidify this answer, we do know that Darth Vader's potential would have been higher than Palpatine's had he not been burned and defeated by Obi-Wan. But now that it has, it is said by George that he was 80% as strong as Palpatine's maximum power. So if we take 31,000 light years and get 80% of that, that's about 25,000 light years. That's pretty much the best thing we can run off with for this video. Now, that said, in the canon Skywalker Strikes comic book, Vader is contacted by an Imperial officer while he is on the planet Simon 1. The officer was on a Star Destroyer far away in space and was not visible, but Vader managed to choke him anyway. The distance between them is not clarified anywhere, but it is definitely a far and vast distance. The ability to use Force Choke isn't just limited to Darkside users, as we can see Luke using it in The Return of the Jedi against the Gamorrean guards in Jabba's palace, as well as Anakin in the Clone Wars far before his turn into Darth Vader. What is going on, guys? I hope you're all having an awesome day so far today. So today I found something purely from old legends, which I thought would be fun to bring to life. It comes from Star Wars Empire issue 14 and covers literally what happened right after the first Death Star blew up. You remember when Vader spun out of control. This comic covers exactly where he spun out to and what happened to him. So let's just get right into it. As he spun out, his rage grew with hunger for revenge. As his communications were damaged and his hyperspace abilities were shot, he set course for the nearest Imperial outpost, Outpost V798 to be exact, on the planet Val. As Vader crashes through the asteroid field, his navigational systems offline, he spirals down into the sandy world, breaking orbit and crashing to the ground. As Darth Vader walks the desert grasslands, it's not long before he hears the rustling of tall grass, and knows he is no longer alone. As he sees them approaching in a pack, he is surrounded by hyenas, which were basically just space hyenas. Igniting his red lightsaber, he readies himself for the fight. Vicious animal against monster. Immediately slicing one in half, he turns to behead another, swiftly turning to slice through the torso of two more, moving his weapon of death through the skull of the next, when one finally sinks its massive fangs into his mechanical hand, causing him to drop his lightsaber and feel the pain coursing through his robotic nerves, as the violent hyenas all jump onto him and rip into his suit, body, and flesh. When all of a sudden, they are thrown into the air and expelled outwards in all directions. Vader hasn't felt this in a long time. That pure Sith rage began to return. He was reborn. As the Force coursed through his veins, he summoned his lightsaber and perfectly sliced through the next creature that jumped at him. But this time, it was the leader. He had defeated their alpha of the pack. The fight was over. Even on alien worlds, there was a leader and followers. The hyenas knew that if their leader was defeated, then that being would take its rightful place atop their throne. Vader hadn't felt so alive in decades. As they scurried away, nightfall came and Vader found himself building a fire in the wilderness, savoring this moment of solitude on his own once again, when he notices eyes from the grasslands shining through at him. The hyenas had returned, but this time was different. This time, they brought bearing a gift. It was the severed body of their leader, the one Vader had killed. They had brought it to him as a peace offering, to make him their new leader. The story pans out as Vader begins to think to himself, to be part of a pack means a chance at survival, but to lead a pack means far more. How cool would it be to see Vader on screen, live action film of him just decimating hyenas like this? It might be a little beyond Disney's PG rating, but I truly hope that we get to see something like this in the future. A really big plan of mine for the channel is to make a live action Vader film, a really intense 10-minute, 20-minute action-packed, high-budget Vader anthology that just goes through some important piece from Legends or one of the comics, something like that. Now, while that's ways away, I do hope that Disney does give us those Vader and Obi-Wan anthology films. With the mass production of clones at Palpatine's supervision, I always wondered, why didn't Darth Vader just clone himself, or at least his lost limbs? At the end of Anakin's duel with Obi-Wan, which left him badly beaten and burned, Palpatine's major concern was that Vader would never live up to his full potential. I have a very long video on all of Vader's injuries and what was going on through his mind as he was being put together. I'll link it at the end of this one, but for those who haven't seen it, I can briefly say here that Vader was in immense physical pain from the time of his surgery to the end of his life. Palpatine chose for him to receive the most unfitting and uncomfortable mechanics to date for their time. As we can note, Grievous had a much more advanced technology. This was for two reasons. The first being because he wanted Vader to feel pain, which, as the Sith code goes, through pain, I gain strength, which is exactly what hindered him, yet increased his powers exponentially, as it was his desire to break free and be his old self which drove him to new levels of power. The second reason was to punish him for his failure against Obi-Wan. The pain from the mechanical limbs would constantly dig into his skin, irritate his stumps, and disallowed him from raising his arms anywhere near over his head, due to their poor design, which was a precautionary movement as well in case Vader ever tried to overthrow Palpatine. Literally. Now, if Vader had been given Grievous's equivalent parts, then he surely would have been an entirely different authority altogether.
Fine addition to my collection.
However, it is unknown if Vader would still have been as powerful and short-tempered as he was if he didn't feel the physical pains his broken body and torture suit brought him. Now that we know these two reasons, there is no way Palpatine would have allowed for the pain to subside by being replaced with normal limbs. An entirely cloned Vader itself was a bad idea, because he would have been at his maximum power, or at least the closest to, and then could have killed Sidious, even as he admits to Yoda in Revenge of the Sith.
Darth Vader will become more powerful than either of us.
Also, if Vader had his limbs cloned and his lungs fixed through cell replication therapy, how is Palpatine to know that Vader won't still be in pain?
perhaps mentally from losing Padme, but physically, he'll feel pretty much normal, and no Sith ever conquered off the feeling of normal. It was always vengeance, hate, suffering, and evil that led them to the dark side's forbidden talents. This is why Vader killed the younglings and obliterated the temple. He had to do unforgivable things in order to seal his darkness, just like Kylo Ren did with Han. Now that we see these reasons Palpatine had for forbidding Vader to clone himself or reconstruct his body with organic tissue, this leads to the other main reason. Mechanical limbs were overall better than organic tissue. The only drawback was that it severed the Force connection to a certain percentage, meaning they couldn't perform certain feats like Sith lightning. However, when it came to tissue versus robotic limbs, the robotic limbs always won, hands down. They were stronger, more durable, could withstand all temperatures, and were replaceable. The only problem is if you had a vengeful master that wanted you to suffer for essentially failing the Empire, and put you into this painful suit. The next and last point I'd like to make is from the game Force Unleashed. For those who haven't played it, it's an awesome game. However, for those who have, remember how many times Vader tried to clone Galen Marek? Many of the clones came out with the Force connection issues until one was perfect. The same would happen with him as a whole if he were cloned, or if he regrew organic limbs and organs. The Force sensitivity, or also known as midichlorians basically, had to be on a 1-to-1 scale of the rest of his body's capabilities. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have worked right. Also, with cloning, sometimes the host body rejects the new tissue, so the process may be lengthy and difficult to get right. I do imagine if Vader cloned himself, it would be really epic. Just imagine an overly powerful young Anakin returning with some scars still on his face and body, but for the most part, he was reborn, with new limbs and body parts, or an entirely cloned Anakin altogether. I wonder if he'd go rogue and turn on the Emperor and the original Darth Vader, or maybe he'd stay in the light, go to Tatooine and find Obi-Wan. It'd make for an interesting spin-off, maybe a cool fan fiction of what if Darth Vader did clone himself. In Rogue One, we see Darth Vader having red-tinted lenses for what feels like the first time. Why is this? Apart from his suit being much more new and high-tech looking compared to his one in the original trilogy, it can be said that it's merely just time that has allowed for Vader's suit to progress over the years of filmmaking. However, if we want to analyze a bit more than the cop-out answer, it can be traced back to A New Hope during a scene between Tarkin, Vader, and Leia, where we catch a glimpse of David Prowse's eyes under the mask, and it appeared to look a little red. The lenses in the original trilogy had a dark brown tint to avoid this very reason, so the actor's eyes wouldn't show. This was later replaced when we finally get a glimpse of what Anakin sees through the mask in Episode 3, when he's put together as half man, half machine. It's also been enhanced more red to, and this is purely my speculation here, add a Terminator-esque look, as if he's made to kill, which he is, and it definitely works. Now I'd also like to touch up on the topic about David Prowse's eyes. They found that dark red and dark brown helped catch the light and not let for his eyes to show as much, which clearly worked well. But then obviously as technology improved in the filming industry, then that wasn't really a problem. As for continuity's sake, yeah, it looks slightly off if we compare it to the original trilogy, such as in The Empire Strikes Back, but we also have to remember that Vader has different suits. In fact, General Grievous himself had an entire array of different parts that he would put onto his body, as seen in the Clone Wars show. There are also some other in-universe theories, such as when Vader dueled Ahsoka and she slashed his face, he merely replaced the lens instead of replacing the entire mask. Now this lens could have been a darker tinted red or a different style of red as technology advanced. The theories can go on. Also, if we look closely at a few different scenes from The Empire Strikes Back and the original trilogy, we can actually see a red tinge as well. However, it's not as prominent as they've made it in the newer movies, and I suppose that's to add a bit more of a malevolent and dark, vicious feel, like he's a predator almost. The theories could go on, and I'd love to hear some of yours. However, I hope this real answer will suffice for those who always wondered. Also, as for Vader's voice being different in Rogue One, it's simply just because James Earl is getting up there in age, and his voice is definitely changing a bit as he gets older.
Join me.
Force choke, one of the most popular and underrated attacks in Star Wars, movie history. The ability to choke to death your enemy with merely a thought of constricting their trachea is a power only the most evil would be able to conjure. Darth Vader was masterful in this ability, to say the least. So just how far can he, or anyone strong in the dark side of the Force, choke someone? The answers will be mixed with canon and legends to provide us with all the well-rounded numbers that we need. Darth Vader can be seen force choking Ozzel, who's on the Executor while Vader sits in his chamber. We've seen in Season 6, Episode 10 of the Clone Wars that Palpatine, who was on Coruscant, force choked Dooku, who was in his headquarters on Raxus Prime. The distance here is estimated to be about 31,000 light years away. Now, if this is possible, then why doesn't Vader just reach out with the Force to choke Obi-Wan, sometime after Order 66 and before A New Hope? The answer is because the Force just doesn't work like that. At least not to our knowledge thus far. Force users can't just reach out and think of someone they want dead and just Force choke them. There has to be more spatial awareness and connection to the person's exact location. Visually speaking, of course. However, we have seen Palpatine force choke the Shadow Collective guard standing near the door before opening it to confront his former apprentice, Darth Maul, and his brother, Savage Opress. I do believe that this ability can be done in close proximity, especially to a very powerful Force user such as Palpatine. I think if Star Wars canon were to include the ability of choking someone anywhere in the galaxy by mere thought, then it would create a cluster of issues and theories where we could question literally every moment, like why didn't Obi-Wan choke Anakin before he knew he was on Mustafar, or why didn't Palpatine choke Obi-Wan to death at any point, letting Anakin search for a new mentor eventually, and making his turn a lot more solidified and debatably easier. So while there isn't a numerical answer as to how far a Force user can choke someone, Darth Vader was powerful enough to Force choke Ozzel through space just by looking at him on the telecom. So as it stands right now, we could say that Palpatine could Force choke someone 31,000 light years away, approximately, so Vader could do about the same. While there isn't anything in the comics or in the movies to help us solidify this answer, we do know that Darth Vader's potential would have been higher than Palpatine's had he not been burned and defeated by Obi-Wan. But now that it has, it is said by George that he was 80% as strong as Palpatine's maximum power. So if we take 31,000 light years and get 80% of that, that's about 25,000 light years. That's pretty much the best thing we can run off with for this video. Now, that said, in the Canon Skywalker Strikes comic book, Vader is contacted by an Imperial officer while he is on the planet Simon 1. The officer was on a Star Destroyer far away in space and was not visible, but Vader managed to choke him anyway. The distance between them is not clarified anywhere, but it is definitely a far and vast distance. The ability to use Force Choke isn't just limited to Darkside users, as we can see Luke using it in The Return of the Jedi against the Gamorrean guards in Jabba's palace, as well as Anakin in the Clone Wars far before his turn into Darth Vader. What is going on, guys? I hope you're all having an awesome day so far today. So today I found something purely from old legends, which I thought would be fun to bring to life. It comes from Star Wars Empire issue 14 and covers literally what happened right after the first Death Star blew up. You remember when Vader spun out of control. This comic covers exactly where he spun out to and what happened to him. So let's just get right into it. As he spun out, his rage grew with hunger for revenge. As his communications were damaged and his hyperspace abilities were shot, he set course for the nearest Imperial outpost, Outpost V798 to be exact, on the planet Val. As Vader crashes through the asteroid field, his navigational systems offline, he spirals down into the sandy world, breaking orbit and crashing to the ground. As Darth Vader walks the desert grasslands, it's not long before he hears the rustling of tall grass, and knows he is no longer alone. As he sees them approaching in a pack, he is surrounded by hyenax, which were basically just space hyenas. Igniting his red lightsaber, he readies himself for the fight. Vicious animal against monster. Immediately slicing one in half, he turns to behead another, swiftly turning to slice through the torso of two more, moving his weapon of death through the skull of the next, when one finally sinks its massive fangs into his mechanical hand, causing him to drop his lightsaber and feel the pain coursing through his robotic nerves, as the violent hyenax all jump onto him and rip into his suit, body, and flesh. When all of a sudden, they are thrown into the air and expelled outwards in all directions. Vader hasn't felt this in a long time. That pure Sith rage began to return. He was reborn. As the Force coursed through his veins, he summoned his lightsaber and perfectly sliced through the next creature that jumped at him. But this time, It was the leader. He had defeated their alpha of the pack. The fight was over. Even on alien worlds, there was a leader and followers. The Hyenex knew that if their leader was defeated, then that being would take its rightful place atop their throne. Vader hadn't felt so alive in decades. As they scurried away, nightfall came and Vader found himself building a fire in the wilderness, savoring this moment of solitude on his own once again, when he notices eyes from the grasslands shining through at him. The Hyenex had returned, but this time was different. This time, they brought bearing a gift. It was the severed body of their leader, the one Vader had killed. They had brought it to him as a peace offering, to make him their new leader. The story pans out as Vader begins to think to himself, to be part of a pack means a chance at survival, but to lead a pack means far more. How cool would it be to see Vader on screen, live action film of him just decimating hyenas like this? It might be a little beyond Disney's PG rating, but I truly hope that we get to see something like this in the future. A really big plan of mine for the channel is to make a live-action Vader film. A really intense, 10-minute, 20-minute, action-packed, high-budget Vader anthology that just goes through some important piece from Legends or one of the comics, something like that. Now, while that's ways away, I do hope that Disney does give us those Vader and Obi-Wan anthology films. Something I always questioned as a kid was, why didn't Darth Sidious, the known galaxy's most powerful being, not foresee his own death at Vader's hand? In the Darth Plagueis novel, which is Legends of course, Plagueis himself saw Anakin on Tatooine boarding Qui-Gon's ship and immediately had a Force vision of Darth Vader rising from a mechanical bed and bringing extreme destruction to the galaxy. So why couldn't Palpatine, in all his time and all his power with Anakin and Vader, sense something was about to go wrong? There are about 3 parts to this video that I'm going to cover, and the first is that I'd like to mention the most confusing bit, where in episode 5, Vader tells Luke to join him and rule the galaxy, because the Emperor has foreseen it. Now this part was true. Palpatine did foresee the son of Skywalker to rule the galaxy. However, he didn't necessarily mean to rule it with Vader. He wanted Luke to take Vader's place because once Anakin burned and lost his limbs, he never was the same anymore. He never was Palpatine's #1 choice or his favorite. After that major defeat on Mustafar, Palpatine was always searching for a new apprentice, someone to take Vader's place at any chance that arose. Sidious always knew that Vader wasn't stronger than him, not after his demise. However, we can see that in Revenge of the Sith against Yoda, he did think Anakin would grow to be more powerful than himself and the Little Green Master. However, only in time would he reach his potential, and through much training. On to the next point. Palpatine was powerful, but his power was more into his lightning attack than premonitions and seeing the future. It's not like a powerful Force user will have all his powers equally gifted. It varies depending on genetics and the user's predisposition for their abilities. Sidious had mastered all lightsaber forms. He could speak different languages, including the ancient Sith language. He was literally the most powerful Sith Force lightning conjurer in all of the galaxy, by a long shot. That and the fact that he was just overall so powerful. His premonitions were powerful, as when he foresees Vader in trouble while fighting Kenobi on Mustafar. However, he can't see spontaneous things that have to do with free will, such as Darth Maul dying or the first Death Star blowing up. Premonitions, after all, weren't all that important to him. However, he could sense one's thoughts through their feelings and emotions. This is how he knew about Anakin's dreams and what was really troubling him. The next point I'd like to make is that Jedi are the ones mainly who are able to see very well into the future. This is something gifted to only light side users, simply because Jedi meditation allowed the user to open their consciousness to their surroundings and expand their feelings towards the universe. Whereas the Sith, well, the Sith meditated by focusing inwards, harnessing their hatred and anger, focusing on their vengeance, letting it grow inside of them, rather than worrying as much about their surroundings as the Jedi did. They focused more on power, and while they could see premonitions as well, it wasn't as frequent or distant as when a Jedi meditates. Now, the other point that I'd like to cover is the topic of free will. This is the main thing the video comes down to, and this can't be perceived or foreseen. Vader was loyal. Palpatine knew this, out of fear and pure obedience, but he was obedient nonetheless. The only reason Vader changed his mind was because he saw Luke being tortured by Palpatine. That was when his hatred for his master finally broke free from the bubble of self-loathing and pity that he had created for himself all those years after killing Padme. It was unforeseen, spontaneous, and completely out of the blue. Now, why Palpatine couldn't sense Vader about to kill him with all his immense power was because he was so immersed within the dark side while incinerating Luke that he completely blinded out Vader from his surroundings. Vader knew it, he felt it, and took the advantage, saving his son, the galaxy, and bringing balance to the Force. From the Jedi's point of view, of course. Now, had Vader not felt the pain of his son dying before him, and the memory of his former self, the Jedi, Padme, and everything that he threw to the wind with his betrayal, then Palpatine's vision of the Empire succeeding would have continued to become true. Just as Snoke said to Kylo, had the father not saved the son, then the Empire would have succeeded. It's always been so interesting for me to see how different Force users are more powerful in different aspects of the Force, such as Plagueis was amazing with premonitions and Force speed. However, Palpatine was good at Force lightning, among many other things. Hey guys, how is everyone doing today? So, in Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, we got the final conclusion to Anakin Skywalker's life. The boy who was to bring balance to the Force, the ancient prophecy to destroy the last Sith, and with the death of the Emperor and then Vader, he did just that. So while many might say that he died because of Palpatine's lightning coursing through his respirator, I have a very different theory that I'd like to propose. In the new canon comics, Vader is hit with Palpatine's Force lightning countless times,
unleashing the full power of the dark side upon his apprentice.
Such as in this issue, which was the very first issue taking place right after Revenge of the Sith, where we see him get off of his surgery table and push Palpatine into the wall when he realizes that Padme is dead. This caused Sidious to lash out at him and use Force lightning on him. So why wasn't Vader on the brink of death here? Was it because Palpatine was using a lesser amount of lightning? That might be so, but it doesn't really make sense as it's not explained to us, and Vader's suit was extremely sensitive to lightning for these very moments when Sidious needed to put him in his place. I think, and this is just my theory, that the way Disney is leading Vader's story in canon is that lightning clearly doesn't affect Vader as much as it did when George was in charge. And that's not to say that Palpatine's attack didn't hurt Vader. On the contrary, it mangled his cybernetics, but the reason Vader didn't fight to live on is because when he turned back into Anakin and saved Luke, he actually let go of his hate, and therefore had no more anger to sustain his life. The Jedi will transcend into the Force and let go, as Obi-Wan said in A New Hope, and the Force ghost in The Last Jedi novelization, as Luke died, who we still have no clue of as who said it when Luke vanished. Anakin was sliced into several pieces, burnt alive, and killed his wife. He survived that. He definitely could have survived Palpatine's lightning attack. The real reason Anakin died was because he was just tired and done with it all. The hate left him, and he was able to move on, finally. In the Return of the Jedi novelization, Obi-Wan reaches out to Anakin as he's laying there and fading away, telling him that he has only so much time to learn how to become a Force ghost before he slips away into nothing. So I don't think Vader died just from the lightning alone, which for sure damaged and hurt him and the life support system that he had in the suit. However, it wasn't the cause of death, I don't think, and that's what this theory proposes. Him letting go of his hate was his way of transcending into the Force. Otherwise, if he held on to his anger and hatred, he would still be alive. However, he never would have turned to the light, and we'd have a very different outcome today. So his death in this way can be seen much more peacefully if we think of it like this, than if Palpatine's attack alone was the culprit. Another example is, in this comic here, we've seen Silo turn off Vader's suit entirely, and he was still sustaining his lungs and his life support system with the dark side of the Force, without any mechanics at all. So let me know what you guys think of this theory. I hope it made you think of the different possibilities, and maybe put Vader's end to a bit of peace. Star Wars issue number 14 by Dark Horse Comics. Long story short, Vader goes off the grid from the Empire to eliminate treason within his ranks, those who betrayed him and the Empire. While Vader cuts a pretty bloody path throughout the galaxy in his search, his temporary special assistant, Ensign Nanda, erases all traces of their activities. As just one last target of the trail remains, something comes up on their system detection. He changes course and goes through the asteroid field of Alderaan, or rather, what's left of it. As Nanda tells him that a kill or capture order has been placed on an ex-Imperial scientist, Tag Rogarin, Vader becomes suspicious as to just why. As his last location was here, Vader knew the execution order was because he knew something, and that something was something that he was going to find out. as she tells him that this is a huge capture, that every bounty hunter and military contractor and specialist would be here any minute to claim this man. Vader knew that he had to get to him first, and quickly, to question him and learn what he knows that is so important.
We move in now, retrieve Rogarin, and exit the system. As ordered, Lord Vader.
So this target here was easy pay. It wouldn't attract just professional mercenaries, rather off-duty rank-and-file stormtroopers, recruits, trainees, local garrison transport guards, and active duty troopers as well. As the man in question is captured, Vader says to his troopers,
Well done. Leave us, now. I'd have private words with our prisoner. Negative. An order off the Imperial Milnet supersedes this off-the-books action, my lord. I apologize.
But an order is an order. This is a high-value target. He's coming with us back to the Imperial Center.
In what ship, Sergeant?
As Vader ignites his lightsaber,
My lord, please, we both serve the Emperor.
Correction. You are compensated by the Empire for your service. I serve the Emperor.
as Vader slams a trooper to the wall, he is choked from behind by another, when he, without hesitation and by far the coolest scene in this comic, reaches behind his head and squeezes the trooper's helmet so hard that he crushes his skull within it, leaving him deformed and falling to the floor, dead. As he slashes through the remaining troopers and finishes them off, one more remains. He opens full fire on Lord Vader, who deflects the attack much like he did in Rogue One, only now it was against his own men. As one of the blaster fires hits the hull, Vader takes advantage of the now lack of oxygen, which is a very smart maneuver, and reaches out with the dark side of the Force and sends a shockwave so strong that it disintegrates the stormtrooper's helmet as he gasps for air that he can't find, suffocating to death. As Vader throws the man in question inside the ship, the hull is sealed, and they set course for the Chandrila system. The end. Oh, yeah, and Vader choked up the guy that they captured. He didn't give much information out at all, so Vader just tossed him aside and crushed his windpipe. The end. So obviously now they all go to that planet, the Chandrila system, and from there, Vader does some different excursions and missions. It's very short, and it ends with him meeting Palpatine again back at the end of the issue, which then we continue on with issue 15. And if you guys want me to continue on with the next issue, let me know down below. But first, just to do this one proper for you guys, I'm going to finish the dialogue between Vader and Palpatine. Here we go.
My lord,
You've been busy, Vader, yet you still managed to return to me, like the pup you are. So, tell me, did you get your satisfaction?
the Butcher deception has been isolated, and his true identity discovered. The rebel leader Mon Mothma, he is her kin. I seek reinstatement as your humble servant, and to resume my duties hunting the rebel fleet.
Granted, but with a word of warning. By all means, seek the rebel fleet. But if you have any further personal ambitions, Vader, proceed carefully, for I cannot guarantee I will be as forgiving next time.
And there we have it. The end of that just ends up with Nanda all scared and alone of Vader coming back to kill her, and then we enter the next issue. Hey everyone, so do you remember when I played the VR Star Wars Immortal game? That was literally the coolest Star Wars game I've ever played, and one of the most immersive, if not actually the most immersive, because, well, that's the point of VR. In it, we got a lot of different things. We got the history of Mustafar, we got to go into Vader's castle and go beneath it, and we got to learn about Lady Corvax, which was a super cool bit. But by far the most interesting, for me at least, was to see the Black Bishop, which is the character's code name for whoever it might be, which we're going to learn much more about him in episode 2. Now this video is to give you guys an update on episode 2 because it's going to be extremely immersive just as the first one. The graphics are going to be even better, and it's going to cover more of the story regarding Vader and the Black Bishop, and of course you as the player in VR. Now the thing that they're talking about the most, and something that I want to highlight in this video, is this massive creature that we have never seen before in Star Wars, which just looks absolutely terrifying. It looks like a crossbreed between the Stranger Things, the Mind Flayer, and some sort of Rancor. Here's what StarWars.com has to say about the game. As for the fortress deep underground, the castle belonged to Lady Corvax, a former ruler of Mustafar. In this new chapter, we learn a bit more about her story, run into some old friends from episode 1 who have been searching for us, and encounter a mysterious character we'd seen talking to Vader in his private chambers, whom we've nicknamed the Black Bishop. You'll have to explore for yourself to learn more. Enter the Dark Ghast. Along the way, expect to be faced with perils including the ghastly Dark Ghast, a new creature that bears striking resemblance to the ravenous rancor kept below Jabba the Hutt's palace on Tatooine. It is definitely related and is certainly as dangerous. It's been lurking in the ruins, crawling around the fortress, and surviving on other creatures. But food is scarce, and it's hungry. The design definitely harkens back to that classic Return of the Jedi look, but with a twist. This is the first time that we really get to experience a large-scale Star Wars creature in VR, so I think we all wanted it to have a familiar feel while still being unique to Vader Immortal. Unlike its desert-dwelling cousin, the Dark Ghast has extra limbs to help it agilely traverse the underground terrain. Jung Yoon Choi, our lead modeler, gave the creature sections of hardened flesh, like the plating on a rhino, and added angry red markings like a Black Widow. One of our playtesters ripped their headset off right when she encountered it, and scolded us for not warning her it was coming. Once you meet the beast, you may just spend the rest of the experience and the day looking over your shoulder. Having that massive creature right in your face can be a pretty terrifying experience, and something you can only get while fully immersed in this way. And if you look carefully, you'll see some of her eggs as you explore. And in an upcoming chapter, episode 3, Snow says that designers are incorporating more of the creature's own backstory. You might even stumble across some graffiti that gives a little bit more of the creature's history if you choose to examine it. And then it goes on to tell us that basically beyond using a lightsaber and being Vader's apprentice, you get to now use the Force. And amongst those powers, you get to use saber throw, which is probably one of my most favorite Force powers in Star Wars. I used to abuse that power in Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast 2 online. So to me, this beast looks like it could either be Vader's pet that he keeps in there, or it's some malevolent creature that was put there. Well, really, I wouldn't know who would put it there other than Vader himself. Now, if Vader were to ever have a pet or a dog type of thing, this would be it. We know Anakin was very powerful in the Force, and one of his powers was the ability to communicate with beasts, or rather beast control. And Vader, no less, would be able to control this beast as well, I would assume. Now just imagine if he controls this beast, and then as we go on through the story, it eventually turns on you, and you have to kill it. Using your lightsaber and Force powers and dodging here and there, I mean, that would be very immersive and scary to say the least. With 4 arms and that massive mouth, kind of like a predator, I can't imagine what kind of terrifying visions this thing is going to give when it's in front of you, but when it comes out, I can't wait to document it and have some fun with you all, as usual.
From the beginning of his conflict, we saw there was a hunger for more power and respect from Anakin Skywalker. This can be noted in his kneeled transformation to Darth Vader at Emperor Palpatine's feet. The sole reason he turned to the dark side, as stated in his words from the book The Rise of Darth Vader by James Luceno, Vader is very much conscious that his allegiance to the Emperor was purely in exchange for the knowledge to save Padme from death.
I will do whatever you ask. Just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her.
This was his reason to kill the Jedi and the younglings as explained in previous videos. However, once his turn into the masked mechanical Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker is countlessly noted as dead. He is referred to in the third person by both Palpatine and Vader himself upon his recollection of Anakin's past life. Not only this, but Vader sees himself as an entirely different person, and even goes as far as claiming to have killed Anakin Skywalker, as we can see in the Darth Vader comic, where he goes over the transformation in his mind at the hand of Silo, a character who's insignificant to this video. It's quite clear that Vader views himself as killing Anakin, throwing him into the lava. Prior to this, when he reminisces over Anakin and Obi-Wan's duel, he imagines Kenobi throwing Anakin into the lava on Mustafar, and from it, the emergence and birth of Darth Vader. This is extremely symbolic, as it shows the fire and magma as a metaphor for pain and suffering, yet emerging from it, new life. Hardened and unscathed, shows his emotional and mental fortitude, the strength within him that allows him to be reborn like a phoenix after passing the test of his inauguration into the dark side. These are all signs and definitions of schizophrenia. The person who put these thoughts into his head is Palpatine, who refers to him multiple times as someone who has no connection to Anakin Skywalker. We can see it many times throughout the movies, comics, and the books.
I have no doubt this boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker.
How is that possible? This fixation on Kenobi that is a part of you that is still Skywalker. You must purge it from yourself. Anakin Skywalker is dead. Only Darth Vader lives.
It will be as you command, my master.
Good. Let us get on with the serious matters regarding our empire. There is much to do.
Anakin often showed impulsive behavior and had difficulty controlling his anger, which leads to his 2 dissociative episodes. The first being when he was exterminating the Sand People after his mother's death. And the other when he killed all of the Jedi younglings. There is a massive disassociation with oneself in order to do this. Anakin was going to have a child. He knew this. He valued life and children, yet pretended he was a fly on the wall as he watched himself slaughter his friends and the younglings. To further our evidence, I did some research and found out that Vader is actually a really popular topic for medical students to do their thesis on, and for actual psychologists to examine. Psychologists have analyzed the behavior of Vader and determined that he checked 6 out of 9 criteria for border personality disorder, which you only need to meet 5 in order to be diagnosed. His betrayal of the Jedi, killing younglings, slaughtering Tusken Raiders against the Jedi way, and failing to prevent his wife from death are all enough reasons for Anakin to suffer an identity crisis, and therefore feeling more comfortable when changing his name to Darth Vader, donning the mask and suit, and now becoming a completely different person to himself and others. So to draw out of this analysis for a second, have you ever gotten something as mere as a haircut or a new piece of clothing that you felt made you different, or perhaps more outgoing and confident? The same can be said with the opposite, and this is exactly what happened to Vader. His identity change is what kept him most loyal to Palpatine, as he had no one left, just like Maul, who saw Sidious as a father.
You have been well trained, my young apprentice. They will be no match for you.
Vader was even more inclined to stay under his master's command now that he was damaged physically and mentally, using Palpatine just as much as he used Vader, only one for moral support to feel wanted and needed, and the other for power. The fact that he had this constant battle in his mind, back and forth with killing Anakin, yet thinking of Padme, is the one sliver of Anakin that remained within him, and ultimately allowed Anakin to be powerful enough to return at the end of Return of the Jedi when he saw his son. When he saw Luke being killed at the hands of the Emperor, this sparked something in him. It was Luke's love that caused Vader to see who he really is behind the mask and finally kill Vader, becoming Anakin once again. In your opinion, do you think Anakin suffered from personality dissociation? Or was Vader just crazy and power hungry? I mean, the fact that we refer to them as almost 2 different identities proves very much that he is seen as 2 different people within the same body. It makes me wonder if he got psychological treatment, would he have turned?
Hey everyone, I've wanted to cover this video for some time, so without further ado, let's get right into it. Vader, Tyrannus, Maul, Bane, Malgus, and Palpatine, just to name a few. What did they all have in common? They were bound by the same thing in common with each other, and while I never felt Dooku was portrayed this way in the films, he was much more in the comics. These men are all bound by the Sith Code. Now, the Sith Code isn't just the creed we've all heard over and over again, about how one's metaphorical chains must be broken, but it has much more depth to it than that. It was essentially its very own religion, and with it came its very own language. Thousands of years old, ancient, it was later taught and spoken only by those who had adopted the ways of the Sith, following the way of the dark side. The language of the natives on Korriban, years before the Republic even existed. The ancient Sith Order of malevolent Force practitioners had a secret language of their own. Originally used by the native red-skinned Sith, then being adopted by Dark Jedi throughout the ages. As the natives of these two planets died out, so did the use of the ancient language. However, it was brought back decades later in Legends, and now in canon. This language was held only for true Sith. It was something that Palpatine taught to his pupils and apprentices, mainly and in accordance with today's episode, Darth Vader. For an ancient order of malevolent Force practitioners, this was an immensely secret language. In the canon novel Lords of the Sith, we actually have a scene where the master and apprentice speak in their Sith tongue, so as to keep their identities and schemes hidden from those around them. In the book, they take a mission to Ryloth. Now, Ryloth was this planet that Palpatine massively exploited for their spice resources and trades. Due to this exploitation, a freedom fighter had enough and rose to train rebels of the planet to fight hard against the Empire. This was known as the Free Ryloth movement. The deaths of Imperials caused enough of an annoyance to lead Palpatine, Vader, and several Royal Red Guards on a secret mission in Vader's flagship, the Perilous. Now, during this mission, in order to find the traitor, the two Sith Lords spoke in the ancient Sith language tongue while in Drua's village. The purpose was to avoid having the native Twi'leks understand their true intentions. As they discussed the fate of the villagers, which Vader was ordered to kill, a video I can make for a different time if you all like, as it gets pretty epic. The master and apprentice did indeed speak a different language. Now, I would like for Disney or Marvel for the comics to go in detail on how Vader learned this language, giving a bit of a tutorial almost to the reader. I think there are so many things that Disney could build off and around regarding Vader's character, and I can't wait to see what we all have in store. If you guys want me to cover more of that part in the novel where Vader and Palpatine do end up going to the village, let me know down below in the comments. But as for today, I wanted to make you all introduced to the fact that Vader can indeed speak the ancient Sith language. Now, something I'd like to make a fun video on, and what may interest only a few of you, is a tutorial on how to speak Sith. Of course, in the meantime, you can find tutorials and lectures online about it. However, I'd like to give my own spin on it too, for those interested in learning for fun. For example, Palpatine's actual name is transcribed as Marmutine, and the word power is actually Mid-One. Hopefully we'll get clips of Vader speaking this ancient language in upcoming Star Wars standalone films. I'd find it really cool if we saw him speak to Palpatine in this ancient tongue. It would add so much more depth to the character, as is.
As promised in yesterday's video, today will be an excerpt from the Legends book Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader. We will go over Vader's thoughts about his new suit and cybernetics and everything in between, including his poor vision, his scorched vocal cords, his burnt lungs, and much more. Our scene today takes place in the Jedi Temple, where Emperor Palpatine sent Vader back to gather a lost holocron. During his scavenge, he reminisced about many things, which I've made videos on as well. However, today's will be this topic. Without further ado, let's begin. Vader turned and moved for the hatch. But this is not walking, he thought. Long accustomed to building and rebuilding droids, supercharging the engines of land speeders and starfighters, upgrading the mechanisms that controlled the first of his artificial limbs, he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids responsible for his resurrection in Sidious's lofty laboratory on Coruscant. His alloy lower legs were bulked by strips of armor similar to those that filled and gave form to the long glove Anakin had worn over his right arm prosthesis. What remained of his real limbs ended in bulbs of grafted flesh, inserted into machines that triggered movement through the use of modules that interfaced with his damaged nerve endings. But instead of using Durasteel, the medical droids had substituted an inferior alloy, and had failed to inspect the strips that protected the electromotive line. As a result, the inner lining of the pressurized bodysuit was continually snagging on places where the strips were anchored to the knee joints and ankle joints. The tall boots were a poor fit for his artificial feet, whose claw-like toes lacked the electrostatic sensitivity of his equally false fingertips. Raised in the heel, the cumbersome footage canted him slightly forward, forcing him to move with exaggerated caution lest he stumble or topple over. Worse, they were so heavy that he often felt rooted to the ground, or as if he were moving in high gravity. What good was motion of this sort if he was going to have to call on the Force to walk place to place? He may as well have resigned himself to using a repulsor chair and abandoned any hope of movement. The defects in his prosthetic arms mirrored those of his legs. Only the right one felt natural to him, though it too was artificial, and the pneumatic mechanisms that supplied articulation and support were sometimes slow to respond. The weighty cloak and pectoral plating so restricted his movements that he could scarcely lift his arms over his head, and he had already been forced to adapt his lightsaber technique to compensate. He could probably adjust the servo drivers and pistons in his forearms to provide his hands with strength enough to crush the hilt of his new lightsaber. With the power of his arms alone, he had the ability to lift an adult being off the ground. But the Force had always given him the ability to do this, especially in moments of rage, as he had demonstrated on Tatooine and elsewhere. What's more, the sleeves of the bodysuit didn't hug the prosthesis as they should, and the elbow-length gloves sagged and bunched at his wrists. Gazing at the gloves now, he thought, this is not seeing. The pressurized mask was goggle-eyed, fish-mouthed, short-snouted, and needlessly angular over the cheekbones. Coupled with a flaring dome of helmet, the mask gave him the forbidding appearance of an ancient Sith war droid. The dark hemispheres that covered his eyes filtered out light that might have caused further injury to his damaged corneas and retinas, but in enhanced mode, the half-globes reddened the light and prevented him from being able to see the toes of his boots without inclining his head almost 90 degrees. Listening to the servo motors that drove his limbs, he thought, this is not hearing. The med droids rebuilt the cartilage of his outer ears, but his eardrums, having melted in Mustafar's heat, had been beyond repair. Sound waves now had been transmitted directly to implants in his inner ear, and sounds registered as if issuing from underwater. Worse, the implanted sensors lacked sufficient discrimination, so that too many ambient noises were picked up, and their distance and direction were difficult to determine. Sometimes the sensors needled him with feedback, or attached echo or vibrato effects to even the faintest noise. Allowing his lungs to fill with air, he thought, this is not breathing. Here, the med droids had truly failed him. From a control box he wore strapped to his chest, a thick cable entered his torso, linked to a breathing apparatus and heartbeat regulator. The ventilator was implanted in his hideously scarred chest, along with tubes that ran directly into his smoke-damaged lungs, and others that entered the throat, so that should the chest plate or belt panels develop a glitch, he could breathe unassisted for a limited time. But the monitoring panel beeped frequently, and for no reason, and the constellation of lights served only as steady reminders of his vulnerability. The incessant rasp of his breathing interfered with his ability to rest, let alone sleep. And sleep, in the rare moments it came to him, was a nightmarish jumble of twisted, recurrent memories that unfolded to excruciating sounds. The med droids had at least inserted the redundant breathing tubes low enough so that, with the aid of an enunciator, his scorched vocal cords could still form sounds and words. But absent the enunciator, which imparted a synthetic bass tone, his own voice was little more than a whisper.
No, I am your father.
He could take food through his mouth as well, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove the triangular respiratory vent that was the mask's prominent feature. So it was easier to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous and otherwise, and to rely on catheters, collection pouches, and recyclers to deal with liquids and solid wastes. But all those devices made it even more difficult for him to move with ease, much less with any grace. The pectoral armor that protected the artificial lung weighed him down, as did with electrode-studded collar and supported the outsized helmet, necessary to safeguard the cybernetic devices that replaced the uppermost of his vertebrae, the delicate systems of the mask, and the ragged scars in his hairless head, which owed as much to what he had endured on Mustafar as to attempts at emergency trephination during the trip back to Coruscant aboard Sidda's shuttle. The synth skin that substituted for what was seared from his bones itched incessantly, and his body needed to be periodically cleansed and scrubbed of necrotic flesh. Already he had experienced moments of claustrophobia, moments of desperation to be rid of the suit. To emerge from the shell, he needed to build, or have built, a chamber in which he could feel human again, if possible. All in all, he thought, this is not living. This was solitary confinement, prison of the worst sort, continual torture. He was nothing more than wreckage, power without clear purpose. A melancholy sigh escaped from the mouth grill. Collecting himself, he stepped through the hatch. So, now we can see just how depressed Vader was, and all the things he felt and thought after his transformation. It really is eye-opening to read just what he went through, and with such imagery. I can't imagine how he continued to live this way for so many years, trapped in his own synthetic skin, entombed within his thick suit and mask. He was truly miserable. The only time he felt free and without much pain was when he retreated to his bacta tank in Rogue One. This really changes how we look at Vader from now on, as it shows his mortality and reason for depression. As if losing Padme and turning on the Jedi wasn't enough, he was living through hell every day, with Palpatine holding the pitchfork.
Hey guys, how is your day going today? So today's video is something that I want to discuss with you all. It's regarding what we just saw in Rebels, where Ezra went into the world within worlds that allowed him to go back in time and save Ahsoka. I believe this video will tie in many theories from the sequels, the original, and the prequels, so have your theory hats on. What was this place? While it's such a fresh new thing in Star Wars that nothing has been explained about just yet, I think there's a lot to take away from it and theorize. Now, what I believe this world is, which will be pretty hard to grasp for a moment, is a place where time doesn't exist. Rather, it allows the observer to observe time in a timeless place.
What?
What I think this place is where Palpatine was trying to go when he told Anakin that he knows of a way to cheat death. What we saw was Palpatine who was trying to reach out and attack Ezra and Ahsoka through his portal, which was among hundreds of other doorways in that place. Now, if you notice, Palpatine needed Ezra to walk through the portal himself, so that tells me that he couldn't necessarily go through it and do what he wanted with him, but rather needed the person to walk through it himself, or he would have to go through the temple, which he was trying to do as he was excavating the temple itself. He was clearly using Sith magic to open the portal and see inside, and I think he wanted Ezra to walk through it so that he could do, whatever he wanted, as his new apprentice or seek information or whatever it was. He had that portal look like it was Canon, which was clearly just a mirage. As we saw once Ahsoka convinced Ezra not to go through, Palpatine appeared and tried to lure him in with his magic. I think this place was exactly how Palpatine was going to cheat death, and what he was trying to do in Revenge of the Sith when he told Anakin that he could save Padme. I think, and this is only my theory, is why Plagueis couldn't save himself, because if he died, he couldn't go back in time and save himself. If Plagueis even existed, that is. Who knows if he was actually real or just made up by Palpatine, now that the Plagueis book is just legends. Could this place be where Rey teleported to as well in The Last Jedi? That mirror showing the many clones of her seemed like a spot that stopped time and space itself, showing her just one of the portals. Maybe it's something very similar. I'm thinking Palpatine's excavation of this temple on Lothal was a big hint as to just what he was trying to achieve had Ezra and the gang not disrupted the Empire's plans for it. I guess we'll find out more in the next episode of Rebels. The fact that time travel is now a thing means many things could be done. It's good and bad. Palpatine could go back in time and save Anakin from the high ground fall on Mustafar, preventing him from losing his limbs and burning, and therefore no longer being the chosen one in terms of strength. If he ends up doing this, this would allow Anakin to reach his full potential later on in the story, and that would be an extremely powerful character. That said, this also means Vader can now go back in time and visit Padme, or at least see her through this portal. What if he ended up actually going to Anakin himself in his younger, youthful form and warning him of what could happen? How cool would that be for him to visit these different periods of himself in Revenge of the Sith, or even before? I think this is a very complicated concept, but the potential of this new thing in Star Wars is very, very cool, and it could give us so many new stories that allow Disney to change many different things for better or worse. Now, if Anakin were to know somehow of this place, he could go there before the Clone Wars or during or whenever, before all of his mistakes happen, and stop these things from occurring, before Order 66 was executed. We could literally get new prequel Star Wars movies in an alternate universe. If, let's say, Ahsoka goes into this time-traveling thing once again and goes to warn Anakin of what he will do and what his life will become. That's a very big video I want to cover, and it opens many more doors, pun intended, for new fan fictions.
At this point, the Rogue One scene with Darth Vader that has been leaked online countless times before being removed by Disney has surfaced for many to see. However, for those who have refrained from seeing it, click away from this video. Are they gone? Okay, good. In the final end of Rogue One, we get the most epic scene that Vader fans have been waiting for since the launch of Episode 4 in 1977. The part where Vader literally slices his way through Rebels in order to get to the plans. The following that I'm about to read is from the novelization itself, which puts more depth and gravity on Vader's arrival to the scene in question, along with the narration of how he felt, what he saw, and his thoughts. Since I can't use copyrighted footage, unfortunately, I'll use as many images as I can to properly bring this video to life.
Enjoy.
The Rebel flagship is disabled, my lord.
The Devastator's captain reported crisply at Vader's side. Darth Vader did not turn to him as he spoke.
But it has received transmissions from the surface.
Vader stared at the burning ship. There was death at play, suffering, and fear. Yes, and something entirely different. Something that repelled his withered, agonized flesh.
Prepare a boarding party,
he said.
Yes, my lord.
The destruction of the Citadel, the lancing of the Scarif with the Death Star's super laser, the evaporation of a sea, and the disintegration of Archipelagos sent a tremor through Vader's shuttle as Vader and his squad rode to the flagship. Vader felt fear then, too, vast and powerful, and purer than that which emanated from the cruiser. When his vessel reached the flagship and his stormtroopers burned their way through the hull, he started towards the rebel bridge and then pivoted. Perhaps instinct guided him, perhaps something more. It did not occur to him to wonder. He sent his troops to continue on his prior path and moved alone. The corridor lights flickered while alarms blared. Trapped in the blood-red chamber of his helmet, Vader was troubled by neither. He attuned himself to emanations of panic and desperation and followed their trail. When he encountered rebels reaching for their blasters or dashing to seal blast doors, he drew his weapon and cut them down with unhurried strokes of his crimson blade. The voice of a stormtrooper spoke to him through his comlink.
A data tape was recorded on the bridge just before we boarded. No sign of it here.
Vader did not answer, but he bolstered his pace. He wound through the cruiser, leaving corpses behind. He found his prey at last in a corridor thick with rebels blacked against a security door. As particle bolts shot towards him, he watched a data tape pass between desperate soldiers. He knocked the bolts aside with his blade, tore a blaster from one foe with a might that defied nature and gravity, and marched on. He delivered killing stroke after killing stroke, awakened and relentless. The security door opened a mere crack, and rebel hands shoved the tape through. Vader reached through life and matter and air, and by the will alone, he pulled. He fueled his will with rage and fear and need. It was enough to tear the rebel from the door and drop him at Vader's feet, but it was not enough to claim the tape. He grasped the rebel sprawled before him by the throat, lifted him, and stared at him through bloody lenses.
Where are they taking it?
The reply was a strangled whisper. "Away from here," the rebel said. "Away from you." Vader clenched his gloved hand until the man's neck snapped. Then he tossed the body aside. He activated his comlink and barked to his stormtroopers.
Find their escape vessel.
The prospect of failure crept over his skin like fire. The supremacy of the Death Star could not be jeopardized. The total obliteration of the rebellion remained possible. That it was in question at all was unthinkable. Darth Vader chased his quarry, seeking solace in the final triumph of the Emperor. So Vader was finally disappointed, as we can all imagine how he failed to retrieve the plans for Palpatine. Also, I know I'm not the only one to wish we got the scene of him crushing a rebel's neck through blood-splattered lenses. I also find it interesting how he was originally going towards the rebel bridge, then pivoted to the corridor, where the Force pulled him towards it, as if he somehow knew the plans were that way. Did you know this scene wasn't even supposed to happen in the film, until it was heavily advised to be put in, which I'm sure they're glad they did as much as we are. In the galaxy, Vader is seen as this larger-than-life monster, half man, half machine, with no weaknesses, but to those who knew him personally, understood all of his grave injuries and suffering. We know cloning is a possibility in Star Wars, and as powerful as he was, why didn't he heal himself? We have seen Luke in the Bacta tank, and we've also seen Vader and Mustafar in his castle, healing himself in his own Bacta tank as well. So, with all of his resources to the dark side, his powers, Palpatine's cloning factory, and his own personal Bacta, why didn't he heal? The answer is a bit complex, and in 4 points it can be summed up. 1. Vader's limbs were severed off and cauterized by Obi-Wan's lightsaber, meaning the nerve endings were completely destroyed. This rules out the ability to properly connect prosthetic limbs to the best of their abilities, leaving him with the ones that he got. Also, it was due to the fact that Sidious purposefully downgraded him from Grievous's armor as a way of punishing him for his failures.
Oh, I don't think so.
2. His limbs melted, with most of them falling into the lava and the others cooking by the lava bank. This doesn't help him clone his legs or arm. 3.
His ability to heal himself was limited to the bacta tank, which only heals major surface injuries such as cuts, slashes, and pieces of missing tissue. However, Vader's lungs, eyes, and ears were completely burned and melted. He literally didn't have ears. He had to have cybernetic fiber optics connected from his helmet and into the sides of his head in order to hear. 4. Probably the most interesting answer, but also more of a Legends one now that Disney has the reins. Vader was completely consumed by his hatred. He destroyed the Jedi Order, killed younglings, killed his wife, and became this hurt man on the inside and outside, constantly suffocating in his own misery and hatred. A Jedi's Force ability was strictly for those of compassion and light side powers, not evil, hatred, and darkness. The Sith did have a similar power, however, called Force Drain, which was where they could sustain their life by draining the life force from weaker entities. If you've played some of the games, then you know what I'm talking about. Now, in the EU and comics, Vader did actually heal his lungs through his rage momentarily. However, there was a catch to this. It was that it caused him to enter such a state of euphoria and power that he lost focus on his hatred and would ultimately lose his power to continue. And a 5 little bonus fact, on top of this, Vader partially liked his suffering. It gave him focus, it made him stronger, and inevitably, that's what fueled him to continue his life. In Legends, he did try to commit suicide on a distant mission by himself, but it didn't end up happening. I'm sure the writers wouldn't kill off their most popular character anyways. What do you think would have happened if Vader did end up healing himself? I always wanted to see a video or a comic book where he had his full powers, or maybe a more augmented suit.
Hey guys, so here's a video that I'm pretty passionate about doing, simply because I'm a big Vader fan, as most of you know, and this could answer a lot of questions for those newer to Star Wars out there. We've mostly all seen Rogue One. We've witnessed just how powerful Darth Vader can be against the rebels. Moving through them like a bulldozer, he used speed, aggression, domination, and everything in between throughout the entire scene against them. We've also seen this aggression against other enemies in the comics that I've covered as well. With such ferocity, power, and determination, why don't we see the same type of fighting when he goes against Luke? How did his son beat him so easily at the end of the trilogy, when we know that Vader is one of the most powerful and feared beings in the galaxy? The answer is because he was never really fighting him. Vader never once used his full potential against Luke. We can see through the whole fight in both times that he was merely just blocking attacks, fencing with him as a means of delaying the battle, to warp his mind and turn him to the dark side, or rather, to his side so they can fight the Emperor. It is something that always bugged me as a kid because in just a year after the events of The Empire Strikes Back, Luke turns into this Jedi Knight and defeats his father. It just didn't seem right. As I read more of the novels and kept analyzing the fights over the years, I noticed that definitely Vader was merely just toying with Luke. The only time we actually see him use a pinch of his power is when Luke hits him in the shoulder near his neck in Episode 5, causing some pain and releasing Vader's anger, and that resulted in the loss of Luke's right hand. If Vader fought at his full power against his son, he would have without a doubt destroyed him within a few moments of both in The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. However, and there is a big however here, the Emperor kept telling Luke to use his anger, to give in to his hatred, and finally Vader said the one thing that he shouldn't have, which triggered Luke. That was threatening Leia, and to turn her to the dark side. Once hearing this, Luke used the dark side within him, and we all saw what happened after that. We could see it on his face as he struck his father down and returned the favor by taking his hand. Ready to kill him just the way Mace Windu was about to kill Palpatine. However, once he saw Vader's mechanical hand, he remembered his own, and knew that if he continued down this path as the Emperor wanted, to continue to feed into his anger, he would only end up like his father, and that's not what he wanted. So he snapped out of it. On a side note, I do think this is what Luke could be referring to in The Last Jedi, telling them that he's seen this raw power once before. I think that this raw power could just be that one time that he tapped into the dark side to defeat Vader. Now, in a little what-if scenario, if Padme were still alive, what would have happened if Palpatine taunted Padme's life in front of Vader, telling him to fight at his hardest or else she will die? I'm sure there would be no bounds to Vader's power. After all, he was Anakin, and limbs or no limbs, his connection to the Force would have been unimaginable when he tapped into it with full rage and purpose. Hey guys, what's going on today? So a couple people, literally 2, during a live stream last week asked me to revise this video. So let's get right to it. Before we begin, I want to mention that the canon bits will be first, then I'll explain more about the now deemed legends info about Vader and how he ate, just so you guys can decide which explanation you want to stick to more. According to Disney's Canon, Star Wars, Absolutely Everything You Need to Know book, Vader does indeed eat, but only rarely. Vader can't eat normally because he has been injured so badly, obviously. Instead, his life support system under his armor feeds nutrient fluids directly into his body. In his private chamber, Vader can actually remove his helmet and use a feeding tube. Now to explain some of what is legends. There was a scene with Vader in The Empire Strikes Back that was cut out. It was originally written in the script and it went something like this. Everyone is at the table, Darth Vader presiding at the head. He is neither eating nor drinking. Lando eats with a good appetite. The others, Chewbacca, sits quiet, not touching anything. Han and Leia have lost their appetites, but both, and especially Han, are drinking wine. Looking at Lando and contemplating murder. Lando and Han exchange a few words back and forth with each other when Leia says, "I've enjoyed Lord Vader's hospitality before. What's the matter, Lord Vader? Have you gone so far beyond humanity that you no longer need to eat or drink?" When Vader says,
I have had to forego those simple pleasures, along with many others. But there are compensations. And you're forgetting something, Princess. When we entertained you aboard the Death Star, you had information that we needed. Now you have nothing.
So it's right here that Vader himself acknowledges that there are some sacrifices to his new life after being Anakin Skywalker. So here, as we go even further down into Legends, these are the explanations as to just how he ate and the food that he was eating. As Vader was more machine than man, he was the most powerful and feared Sith Lord in the galaxy of his time. We know this. He enjoyed being seen as a mechanical monster, invulnerable of everything, or almost everything, to the need of human necessities such as eating and drinking, claiming to never consume food to all those below him, so as to seem larger than life and more immortal than anything. Vader did indeed eat, however, not the way most would think. His suit provided an array of specialties, which this episode will focus solely on his food and his nutrition partitioners connected to his body. These nutrition partitioners were connected via straws and intravenously. Inside of his suit, specifically below his chest plate, there were straws that led to the inside of his mask that allowed Vader to feed himself from an implanted bladder filled with Reped Vita paste, and this could be refilled either during monthly maintenance or on demand if he needed. Despite this, however, Vader eventually could not stand the vile taste of this paste and ordered for a redundant IV to be implanted to his veins from within the suit itself, feeding him a very potent, nutritious, and efficient liquid of vitamins, minerals, and macronutrients. Now, to provide a little more information as well, do you guys remember in Return of the Jedi when Vader picked up Palpatine over his head and he was being struck with lightning? As we got those flash skeletal images of Vader, we could see that he still did indeed possess teeth, which means that his ability to chew was evident. As well as in the books and comics, Vader internally speaks about biting off his tongue and swallowing it, although it's just a saying, but we get the picture. So, that said, Vader could definitely take food through his mouth, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove his triangular respiratory vent. Now, on a side note, whether he could or couldn't eat, Vader didn't feel he deserved to enjoy the human enjoyability of eating, torturing himself for killing Padme. It was therefore more common for Vader to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous, and otherwise.
In Return of the Jedi, we see this scene here. Where Palpatine is taunting Luke to give in to his hatred and take his weapon, to strike him down and fulfill his destiny. I want you to take a mental note of this while we travel back to Bespin in Episode 5, where Vader tells him,
Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this.
So if Vader wanted Luke to kill the Emperor and join him in the dark side, then why would he stop him from doing so? Doesn't make much sense, does it? Well, I'm going to explain it in several points, along with adding in the movie's novelization for further evidence. You see, Vader wants Palpatine dead.
I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him.
We've seen this throughout the trilogies, in the books and in our heads as hidden dialogue. He also wants his son to turn to the dark side and join him. And third, he wants to be the master, which can only be accomplished if the apprentice kills the master according to the rule of two. First, let's take a piece from the novel. It states that Vader could have allowed Luke to destroy the Emperor, but Luke was simply not ready for that yet, emotionally. Meaning, if Luke had killed the Emperor, he would either go back to the light side or turn on Vader there and then. kill him. Vader also says to bring Luke to the dark side, he would need the Emperor's help. Vader couldn't allow this. If Luke kills Sidious, then he becomes the Master, assuming he'd stay in the dark. Now, Vader knows Luke is conflicted, and he's merely killing Sidious out of a righteous act to save Han and Leia on Endor's moon, and the rest of the galaxy, of course. It's not a pure act of hatred at this point. Only the Emperor could bring out the purest of evil and rage within someone. This is why Luke became so tunnel-visioned when Vader put his guard down, as Palpatine kept laughing in the background. So because of this, Vader had to first accomplish the original task, which was to lock his son into the pull of the dark side, to let him feel the power of hate, to let it addict him so that he may never return to the light. So he blocked Luke's attack and put the attention more so on him rather than the Emperor. He then began to taunt his son, and now with the knowledge of Leia being his twin sister, he would use it as one final prod over the cliff of taunts to the dark side. And once Luke felt the power of his unleashed rage, Vader knew he would never go back. Until, that is, Palpatine's voice and the sight of Vader's mechanical hand, just like his, snapped him out of the trance. Now, at this point, Vader was defeated. His respirator was damaged and his hand was gone, along with his weapon. Vader's only option was to crawl back to his master's side and watch him kill his son, remembering all the atrocities Palpatine had done to him and the galaxy over their rule. It was evident to him now that he was just another pawn in Palpatine's game. Having watched his master tell his son to kill him, he knew this was true. If Vader allowed Palpatine to kill his son, he would never have been able to kill him. He'd have to watch Leia die as well, knowing that that would be Palpatine's next target. His only option was the one he longed to do so for decades, to overthrow the Emperor, literally. Turning on his master, he used Palpatine's tunnel vision hatred on killing Luke to grab him with his overpowered cybernetic arm and hurl him down the shaft to his death.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this episode of Star Wars Theory. Today we will cover something not so talked about in the Star Wars universe. Let's get right into it. Darth Vader, more machine than man, was the most powerful and feared Sith Lord in the galaxy of his time. He enjoyed being seen as a mechanical monster, invulnerable to the need of human necessities such as eating and drinking, claiming to never consume food to all those below him, solidifying the godlike, monstrous presence he cast over the galaxy like a veil of death. However, Vader did indeed eat, just not the way most would think. His suit provided an array of specialties, much of which I plan to make a series on, with the focus of today's episode explaining his nutrition partitioners connected to his body via straws and intravenously. Inside his suit, specifically below his chest plate, there were straws that led to the inside of his mask that allowed Vader to feed himself from an implanted bladder filled with Red-Ped Vitapaste, and could be refilled either during monthly maintenance or on demand. Despite this, however, Vader eventually could not stand the vile taste of this paste and ordered for a redundant IV to be implanted to his veins from within the suit itself, feeding him a very potent, nutritious, and efficient liquid of vitamins, minerals, and macronutrients. Do you all remember at the end of Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, when Darth Vader lifted Palpatine over his head and was being electrocuted by the attack, throwing him to his death? We get to see some flashed images of Lord Vader's skeleton that show he still possessed teeth, which means his ability to chew was evident, as well as in the books and comics Vader internally speaks about biting off his tongue and swallowing it. Although, just a saying, we get the picture. That said, Vader could take food through his mouth, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber. Since he had to remove his triangular respiratory vent, he also felt he did not deserve to enjoy the human pleasure of eating, torturing himself for killing Padme. It was therefore more common for Vader to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous, and otherwise. What is going on, guys? I hope you're all having an awesome day today. So as I'm writing the script to the Darth Vader movie that I want to produce, I thought of this video. So let's say Vader gets into a fight and his mask gets ripped off, or his suit in general just shuts down. How long could he survive? Now, while I'll be the first to say that there's no official answer in canon or legends as to the time length in hours or minutes or whatever that he could last without it, however, there is an answer that we can come to that makes a lot of sense, drawing from canon as well as legends. Without his suit, Vader's gone. Plain and simple. He had burns to his whole body, he had synthetic skin, he had IVs running into himself all over the place, feeding him nutrients nonstop, and most importantly, as we all know, his respirator that traveled down his throat and allowed him to breathe with his mask. Without this suit, he wouldn't survive. Now in canon, let's look at one example. Vader has had his entire suit shut down completely, and it rendered him literally dead. He was useless. In issue 24 of Darth Vader, we see Silo, the mad scientist, shut him down to make him obedient, treating him like a cyborg with an on-off switch, killing him, basically. Now, Vader was immobile during this scene, paralyzed, completely just out of commission. He dropped to his mechanical knees and couldn't move at all. But what went on inside of his mind was entirely different. See, this is where Vader started to daydream. He relived the Mustafar battle, returned to kill his younger Jedi self, where once he did, his guilt surfaced in the form of Padme, who begged for him to stay with her, until she started choking and his rage built even more. Then Vader did the impossible, commanded his shut-off cybernetics to move through use of the Force, and basically became the hand that controlled the marionette to his own body. As he gets up, Silo is shocked, and then of course Vader impales him. No surprise there. In the case of Darth Vader, I don't think canon will ever put a time constraint around how long he can live without his apparatus. I think what would happen is that Vader's sustainability would go hand in hand with his level of rage. The more angry and sad he is, the longer he'll be able to survive without a suit, because he'll draw further into the dark side. The more he thinks about Padme and the life he lost, the more efficient he'll use the dark side to sustain his breathing, either by not breathing itself or literally using the Force to move his mechanics by hand, metaphorically speaking, of course. Now, in Legends, Vader has fought without his mask. A few moments are in these comics that I've covered well in the past. One was where he survived this massive wreckage and his helmet was off, when a stormtrooper saw him wheezing and having a hard time breathing. As he apologized for seeing him this way, he couldn't finish his sentence without Vader turning his head 180 degrees around. No one can see him without his mask. The other time is when Vader saw Padme's ghost, where he escaped captivity without his mask and fought everyone in his path as he used the dark side to sustain his life. The Force is his ally, and a powerful ally it is. Now, what do you guys think about this? Vader always made me feel like his powers were unlimited. It just really depends on how angry he got. Of course, plot armor aside. Just like his battle against Luke in Return of the Jedi, he never really was angry enough there. Just not enough to beat him, at least. He was just testing his son to turn him, and therefore lost as he was overwhelmed. Had he fought with pure rage against someone else of the same power, I believe he would have won. Now, while there's no definitive minute as to how long Vader can survive without his suit, it can basically be said that it just depends on how angry he is, and what he has to endure before he can put his mask and suit on again. That's the very interesting thing about the dark side. The more you are suffering, the more your life is being taken from you, the more powerful you become. And therein lies the secrets of the dark side. You just become more powerful and you live even stronger. Now, this is not at all to say that Vader can last without his suit indefinitely, as after all, we did see him die in Return of the Jedi, but the reasoning for that will be answered in another video in depth. This is exactly what happened to Darth Maul when he was cut in half, and this is exactly what happened to Anakin on Mustafar when he was waiting for Palpatine for who knows how long, with no life support whatsoever. It was the dark side that sustained him, and in that moment, he was his most angry that he had been ever before then. Now, what I would have liked to see was what the light side remedy would have been for Vader's suit. Perhaps it would have been much different for him if that were the case. In Rogue One, we all by now have witnessed the viral scene at the end of the well, you know what? Maybe there's that one person that hasn't seen it yet. So if you haven't seen Rogue One, turn away now and come back after. Alright. In Rogue One, we have the most epic scene of Darth Vader to date, which I hope is just a taster for what Disney is going to bring for future scenes. That said, in the scene we see him aboard the shuttle leading towards the Tantive 4. The novelization explains how Vader grabs his best troops, which we can assume are his 501st. While all of them are going one way down the hall, something in the Force pulls him towards the other hall, where he ventures off alone, leading to the scenes that blew up YouTube. While I've been writing the fanfiction for what if he did get the Death Star plans, I was reading the scene in particular in the novelization. And to my surprise, Vader actually does try to force pull the Death Star plans to his grasp. However, he's ultimately too late as it just gets out of his reach. The novel reads, "The voice of a stormtrooper spoke to him through his comlink.
Our data tape was recorded on the bridge just before we boarded. No sign of it here."
Vader did not answer, but he bolstered his pace. He wound through the cruiser, leaving corpses behind him. He found his prey at last in a corridor thick with rebels,
backed against a security door. As particle bolts shot towards him, he watched a data tape pass between desperate soldiers. He knocked the bolts aside with his blade, tore a blaster from one foe with a might that defied nature and gravity, and marched on. He delivered killing stroke after killing stroke, awakened and relentless. The security door opened a mere crack and rebel hands shoved the tape through. Vader reached through life and matter and air, and by the will alone, he pulled. He fueled his will with rage and fear and need. It was enough to tear the rebels from the door and drop him at Vader's feet, but it was not enough to claim the tape. He grasped the rebel sprawled before him by the throat, lifted him and stared at him through bloody lenses.
Where,
Vader demanded,
are they taking it?
The reply was a strangled whisper.
Away from here.
The rebel said.
Away from you.
Vader clenched his gloved hand until the man's neck snapped. Then he tossed the body aside. He activated his comlink and barked to his stormtroopers.
Find their escape vessel.
It's bittersweet how the novels are always more dark, explanatory, and violent than the films. I wish we could have seen Vader snapping the rebel's neck and shown him reach for the tape, however, ultimately fail in his ability to retrieve it. If Vader did get the plans, which is a fanfic I've been stuck on writing for months now, maybe you can help me with it, I believe he would have brought them to the Emperor, who would have awarded him somehow. As in Legends, he was punished by having his hand cut off by Sidious. Now, what's confusing about this is in A New Hope. Darth Vader on the Tantive 4 says, several Rebel transmissions were beamed aboard this ship from Rebel spies. Alright, but in Rogue One, which we just covered, we see that the plans were not beamed anywhere. We know he failed to retrieve them, and he knows that they were there. Someone asked Pablo Hidalgo about this question, in which he explained. The novel also has him view the Tantive as an escape vessel of the cruiser, cuts on either side of semantics. Which means that we can believe that Vader assumed the plans were beamed to Rebel hands without him having physically seen them, or you can ignore the novel and believe Episode 4. Personally, I like this answer, and that makes the continuity a little more believable and fun when you watch Rogue One. Does it help with the continuity, or does it just make it kind of confusing? We should remember that Episode 4 and Rogue One were made with a 40-year gap. That's quite a long time. In Rogue One, we see the destructive power of Vader at his maximum for the first time in movie history. The way he struck fear into the rebels was perfectly articulated, as if he were a menacing, overpowered monster hunting his prey in the narrow corridors of the bridge hall. Vader, at this point, is the earliest we get to see him after having been Anakin Skywalker, and it's as if his moves almost mimic those of Anakin's, which was very interesting to see, as he blocked the blaster bolts and moved through the hall like a machine. With all the buzz and talk about how deathly powerful he was in this scene, it makes one wonder why he hasn't been showcased as so godlike in any other films. The reason for this is very simple, and I'm going to explain why. Vader was weaker in this film than any other of the films that we've seen. All the times we saw Vader in the original trilogy was when he was fighting his son, or Old Ben. His fight with Obi-Wan can't be taken into account. This was the man that literally turned his life into this agony and depression. And he has spent the last 20 years searching for him with no luck. Their fight was super slow and cautious. Neither one knew how powerful the other had become, and for this reason, they were very hesitant. Had Obi-Wan not allowed himself to be killed, I'm sure the fight would have progressed into probably the most epic duel, if it were filmed today, of course. However, that said, his bouts with Luke were completely hindered, all by his own doing. He was never trying to defeat Luke or kill him. The only time he actually uses his full power against him is when his rage gets the better of him, and Luke learned a very valuable lesson when he lost his hand. The entire time he was just trying to get his son to turn to the dark side and overthrow the Emperor, which is a common theme with him since day one of his turn. He never liked Palpatine, only what he could learn from him, until he had no one left. Then he was all that he had.
I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him.
If we look to Rebels for some idea of Vader's power, we can refer back to when Canon drops an AT-ST on Vader, and as they run away thinking how it might be over, we see Vader lift it over his body with one hand. Vader is extremely overpowered. And in my biased opinion, of course, I think he's the most powerful villain of all time. Simply for this reason. He shares something I like to think of as the rage ability. It's similar to the Hulk with his anger. He just gets stronger and stronger. The more pain and suffering he feels, the more powerful he becomes. That's the way of the Sith, and that's why they're able to do things most Jedi can't. They're uninhibited by their free thoughts and emotions which fuel them entirely. I can try to relate this power to the mythological creature, the Hydra. It was a 9-headed serpentine creature that, when you cut its head off, it grew 2 more in the same place. Vader is similar in the sense of his rage. He's powerful just as the Hydra is, but if you cause it pain or anger, it will come back with a vengeance, and this time, twice as powerful. So as time progressed in Vader's lineage, he only learned more, as we can see in the canon comics. Like when he returned to Tatooine and just completely slaughtered an entire tribe of sand people for fun. He's ruthless and has always been. Vader lives on Mustafar. He literally can see the spot that Obi-Wan cut his limbs off and left him to burn from one of his castle's windows. Every day he is there, he is reminded of how he lost Padme, killed the younglings, which has been noted to be a gigantic anchor to pull Anakin to the dark side even faster. His constant brooding in his own self-hatred makes him infinitely powerful each day that passes by. This is Anakin we're talking about, the Chosen One, who callously obliterated, murdered, maimed, and betrayed all the Jedi at the temple. The suit only exemplifies the temper and rage that we got to see a little glimpse of in Rogue One. Otherwise, I guarantee, if Vader were to fight wholeheartedly with purpose and vengeance in the original trilogy, then we would have seen him at an even higher power. You may be asking, well, why did Luke beat Vader in Episode 6? He actually never did. Vader was toying with him the entire time, taunting him, talking about how he's going to turn Leia to the dark side. He was prodding Luke just like how Dooku prodded Anakin in Episode 3. He let his defenses down and was ordered by Palpatine to test the boy. Just in this scene, Vader lost his hand, whereas Dooku lost his head. Do it. The recurring themes in Star Wars can't be missed if you just watch them a couple of times and nerd out with the analysis. But that's why I'm here. I think with the future, Vader will only appear to become more and more powerful. However, the power was always there. It was just laying dormant, ready to be uncaged. I'm sure we will see more of Vader in upcoming films, as Disney has announced another 15 years of Star Wars and the possible creation of another Star Wars trilogy after Episode 9. So there will be plenty more Vader to come, I can promise you that.
Hey guys, so while I'm working on today's fanfiction, I was doing some research and came across this piece from the Now Legends novel, The Rise of Darth Vader. You guys have heard me mention it many times. It's a fun book. Now, this part in particular that we're going to cover today goes over Vader's thoughts about everything as he walks through the blood-stained Jedi Temple just after the events of Revenge of the Sith. It's where every room and hallway makes him remember something, which I can cover in the coming weeks if you so wish. I'm going to read a snippet from the novel and then we can all discuss it afterwards. The following are Vader's thoughts as he stands in a room inside the Jedi Temple. And yet, if not for the events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all: the war, the Republic, the fealty of the one Jedi Knight in whom the Jedi Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. While he retained his knowledge of the Jedi arts, he felt uncertain about his place in the Force. And while he had taken his first steps towards awakening the power of the dark side, he felt uncertain about his ability to sustain that power. How far might he have been now had fate not intervened to strip him of almost everything he possessed as a means of remaking him, or of humbling him, as Darth Maul and Tyrannus had been humbled before him, as indeed the Jedi Order itself had been humbled. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including, for the moment at least, the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. What I enjoyed most about this piece as I read it was Vader literally gave himself as Anakin a what-if fanfiction scenario, saying what if he had never gone to Mustafar, that he would have overthrown Palpatine as he allegedly and originally said that he would, and rule Coruscant atop his throne, his wife by his side, and their child in her arms. Now, of course, we know it's plural for children, but at this point, Vader didn't know that he had twins. While you can rest assured that I will turn this very info into a fanfiction titled something like, What if Anakin never went to Mustafar, there are a couple things here that I want to discuss. Mainly, how unsure Vader felt about it all, how he was literally in the gray area of the Sith, unsure about his place in the Force as he retained all of his Jedi teachings, and while he had taken his first steps to unlocking his new powers in the dark side, he felt uncertain about it all. Could he keep this power, he asked himself? Could he continue to be this evil killing machine? Where would he be if fate didn't slice him into pieces and burned him alive as a means of rebirthing him into what he is now? I find that part very interesting as well, how he asks himself how powerful he might have been or where he would be if he never was burned and turned into Darth Vader. He not so much fears death, I mean, this is Vader we're talking about, but we can see he wondered about it for sure, worrying if he would ever be humbled the way Dooku, Maul, and the entire Jedi Order were. It also shows us his internalization regarding Palpatine, how he recognized that he was merely an errand boy, a minion of the true Dark Lord of the Empire. And how, to his loss, Sidious gained everything, all to the expense of Anakin Skywalker's life. I always really liked and enjoyed going through the scripture of Vader's thoughts, even in the Legends comics or novels, because at one time, when they were released, it was canon, and it adhered to the episodes that it talked about. Vader always theorized and analyzed so much about himself. It always fascinated me to learn more just about how Vader thought inside of that emotionless black mask, because we never really get to see much in the film.
Hey everyone, today we'll be taking another look at the book Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader, to explore where and how Vader created his lightsaber. It's not too lengthy of a video, but I know many of you have asked me to do a video on this, so here we go. The scene I'm going to read from the book picks up just after the last two videos I made, which I'll have show up at the end of this video. But for those who haven't seen it, I'll briefly explain. Vader was sent back to the Jedi Temple to find a holocron for Sidious. Among his search, he began to reminisce about everything that he had done there during Order 66, the death of Master Windu, and later, his interaction with Padme. The scene takes place just after his heavy breathing slows to a normal pace as he decides to stop thinking about everything that went wrong. Let's begin. Extending his right arm, he took hold of the lightsaber and turned it about in his hand. Just 3 standard weeks old, assembled as Sidious had wished, in the shadow of the moonlit-sized terror weapon he was having constructed. It had now tasted first blood. Sidious had provided the synth crystal responsible for the Crimson Blade, along with his own lightsaber to serve as a model. Vader, though, had no fondness for antiques, and while he could appreciate the handiwork that had gone into fashioning the inlaid, gently curved hilt of Sidious's lightsaber, he preferred a weapon with more ballast. Determined to please his master, he had tried to create something novel, but had ended up fashioning a black version of the lightsaber he had wielded for more than a decade, with a thick, rigid hand grip, high output diatium power cell, dual phase focusing crystal, and forward mounted adjustment knobs, down to the beveled emitter shroud. The hilt mimicked Anakin's, but there was a problem. His new hands were too large to duplicate the loose grip Anakin had favored. Right hand wrapped not on the grip, but around the crystal housing cylinder, close to the blade itself. Vader's hands required that the grip be thicker and longer, and the result was an inelegant weapon, verging on ungainly. Another cause of the injury to his left arm. The Sith grew past the use of lightsabers. Sidious had told him.
But we continue to use them, if only to humiliate the Jedi.
Vader yearned for the time when memories of Anakin would fade, like light absorbed by a black hole. Until that happened, his life-sustaining suit would be an ill fit, even if it was well suited to the darkness in his invulnerable heart. Now, on Anakin's lightsaber there was a knob that adjusted the length of the saber blade. This is a feature he replicated on his new Sith saber as well. The lightsaber was equipped with a dual phase function, allowing the blade's length to be manually controlled and altered in combat. After his ascension to Sith Lord, Vader drew his lightsaber not just when facing Jedi, but also against other opponents, even those much weaker and feeble, such as the slaughtering of the tribe of Sand People when he returned to Tatooine. This lightsaber would go on to kill Obi-Wan aboard the Death Star, and then take the hand of Luke in Episode 5 on Bespin. Luke, as we all saw, returned the favor in Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, where Vader's lightsaber went tumbling down the reactor's core, along with Sidious. Now, in lore and comics, it has been rumored that the speculated Knights of Ren found Vader's lightsaber, but it's not confirmed, merely hints and rumors. I personally would like to see Kylo retrieve his lightsaber in Episode 8, where he goes to Vader's castle and trains in the Sith temple underneath with Snoke. I think it would be a really cool tie-in to Vader's story arc.
We all loved Revenge of the Sith. Well, most of us at least. While it being a lot of the fans' favorite movies after Empire, which, of course, how could anything beat Empire, am I right? So that's why I say second. The perfect cinematic conclusion to Anakin's transformation was shown in Episode 3. He turns into Darth Vader perfectly, where we go through his journey and breakdowns and finally end up on Mustafar, where he's burning alive and sealing his fate into the mask itself. Once raised on the table, Vader asks if Padme is safe, if she's alright, where Sidious tells him that in his anger, he killed her. Darth Vader breaks free from his chains, so to speak, and staggers in his Frankenstein walk, just standing there and screaming no. It's definitely one of the most talked about and cringe-worthy moments in all of Star Wars, as it just feels a little bit overdramatic. I think a show of power in this scene would have sufficed and been perfect, which is what we got in the Canon comics, picking right up from this scene. However, while most people think that this line was the only thing they might have thought of, it really wasn't. We were supposed to get something else, something really cool. Here's some information on an alternative that was considered. Originally, the animation team discussed the possibility of Vader going completely insane and obliterating everything in the room. I don't just mean what we saw in Revenge of the Sith, where he cracks a couple tin cans or something like that. We're talking a violent tornado of destruction, fire, chaos. Even more so, Palpatine was supposed to duck and bob and weave out of the way to avoid flying droid parts and debris and everything that Vader was just destroying in his rage, showing just how unbelievably powerful he was and was becoming, which we have never seen before on screen. While it's true that Vader lost a ton of power, being sliced up and burned on Mustafar, he did indeed gain a lot of power too at the same time. That's what the dark side does. The more you suffer and lose in life, the more you use it to feed your powers and in turn, make you stronger. It's a super vicious cycle, and I'd love to go into detail about it in another video alone. However, for this scene we almost got, it would have made sense. Now also, while we never saw Anakin go insane, we definitely needed to see Vader do something than just scream no once he found out Padme was dead. I mean, the whole story of Star Wars literally revolves around Padme being dead or alive and him saving her. So for him to emit a massive force tornado, destroying everything throughout the room, would have been really sweet to see.
In Rogue One, and all other scenes with Darth Vader in the original trilogy, we see him use the Force multiple times. However, each time he uses his arms to make expressions. It's been noted in the novels how Darth Sidious said that he would never be able to conjure blue Sith lightning now that he didn't have real hands, explaining how the Force does not pass through inorganic objects. We've also seen how Luke levitated C-3PO in The Return of the Jedi without his hands. So if this is the case, then why does Vader even bother to lift his arms, to move people and objects, or to curl his fingers to choke his enemies? While there is no canon answer for such a question, it can be merely hypothesized for the best answer, which has to do with mental focus. When he force chokes someone, he's using the Force, or in other words telekinesis, to crush someone's trachea. It's easier for him to imagine his fingers, albeit mechanical, as crushing the person's throat, rather than taking the time to visually imagine a rope around their necks being tightened. The same goes for when he was fighting Luke in The Empire Strikes Back. Here we can see he doesn't use his arms to move objects that strike his son, or when he force chokes Ozzel in his meditation chamber without using his hands. After all, it isn't Vader's mechanical hands that do any of the Force manipulation, it's all from the power of his mind. It makes no difference if his hands are prosthetic or real or even there, the Force bends at his will regardless. However, I do believe that when he is enraged or more submerged in a difficult fight, he does use his hands to make a more serious and dramatic effect. After all, Vader enjoyed when people saw him as a god. Motioning with his hands exemplified this idea. We also see when Yoda does use his hands to move objects with the Force and when he doesn't. Typically when they're more difficult and they cause him to concentrate harder, like in this scene in Episode 2 where he saves Obi-Wan and Anakin. Now, in Legends, the gloves Vader wears are said to be of Sith descent, which in that case offers a completely different answer. But we won't really use Legends material for this video since it's mostly a speculation and theory.
After the release of The Force Awakens, we got to see the awesome new Power Kylo Ren showcased for us. Force Freeze, where he not only stopped Poe Dameron in his place, but his blaster bolt in mid-air, which is an incredible feat on its own. So it makes me wonder, and I've seen this in the comments a lot too, here and there, could the grandfather, Darth Vader, display this power as well? Did he have the same ability, only more powerful, where he could just absorb their damage? Something like how Yoda used tumultuous, where he could absorb the most powerful Sith Force lightning. Or is there something else to this? Well, we have two sources here in this video, the screenplay and also the original novelization of The Empire Strikes Back. Both offer a different answer, however slightly. Let's first begin with the screenplay, shall we? The mighty doors to the dining room slide open, and the group enters the dining room. At the far end of a huge banquet table sits Darth Vader. Faster than the wink of an eye, Han draws his blaster and pops off a few shots directly at Vader. The Dark Lord quickly raises his hand, deflecting the bolts into one of the side walls, where they explode harmlessly. Just as quickly, Han's weapon zips into Vader's hand. So notice here how there's no mention of anything to do with the Force or any mechanism, which I find this answer to be, well, pretty lame, to be honest. Now, here's the novelization which explains it much better. "I'm sorry too," Han snapped. In that instant, he cleared his blaster from its holster, aimed it directly at the figure in black, and began to pump laser bolts Vader's way. But the man, who may have been the fastest draw in the galaxy, was not fast enough to surprise Vader. Before those bolts zipped halfway across the table, the Dark Lord had lifted a gauntlet-protected hand and effortlessly deflected them, so they exploded against the wall in a harmless spray of flying white shards. Astounded by what he had seen, Han tried firing again. But before he could discharge another laser blast, something unseen yet incredibly strong yanked the weapon from his hand and sent it flying into Vader's grip. So right here we can see that there is no mention of the Force being used, except for when he snatches Han's blaster to his hand, of course. And this was the book that explained all of Yoda's metaphors with the Force during his training with Luke, so it was no problem to include any reference. Vader had mechanical limbs, not a single organic hand or foot was on his body, and this greatly diminished his abilities with the Force. It was for this reason he wore special gauntlets that could block blaster fire, deflecting it away from him. Now, how much of the Force he used in deflecting the blasts, we'll never know, as it's never explained. But we can finally see that Vader couldn't stop blasts dead on or freeze them in midair like Kylo can. At least, once again, not to our knowledge. This video will cover parts from the film and several different novelizations of this scene to help us better understand exactly why Vader died. In Return of the Jedi, we come to Vader's final atonement when we see the destructive power of the masked villain who reigned tyranny on the galaxy for the last 30 years. Vader and Anakin constantly battled one another internally, with Vader winning every single time except for when he finally fought Luke, suffering the severance to his already prosthetic hand, so it may leave some wondering, why would he die? Well, let's first examine why he fell to Luke, since many think that this is his reason for dying. Vader never lost to Luke, he simply let him win by dropping his guard. The entire time he was taunting Luke to see his rage and help Palpatine pull him to the dark side. Once Luke got the upper hand at Vader's dropped guard, he cut off the already prosthetic hand that Vader had reattached so many times before. As he fell to the ground, Palpatine moved in to complete Luke's turn, and told him to strike his father down and take Vader's place at his side.
Take your father's place at my side.
As Luke denied the Emperor, he threw his lightsaber to the side and told him,
"I'll never turn to the dark side."
Where Palpatine sent blast upon blast of blue Sith Force lightning at him, causing Luke to scream out in pain for his father to help him. Which is when we see the internal conflict between Vader and Anakin, physically with our eyes, as he looks to Palpatine one last time and finally picks him up, lifting him over his head and throwing him over the railing to his doom. It's shortly after this that Vader dies, leaving many viewers perplexed. There's actually a lot more to it than just this. Vader was all-powerful, but as mentioned in my videos about this, he was extremely limited by his suit. While there were parts about his cybernetics that made him all-powerful and menacing, such as his grip strength and ability to survive in deep space, there were purposeful design flaws made by Palpatine to keep him in check and overall weaker in case he ever tried to overthrow his master. One of the main flaws put into the suit was its vulnerability to Force lightning.
It acted as a superconductor to the Sith power, almost like how electricity would travel through water. If we replay the scene where Vader lifts the Emperor to throw him down to his doom, however, frame by frame, we can see exactly what is happening to Anakin. And I say Anakin because it wasn't Vader anymore at this point who saved Luke. Vader was killed by Anakin the moment he decided to kill the Emperor. As we can see, Vader is being struck continuously by Force lightning, through his skull and through the rest of his skeleton. In the novelization, Vader's thoughts in the narrative can actually be seen. Ignoring pain, ignoring his shame and his weaknesses, ignoring the bone-crushing noise in his head, he focused solely and sightlessly on his will to defeat the evil embodied in the Emperor. Palpatine struggled in the grip of Vader's unfeeling embrace, his hands still shooting bolts of malign energy out in all directions. In his wild flailing, the lightning ripped across the room, tearing into Vader. The Dark Lord fell again, electric currents crackling down his helmet, over his cape, into his heart. Now here's another piece from the junior novelization which describes Vader's broken breathing apparatus. From where he lay, Luke could tell by the rasping rattle from Vader's helmet that his breathing apparatus had been broken. Luke crawled the short distance to his father's side and pulled him away from the edge of the abyss. This is how Luke knew that by removing Vader's mask, he would die.
But you'll die.
And thus helping him to transcend his consciousness to the next dimension, meeting Obi-Wan and Yoda once again.
Hey guys, in today's video I want to highlight something typically only the diehard fans would have noticed: Darth Vader's lightsaber hilt versus Anakin's for episode 2. There's an interesting story behind it, and I'd love to explain it to you. So lightsabers consist of a plasma blade, and I'm taking this straight from Google because, hey, I didn't make this up, George Lucas did. It was powered by a kyber crystal that emitted from a usually metal hilt and can be shut off at will. It's a weapon that required skill and training, and it's greatly enhanced when used in conjunction with the Force. Though also used by the Sith, the lightsaber is synonymous with the Jedi, with some in the galaxy believing only Jedi can use lightsabers, while others believe that you don't need to use the Force to use the weapon properly. Rookies will obviously debate that it's nothing more than just a laser sword, but we all know that's not true. In episode 2, Anakin constructed his lightsaber as a teenager, which will be covered and brought to life in tomorrow's comic episode that I think you'll all enjoy, with the new Canon Vader comic coming the day after. However, to briefly explain here, Anakin as a young boy created his lightsaber in a cave filled with crystals. Now from here he went into a trance-like state and used the Force to bind his lightsaber together at his fingertips. In his vision, many dark things visited him that he did his best to thwart away. However, one powerful entity in the end arose from the dead. It was Darth Maul to tell him to use his fear and hatred to turn over to the dark side and to build his lightsaber. I mention this because just after his turn to Darth Vader over a decade later, he rebuilt his lightsaber in Legends to look exactly how it did in episode 2, when he was visited by all those dark side visions. The purpose behind making his first lightsaber as the masked Sith Lord was to impress Palpatine, and when he was done, he realized that miraculously he had created the exact same lightsaber hilt that he did as a child, his first lightsaber as a Jedi weapon, and now his first as a Sith apprentice, albeit this time it was decked out in black and more ominous. The slight variations that you won't notice through pictures are that Vader had mechanically thickened the lightsaber hilt to make it much bigger for his mechanical hands and to make it longer, as his robotic hands were so much bigger than his organic ones. The result was based on the original designs of his lightsaber that he built in that cave all those years ago. That's all. I thought this would be an interesting topic and piece for you guys to know about. It's from Legends, of course, so there's some continuity here into canon, as the lightsabers do look the same. Also, I should add, Vader then went on to modify his lightsabers in episode 4, 5, and 6 to suit his needs better. As time went on, he got more comfortable with his hands and the design itself, so he had to make some modifications. I still wonder if Vader's lightsaber was ever collected after Luke cut his hand off in episode 6, as it fell to the Death Star's core. However, it probably just blew up with the star itself. I hope they'll bring that about in canon someday.
One thing I always wanted to see more of was Vader getting in and out of his suit. The entire assembly process and his thoughts throughout the entire time. I'm going to share with you as much information that's out there, which isn't much, but what little there is pretty interesting. In Rogue One, we got to see our first sliver of that image when we see him briefly in the Bacta tank, almost like some freaky monster chained inside a glass wall of reparative goo. I'm going to first say, I like what Disney is doing with all the new Vader stories they're releasing. However, one of the big things I miss about the now Legends Vader comics by Dark Horse were just how dark they were, and how threatening the illustrations were. They almost made Vader's body look like an even more muscular Darth Maul. In this comic, which is Legends, we open it to a very confusing page, enriched with color and brightness, which I want you to pay attention to. As we see Anakin and Padme discussing their newborn child and how he's strong with the Force, it then goes on to show Padme concerned of how their son will fit into society to make his own decisions without living in the shadow of Anakin Skywalker, the man who saved Mace Windu from Palpatine and ended the Sith altogether, saving the galaxy. Now, this video will be short, but the information it provides is something many haven't seen regarding Vader's emotions and his suit disassembly. This next scene will make sense in a moment. As the two kiss and part ways, Anakin says to her that she's the only thing that keeps him sane. Now I want you to take note of the bright saturated colors and the flowers, almost like a dream showcasing the happiness and warmth that emanates from the scene. Flip the page and we're hit with this dark, almost black and white contrasted photo of a disfigured Vader closing his eyes and murmuring for Padme to keep him sane, almost crying on the inside it seems. The next scene is what brings the darkness to light, where we see limbless Vader suspended in air surrounded by medical droids as they operate on him. This is the first time we get to see Vader's maintenance on his body and suit, almost like an oil change for a car. Vader had to do these every so often in order to run at peak performance. What I find interesting as well in this scene is that if you look, it seems like Darth Maul's dark eye probe droid is in the room. As a side note, these droids were actually made by the Sith Order, and the one we saw belonging to Maul was his variation and alteration of them for his spying purposes. As we close up on Vader's face, we can actually see the tears swell in his eyes, and what seems like a stream running down his cheek. He still did have emotions, and they all pointed towards Padme, the core of his pain and the reason for his ever-growing power. As he's about to be put together, we can see that his cybernetics each have wires that go into his severed stumps, all systematically connecting the right sockets to nerve endings, neurons, and receptors, bringing Vader's damaged body to power. As Vader is lowered to the ground and dons his suit once again, he orders for his helmet as Sidious is calling him. We should also note how he schedules his next appointment. I wonder if this is because every time he does so, it allows him to fantasize about Padme and his younger self. The premise of this video is to discuss and showcase just how Vader got through some of the most difficult times in the Empire, taking his mind elsewhere and letting his body do the mechanical part, no pun intended. He would think of the past with Padme or fantasize about what the future might have been like. Vader did tons of this in his downtime. As mentioned in the novel The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, which I've covered in other videos, he actually thinks about how he would be sitting in a giant throne on Coruscant with Padme and his children had he not killed Master Windu. The thought is then interrupted and we don't get to read more about it ever again after that, but this comic showcases it quite well. Vader was still Anakin deep down. His love for Padme was the sole reason he defied the Jedi and destroyed the galaxy. While I have covered a video on this topic, it makes me wonder if these images of him and Padme were what was going through his head right before he slaughtered the younglings, or when he carried out any of the dark deeds that he did. As the comic continues, he goes to meet his master. He's summoned on a mission with the 501st to retrieve one of Tarkin's officers. The rest of the comic is interesting in itself and includes 6 issues which all have really graphic and cool storylines that Vader embarked on. If you're okay with it being Legends, I'd like to cover them in different videos until we get the new Canon Vader comics in June. They're really cool. I find these little snippets of Vader losing his suit helps us better see him as not just this angry tyrant, but really for what he is, which is in my opinion, the most depressed and sad villain of all time. Ironically, if he wasn't so miserable, he would never have been so feared and powerful.
Hey everyone, so in today's video I'll be continuing reading from an early draft that George wrote for Return of the Jedi. We are approaching the end, and if you haven't followed the other episodes, I've linked them down below for you. Right now, we are at the final space battle of the film, but instead of Endor, it's on a moon orbiting Coruscant. Except in this draft, the Imperial capital is called Had Abaddon. The rebels have also set up 2 laser cannons on the moon that they need to bring the shield generator and communication grid of the Death Stars down with. Yeah, stars. There's 2 of them. Luke has turned himself over to Vader, who is heading to the Imperial Palace to bring his son before the Emperor. Okay, so now you're caught up, let's begin. The Rebel fleet makes the jump to hyperspace. The first ion cannon destroys the communication satellite on Had Abaddon. Luke and Vader arrive on the surface of the city planet. The wind blows across the bleak cityscape. Vader is leading Luke towards the terminal entrance when the shimmering image of Ben appears in their path. Luke and Vader stop short. The Dark Lord draws his laser sword.
So, you are not dead after all, Obi-Wan. Your presence in the Netherworld can do me no harm. The boy is mine. You have failed, Obi-Wan.
It is you who has failed.
Luke will not destroy me as you wish. He will turn to the dark side, or be destroyed by the Emperor. There is nothing you can do to save him now.
I do not wish to save him. His fate is already decided. It is you I would save.
You will fail to turn me as you did before. My strength lies with the dark side.
Your son feels there is still some good in you. Father, listen to him. You will be destroyed. If not by Luke, then by your Emperor. When you become one with the dark side of the Force, you will lose all identity.
That is the way. I do not fear death.
Vader then informs Ben that the deceased Jedi will soon become one with the Force. The Emperor will block your transcendence. You cannot return to this level as long as he exists. And then Ben disappears like a wisp of smoke. So here again, Obi-Wan actually reveals that there is a way to return to the world of the living through the light side of the Force. This is a revelation that I went over in an earlier video in this series, but it's pretty interesting that we learned that it can't be achieved by any dark side practitioners, which follows what became the new canon that we know. Sith can't become Force ghosts, so instead of seeking immortality of the spirit, they seek it for the flesh. But here it seems that the Jedi can do both, except Vader states that the Emperor's powers make it difficult to turn to mortal form, and even threatens to make Obi-Wan one with the Force permanently. This seems to indicate that Vader suspected what happened to Obi-Wan after he struck him down on the first Death Star, so I guess Vader could imagine how powerful his old master would have become. Now in the episode 6 that we got, Obi-Wan has given completely up on Anakin. He is the one who gives the more machine than man line after all, so it's really only Luke who sees the spark that still lies within Vader. However, in this draft we see that Luke's faith in his father has made Obi-Wan reconsider. What did you all think? Would you have liked this scene to be in the film between Vader and Obi-Wan, where he tried one last time to reach Anakin? Now in the book, the last time that he actually reaches Anakin is right before he dies. So that kind of helps him with the transition into becoming a Force ghost. And I think I made like 3 videos on that, so I can make it again if you like, because I know a lot of new members are here, or new viewers are here to the channel, and you guys don't watch all the 1,100 videos that are on the channel. So to reiterate, basically when Anakin dies, when Anakin dies, he basically talks to Obi-Wan in a split second right before he fully goes off into, the nether world. And Obi-Wan teaches him in that split second how to become a Force ghost, and so Anakin does.
Hey guys, in the novel Lords of the Sith, which is canon, there is a scene in the book which shows Vader's recollection of Yoda and Palpatine's methods of the Force. This is pretty interesting since we get to see Vader comparing 2 of his different masters. Now, while Obi-Wan was Anakin's master, it was actually Yoda that Anakin spoke to the most when he had his darkest problems. We can see this time and time again in the film and in the Clone Wars show. Anakin always felt Obi-Wan was too much like his brother, and therefore had an ego whenever he would go to him for advice. While obviously Palpatine and Yoda were extremely on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of ideologies, it's interesting and fun to see Vader's actual thoughts about it from the novel. Yoda once had told him that fear led to hate, and hate to suffering, but Yoda had been wrong. Fear was a tool used by the strong to cow the weak. Hate was the font of true strength. Suffering was not the result of the rule of the strong over the weak. Order was. By its very existence, the Force mandated the rule of the strong over the weak. The Force mandated order. The Jedi had never seen that, and so they'd misunderstood the Force and been destroyed. But Vader's masters saw it. Vader saw it. And so they were strong. And so they ruled. The Jedi always felt that fear was a path to the dark side, but the Sith saw it as a way of surpassing the weak. That true strength only came from hatred, and order was what kept the Sith powerful, leading Vader to say that the Force always takes its natural course. This is one reason I really liked Qui-Gon, because he allowed the Force to guide his actions and flowed freely with it, rather than using the Force for the benefit of the Republic and the Senate. Which is exactly why all the Jedi lost to just 2 Sith, with Palpatine being the main one. Sidious was patient and cunning, and he was always letting the Force flow freely through him. This was something Yoda realized at the end of Revenge of the Sith, where he said that he was wrong about how he governed the Jedi Order, leading to their failure. This can be found in the novel.
everyone, and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to go over another excerpt from Paul Duncan's book. Before we begin, consider subscribing if you're new here, and hit that like button if you enjoy these kind of videos. Now in this one, it's a back and forth between Paul and George, where George starts to actually explain Anakin's death. Not so much him transferring into the next realm and, becoming a Force ghost, but right before that, sacrificing himself, for his son, and essentially the whole theme of Darth Vader and Star Wars in general. It's pretty insightful, so let's read it and then we can talk about it a little bit. Paul says, once you see the whole story, it makes sense and it's incredibly moving. I think on the landing platform on Endor when Vader says, "It's too late for me, son," this is the first time he calls him son, and it's the moment when Vader becomes human again. George goes on to say, that's right, the point is his son saved him. His son saved him by doing the very thing that Vader couldn't do. Luke wouldn't turn to the dark side, and unfortunately, that's what Vader did. Anakin wanted to save his wife, says George, but it wasn't possible except with sort of black magic, which is what Anakin, and I'm adding in here, which is what Anakin believed the lies of Sidious. Sidious said that, only through me can you achieve the power to save the one you love. Only through me can you achieve immortality. And so Anakin started to think, well, okay, yeah, I guess this sort of power is the only thing I need. And so Anakin started to think, okay, well, this is really the only way that I can save Padme, and the Jedi aren't helping me, so I'm gonna go with this guy and use this sort of black magic sort of thing. Now, as for Palpatine using black magic, I'm really interested to learn more about it because he does so in Legends, but he also does in Rebels. Remember him doing the whole world between worlds thing with the blue fire and Ezra and Ahsoka and how he reached his hand through there? Like, it's just, all of that is pretty interesting stuff that I feel like Sith magic is something that hasn't really been dived into all that much in canon at all, except for maybe that scene. So it's for sure an avenue that I could see them going in sometime in the future if they really want to touch on that, because I think it's something that a lot of people would be interested in. How did Sidious learn to do magic? But it is a little bit tricky when you start to incorporate magic into Star Wars, because then really kind of anything is possible. It's kind of like the world between worlds, which I wasn't a fan of, because then you can just pretty much do anything. George goes on to say the dark side made him feel all-powerful, and all-powerful means I can do whatever I want, I can be selfish. If I want to save my wife out of selfish reasons, I can do that, even though he couldn't because she died. So this little part here too, where George talks about Anakin being selfish, is entirely true, because he also mentions somewhere else, I forgot where I read it, I think it was in one of these books, or it was another interview. George was talking about how Anakin essentially loves Padme selfishly. He doesn't want to save her because so much that he wants her to be alive for her. He wants to save her for him. He doesn't want to be in pain to be without her, because once she's dead, she's dead. She doesn't feel pain anymore, but he'll be the one feeling pain, and he can't live without her. Now, of course, it doesn't make sense what I'm saying. If Anakin were to hear it, he'd be like, no, of course I love my wife and I want her to be alive. But essentially, if you think about it, it's not like she's really wanting him to do all of those terrible things for her to stay alive. If she knew all of the stuff that he was going to do in order for her to be alive and not die in his, visions and his dreams, which is just his paranoia essentially, she would have said, no way, let me die. I'm not gonna die for, you can do all this stuff to all these people and kill these younglings and betray the Jedi Order just so I can live, screw that. She was a woman of the people, and she wouldn't have put her life first. So Anakin was being extremely selfish by just allowing his love for her and his fear of her being gone and the pain that he couldn't deal with if she died to fuel him to do all of these terrible things to everybody in the galaxy. George goes on to say it's a war between selflessness and selfishness, which I believe, opposites attract. Padme was very selfless and Anakin became very selfish. And I blame part of this because of the Jedi not listening to him when he had these issues. I remember when he went to Yoda to talk to him about the issues that he had with Padme. He didn't mention it was Padme, but he had visions of someone dying, and Yoda basically just told him to deal with it, essentially. He said, don't mourn them, don't worry about them. How are you supposed to do that when you're literally in turmoil and being tormented by visions of death of someone you care for? George goes on to say, Luke is not trying to get some magic potion. He does not accept the Emperor's offer of come to the dark side and you can be all powerful. When Vader sees his son willing to give up his life to save him, kill me. I am not going that way no matter what. This is what turns him. It is the end of Vader's journey to the dark side. And so for me, that's extremely beautiful. You have the son. In the end, Vader did save the day. He did become the chosen one and fulfill the prophecy. But in the end, it was Luke who was the catalyst who helped Anakin come back. And Luke, unlike Anakin, didn't care for the black magic. He didn't care to be all-powerful and to have everything under the sun, or everything under the Death Star, that Palpatine was about to offer him. Which honestly makes me kind of wonder, if Anakin's mom never died, would Anakin really have been so hell-bent on stopping others from dying? Let's say Anakin had saved his mom. Let's say Anakin had gone to Tatooine when he had first told Obi-Wan Kenobi at the very beginning of Attack of the Clones. She'd probably still be alive, and she'd probably still be okay, and Anakin probably wouldn't have been so hell-bent on trying to save others from death. His mom dying is probably something that sparked a lot of the visions that he had, but of course we know that Anakin's main power was him being able to see into the future, and there are also other fan theories, which I don't know are true or not, about Palpatine putting those visions inside Anakin's head. And then of course there's the third thing, you know, Qui-Gon's thing, the will of the Force. It was the will of the Force that Anakin would become a Sith Lord and go down the path that he went down. So it all kind of just leads back to one thing, is that Anakin was destined to fall. It is the tragedy of Darth Vader, and that's, you know, something George Lucas has said himself. And in the end, it took his son's love, it took his son's ability to do what Anakin could not, to turn away the powers and the temptation of the dark side, the temptation of everything that he could want, and to turn all of that down to save his father and to save his own legacy, to know that I'm not going to turn down this path no matter what. Which of course is the tragedy of Darth Vader. It is the story of Darth Vader, and I feel like that's something a lot of people miss. And it's through years and years of me watching Star Wars and reading these kinds of books with George Lucas explaining the story of Darth Vader that I really started to really understand properly what his journey was like. He's not this all-powerful, frightening being. He's a very sad and depressed person who has made some very unfortunate decisions based on the values he thought he cherished, only to be tricked and fooled by the devil himself, by the Emperor, and lost everything in the process, including his own wife, his life, and his best friends, the Jedi, and his identity. You guys remember that scene on Mustafar where Anakin was crying? So a lot of people think that's because Anakin was sad for all the things that he just did, including the youngling scene. It's actually not. He didn't even think of that stuff. He was thinking about, and this is from the Revenge of the Sith novel by Matthew Stover, he was thinking about how different he has become now. This path that he had as a little kid, and he was remembering himself on Tatooine as a little boy racing pod racers. He was like, this dream I had of becoming a Jedi Knight and, you know, saving the slaves and all this and that, look at what I've become. Look at what has happened to me now. I am so far from that dream, so far from that vision, and it's just so sad to see what happened to him. So if you ever see that scene again, just remember that's exactly what happened there.
We know that Jedi can return as Force ghosts, but can their essence stay behind within another living being after death? We've seen the Mask of Darth Momin essentially do this in the canon Darth Vader comics, so you guys can check out those ones if you haven't seen them, and there have been plenty of examples of essence transfer in Legends, from Bane through to Sidious. But all of these examples have been paths of the dark side, so what about the light? Did the light side even perform any essence transfer? Well, in the canon comic Dr. Aphra number 22, the whole story is actually from number 20 to 25, we actually learn about an ancient Jedi who existed centuries before the Empire that did just this, in a way. At some point in his galactic explorations, this Jedi came across an exceptionally ravenous and almost indestructible fungi. This fungi swarm, called Gondravian hook spores, infected and possessed him until it merged their psyches together, until they became a singular being. They coexisted like this for years, until at some point in their travels, that all came to an end, when the Jedi crashed his Penumbra 1 Shatter Sprite vessel somewhere. We don't really know where, since the details are vague, but where it was, the impact killed him, but not the hook spores. And so they remained dormant within the Jedi's corpse for centuries, collecting dust, until the wreckage of his ship was made part of a mobile Imperial prison called the Akresker Jail. It was a massive construct made out of 80,000 tons of wrecked starships, all held together by an attractor node and hauled through space by a prison tug, which was a specialized cruiser attached to the main body by powerful strings. Though the Jedi who was possessed by the fungi was long dead, the Force-infected hook spores had gained a form of sentience from their merger with him. They had physically imprinted his personality, including his sense of duty and justice, onto themselves, though now with a more twisted and fanatical obsession. They were also able to manifest as a Force spirit and could use the Force on other objects, but had a
limited range, as they were tethered to the area close to the corpse of the Jedi that they had merged with, and they couldn't move beyond a certain range. Because of that lack of mobility, the Hook Spores craved for a new host to possess so they could escape. But not just any host would do. They needed someone worthy, with the same zeal for justice as they had. Geez, now that I'm reading more and more into this is really sounding a lot like Venom. This is like Star Wars' version of Venom, pretty much. Anyways, the Spores found themselves as part of a gigantic space prison, surrounded by the scum and villainy of the galaxy. The worst of the worst, as you can imagine. That didn't exactly present them with the best possible candidates. Angered by this, the pseudo-Jedi organism instead struck out, killing whatever prisoners were unlucky enough to come across them. But unfortunately for the Force Spores, they encountered something worse than convicts and Imperial guards. Our favorite Sith Lord, Darth Vader. Vader just happened to be on the space prison in search of his former agent who knew of his plans to usurp the Emperor, and so he needed to silence the agent permanently. The Hook Spores sensed the dark side in Vader, and the Sith Lord sensed the Force in them, and so they confronted each other. As you can guess, that didn't really go the Hook Spores' way. They tried to engulf him in their swarm, screaming they will destroy the dark side. But Vader simply force-pushed them aside and made it clear that the fungi knew nothing of the Force, and was simply an echo without will, and that, in fact, the Hook Spores bore the dark side. With that, the more machine-than-man Sith crushed the Spores with his power and seemingly destroyed them. However, while the Hook Spores' physical form had been demolished, their Force essence still remained, floating in what remained of the space prison. When they at last found a suitable host, the dead body of an interstellar lawman turned bounty hunter named Tam Posla, who had the fanatical zeal for justice they were looking for, and so they possessed his body, reanimating it and continued their quest for justice in the galaxy, now as a merger of 3 distinct personalities. So granted, yes, the ancient Jedi was long dead, not really a Force ghost, not a true essence transfer, but still the Spores believed themselves to be that Jedi, and they carried his consciousness in some sort of way, at least partially. And by merging with him, they had his Force abilities transfused to them, somehow. This is kind of like Anti-Venom. If you guys want to know more about Anti-Venom, you can feel free to subscribe to my Marvel Theory channel, which I've linked down below, or you can just type it into YouTube. And I have an actual video on Anti-Venom as well. Did the Hook Spores manipulate his midichlorians? And how can their Force abilities allow them to take a dead body as a new host? Why couldn't they have done that with the dead Jedi in the first place? And are these fungi or fungi a possible method for Vader to at last conquer death by transferring his Force power to another body? Their story as Tam Posla would eventually end as well, when their new host body was set on fire. But maybe their Force essence still remains somewhere. Hey everyone, how's it going today? So in the Bad Batch, there's a lot going on right now. It's really the most pivotal time in Star Wars where we see the big transition between the Republic, the end of the Clone Wars, Order 66 happening, and now the Empire. As people start to understand the ways of the Imperial Galaxy, we follow the Bad Batch as the world around them changes by the second. In today's brief video, I would like to go over a character that isn't focused on in the show, but one that we all want to know more about. What's he doing at this time? Where is he? How is he coping with everything going on? And that, of course, is Lord Vader. Where is the fallen Jedi at this time? Now, in this video, I'm going to put in some snippets and pieces from the comics, and I'm going to explain briefly where we are in accordance to the 4th episode of The Bad Batch, which is the latest one that we just saw. Now, I believe the scene at the end of the Clone Wars Season 7 with the snow and the stormtroopers was a time jump, as clearly we can see stormtroopers have not shown up just yet. They're still using clones. So where is Vader? Now, this is also something I think that we'll see in the show in Bad Batch later on near the end of the season. I think maybe probably episode 10 to 14. Probably going to start seeing some stormtroopers as maybe, you know, the uprising of Kamino or the revolution with the clones or something that could happen with the concrete decision that Tarkin will make to cancel the clones. Essentially canceling clones are canceled now, and to create stormtroopers through enlistees, through recruits. Which I think is going to be really something that's definitely going to explain a lot going forwards into the next season if we get one, or even just explaining to a lot of people that aren't avid fans of Star Wars who go into the lore and the backstory in the comics and books like some of us do here, but it'll explain in the show how the stormtroopers actually transition from the clones. So I think episode 4 of The Bad Batch is a little over a week to maybe 2 weeks at the most after what we saw in the first episode of Order 66. It's definitely a week, I'm thinking. Now we also need to remember that After Order 66 doesn't mean after Revenge of the Sith, right? So once Anakin cut off Mace Windu's hand and Palpatine screamed unlimited power and thrust Mace Windu out of the window, there was still a bunch of things that had to be done. The raid on the Jedi Temple, the Separatists being killed on Mustafar by Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting, Anakin losing, Sidious and Yoda fighting, Padme dying, Obi-Wan going into exile and giving Luke to the Lars family, Yoda going into exile, and Leia going to the Organas. And of course, Vader being constructed and overlooking the construction of the Death Star with his new master Darth Sidious, as we see Tarkin stepping into frame. Now, I think that scene in itself is also a bit of a time jump, so we can assume that Episode 4 of The Bad Batch is now after Revenge of the Sith. Let's say at least a week after Revenge of the Sith, considering the Empire has already created its Imperial credits currency and is mandating everyone to put a transponder on their ship. We can start to see that Tarkin is now trying to get stormtroopers in the mix and have conscripted recruits instead of clones. So maybe even 2 weeks is being a little bit conservative. Now, just as the galaxy is sending holograms of Rampart telling the citizens that they need transponders and they need to conform to the Empire's new ways and trade in their credits for Imperial credits, I believe on Coruscant this is also what's happening, is that Mas Amedda is holding a assembly, a announcement, a meeting for the entire city, burning all of the Jedi lightsabers from Order 66 as the Emperor and Vader stand in the shadows watching. And Vader tells Sidious that he understands why Sidious didn't give him any one of those lightsabers, even Master Yoda's lightsaber, as we see Mas Amedda holding Yoda's lightsaber in the sky as the last lightsaber hilt that he's about to burn, throwing it into the kiln and it exploding with the fiery anger of dead Jedi souls. Not really, but that just sounds a little poetic.
Never again will we fear the Jedi. With the grace of our Emperor Palpatine, we were saved from their treachery. The Jedi are gone. The Emperor saw through their separatist plots, their lies. He survived their attempt to assassinate him. And now, at last, we are safe.
As we see the clones throw barrel after barrel of Jedi lightsabers into a massive furnace, it's pretty obvious what they're about to do with them. Presumably, these sabers are collected from the dead bodies in the Jedi Temple after Anakin massacred them.
This is where Vader understands that he has to earn his own lightsaber, and this sets him off on a mission. Regardless, I think this is around the time in canon that takes us right to Vader hunting down clone troopers in order to get access to the computer system revealing survivors of Order 66.
As Vader breaks down the heavy metal door, the clones are struck with fear as they wonder who the heck is that, never having seen this monster before in their lives.
Take him down!
Having enough of this nonsense, he summons a nearby lightsaber with the Force to his grasp.
Okay, that's definitely a Jedi. Does this archive contain a record of all Jedi assignment before the execution of Order 66?
Yes, a backup from the primary records at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant.
I believe at this moment in The Bad Batch, Vader is currently fighting Kirak Infila in Ambalar City, the Jedi Master with the green lightsaber who took the Barish Vow, which is essentially a vow of silence and an act of solitude from being a Jedi, except for using the Force, which was actually the only thing that they kept intact from being a Jedi. They never cut themselves off from the Force itself. So while Hunter and the crew are gallivanting throughout the galaxy learning of the big change to everything, Vader is securing his victory against Master Infila and on his way to Mustafar at Sidious's orders. From here, Vader goes back to Coruscant and fights one of the Inquisitors. The rest of the story you can find in my Canon Vader comic playlist or in the over 2 hour long video compilation of all the comics that I put into one, all the Vader comics that is, from 2017. Now I think at the end of The Bad Batch, Vader will be brought in to fight them and discard of them. I think when Fennec Shand may fail to retrieve Omega and the Bad Batch make it too difficult to be killed and become a nuisance for the Empire will send Lord Vader to finish what no one else could, seeing as how the clones work for the Empire, and that includes Crosshair. Speaking of Crosshair, I think that he might work under Vader, or at least maybe see Vader for a moment, from his perspective, and perhaps be part of his strike force called Vader's Fist. Now, it's way too early for that, seeing as how clones don't even know who he is, which, believe me, they will, of course. However, at this point, a very early version of that Vader's fist could be seen, so perhaps a strike force or a soldier could be appointed to him, and this soldier would be the best soldier that they have, which is Crosshair. So the possibility of Crosshair and Vader working together, I think, is quite high. Now in the end, I think Crosshair will end up sacrificing himself to save his brothers, and Vader will probably kill him. I'd love to make a standalone theory video just about Crosshair's demise and what I think will happen to him, so be on the lookout for that one. As for Vader getting his crystal, he's probably going to go to Mustafar after this in the coming episodes, and once we near the very end of the season, episode 14, I believe it is, if there are no time jumps, then I think the first batch of the Vader comics from 2017 will be completed. This means that we could see Inquisitors through this time, especially since talks of recruited soldiers are being put into the mix. Because while Inquisitors were around, clones were also still around in the beginning. So if we're going to see that transition, I would love to be able to see some of the Inquisitors as well. And I think we could see this from Crosshair's point of view. I think he will just continue to keep getting promoted, and this will eventually land him near the Emperor himself, and of course Vader and everything that they're doing, maybe keeping guard, keeping watch, working for them. And this is how we could get a glimpse into Vader's life and how he is dealing with everything. And this is one reason why I'm a big advocate of these sideshows, is because we get so many different perspectives from sort of a third party. It's not going to be, primarily Anakin's view or Darth Vader's view or something like that, but it's going to be these other characters that give us an insight into what they see with these main characters that we have grown up with, like Vader, like Sidious. Could we see Maul? It's a possibility. I don't see why not. But of course, then there will be people who will complain about, the world is too small now if you put too many characters in there, but I really don't think so. This is Star Wars. These characters are the main characters of this story, so it would only make sense that the most powerful and prominent characters are relevant in the story. Doesn't mean they have to have a full chapter of every single episode, but it means we could have glimpses, or we could have a certain hint at their name, or even a nod in their direction at who that could be speculated to be, or something like that. A theory that could pop up in our minds as to who are they talking about in that scene, a Zabrak creature that could use the Force, something along those lines. Because as we know, we don't know where Maul is right now. He escaped Ahsoka's grasp at the end of Clone Wars Season 7. And as for following her story, I believe we could meet up with her with Rex as well, which I think is where the boys are headed to next. Anyways, let me know what you guys think. I hope you enjoyed this little bit of a timeline matchup with what Vader could be doing. Again, I don't have exact dates, so I'm just giving you a sort of map as to where he could be, what he could be doing at this time, canonically speaking, according to the Canon comics. So once again, at episode 4, I believe he has just gotten his lightsaber from Gira Kinfila, and he is headed to Mustafar to make it bleed, to make the crystal bleed red. And from there, then going to Coruscant to fight an Inquisitor. And those episodes could happen later and later. And of course, he's going to eventually fight Jocasta Nu and kill her as well on Coruscant.
Hey guys, if you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching the Supercut. It's been an absolute dream to be able to make videos and do this for a living. And it's all because of you guys watching the videos, commenting, liking, sharing, all that stuff. Thank you for giving me a job. Thank you for allowing me to live my childhood fantasy and talk about Star Wars, I guess professionally. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this Supercut. I have many more. There's an Anakin one. There's a Sith Lord one, Sith lore. And also I have a Boba and a Jango one coming for you guys as well as I have all the Vader comics from issues 1 to 25 from 2015 to 2017, all done and ready to go. I believe 2015 to 2017. It was the first run of 1 to 25, and it was probably one of my favorite ones. But anyways, that is out there for you as well. I hope you enjoy all of these. I hope you have a great day. May the Force be with you. I love you. Catch you later.